And now we're starting to see a severe warned thunderstorm that has just newly been issued. Is going to include areas into Wise County and Jack County, and also portions of the very southwestern corner of Montague County. It's moving to the southeast as we speak, and it is looking like we're starting to pick up on some gustier winds associated with it, and maybe a little bit of a hail core here. It was a rotating supercell, but now it looks like maybe the rotation has died down just a little bit. But of course, we're monitoring that hail core that is right about here. Here's a line of thunderstorms that's going to continue to move to the south and to the east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Areas to watch out for. Let's go ahead and name a few cities now. We're talking about Bowie. Right now, you need to be in your safe place. Safe place is an interior room at the lowest level, and preferably maybe a laundry room or a bathroom in the interior of your house. That's going to be the best place to go for some of you folks. Again, away from any windows and doors, because this is a wind-driven event as well. So if we do see some larger hailstones, they could move sideways, which could break windows. Another spot, again, we're talking Newport, 253, Selma into 256, over into Fruitland, 259, Dry Valley around 302. In any of these spots, you need to make sure you're headed to your safe place. Again, this is moving to the south and to the east. Jeff, what are you seeing right now?
We are seeing a particularly dangerous situation come up. Do you see in purple there? This is a confirmed tornado warning now in Clay County. And we'll stress, this is not in our area, LB. We just wanted to let you know that when you see that purple box there, we know that's a considerable risk. That's a known tornado on the ground. Not in our coverage area, but oh, LB, it's right there on the corner.
Yeah, and I was actually watching that storm as it moved to the south and to the east, up to the north a little bit. Whenever it was a tornado warning, I could clearly see the rotation with it, but if you turned on the correlation coefficient, you could actually see where that rotation was and some debris being wafted into the atmosphere. So I believe that this was probably on the ground for a little bit longer. Now a new update. We do have that confirmed tornado warning moving off to the southeast, now including Fruitland, Sunset, and Park Springs into Chico and Crafton. If you live in those spots, again, please go into an interior room and get off the roadways if you're in any of those spots. Jeff, what are you seeing right now?
We're going to be continuing to watch this warning. I'm going to have to go over to Studio B. LB is going to be over here in the Weather Center here, as we're going to switch over in just a second to coverage on all stations, LB, but show us a track on that tornado.
Okay, let's show you the track on the tornado. I want to go ahead and show you the correlation coefficient. This will give us a good indication on what we're seeing right now and where the potential of the tornado is. Actually, I'm going to switch back over. We're going to go to the velocity product. Clearly seeing that velocity product to the north of Viewport. We're talking about FM 1288 over to Frog Holler and State Highway 59. Again, this is in Clay County, but is now about to cross the border and move into Montague and Jack County, the very far north corner of Jack County and the very south corner of Montague County. Again, this is moving towards places like State Highway 59 and near Frog Holler and FM 1288. If you're in those spots, again, we're starting to pick up on rotation, and this is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. We are seeing rotation, I should clarify. That's where the rotation is taking place. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Now you can see that it's hard to see if there's any debris being lofted in the atmosphere by this, and it actually is looking like it is happening right there. You can see those brighter yellows taking place. That's the debris lofted in the atmosphere. It's moving to the south and to the east, again, headed towards the Newport area. If you're in those spots, you need to please go into an interior room away from any windows and doors. We're continuing to see this system push off to the east. Again, if you're anywhere in Bowie, Fruitland, Selma, Sunset, Park Springs, Crafton, Chico, Wise County, we're talking about Montague County until 3:15. A confirmed tornado warning is in effect in your area. I'll turn back on the velocity product, and we can see where that rotation is. A bit of a swift inflow notch right here. It's not textbook, but it's interesting that we are starting to build in that rotation within this supercell and into the updraft. It is rotating. It's filtering in a lot of this moisture that we have. And of course, the heat and instability is promoting for some very large updrafts here across the area. Not only are we looking at that rotation taking place, we're also looking at large hail core associated with this storm. So it is an extremely nasty storm that is moving across the area. And again, that inflow notch is showing us where the rotation is taking place, and the rotation is where the green and the red meet. And I can go ahead and show you the reflectivity and the velocity product where I circled. That's exactly where the tornado is taking place. Again, it's headed to the southeast at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and track that out for you. Let's go ahead and do that. If you're in Selma, Park Springs, Sunset, again, in the next several minutes, this is going to be in your vicinity. Please head to your safe place and into your room away from any windows and doors. We'll turn on the correlation coefficient, see if we see anything nasty associated with this. This would, if we see any brighter shades here, it would be an indication of the debris lofted in the atmosphere. And as I take it back a little bit further, you can see those brighter shades of yellow where I have circled the rotation. That's a good indication that we have seen, again, debris lofted in the atmosphere. I'll turn back on our velocity product and we'll sample the winds associated with this confirmed tornado. We're seeing some very intense winds associated with it right now. I'm not picking up on these samples very well, unfortunately. There we go. Around 68 mile per hour winds associated with it. So it is destructive, and it is a confirmed tornado warning. So please make sure you're headed into your safe place. I'm going to zoom out a little bit further because yes, we are looking at a confirmed tornado warning for those of us who just joined into Wise, as well as Montague County, and it's coming from Clay County, moving to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. We also now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Wise County, stretching over into Jack County and Young County until 4 p.m. Not only is it rotation that we're concerned about, what we're also concerned about is a very large hail core associated with this and intense winds. They could get up to 70 miles per hour associated with these cells that do flare up. Why do we have this? It's because of a triple point that has moved across the area. It's a mixture between a dry line setup as well as a cold frontal system that's passing through that is creating a natural spin with height, and that's what we like to call wind shear. Wind shear is causing a rotation in the updraft, and that's exactly why we have that confirmed tornado warning. I'll dive back in again. We can look at the vertical integrated liquid. I do want to show you where some of the largest hailstones are happening and what we're looking at. Over into Jack County, I'll go ahead and sample over into these spots around ping pong ball sized hail near Bellevue. It's talking about $50 to walnut size, moving off to the south and to the east. I do want to go ahead and switch things over. It looks like the rest of our crew is...
No, not yet. Just go to the wall. I'll drive.
Let's go ahead and send things over to Chief Meteorologist McKenna King. She is going to continue this coverage.
Thank you. Let me take over.
That hail core right close to Bowie. Our hail detector runs on just a bit of a delay. We talk about this all the time. The hail core right here is likely now right about here and moving right out over Bowie. Back off to the west, we have $50 sized hail, walnut sized hail on the outer of that core. So we do have to be mindful of a couple of pockets within this. That's why we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. And then once again, this purple polygon that you see, that rotation, again, right close to Vashti, we've got that right there, moving right over Vashti and tracking to the southeast about 30 miles per hour. This will head right close to Selma, just north of Newport, and eventually toward Park Springs. This is tracking into Montague County right now, and then Wise County is just down to the south of there. Not moving real quickly, unfortunately. Similar setup to what we saw on Saturday with these very slow-moving storms. So this will slowly make its way into Montague County, eventually down closer to Park Springs about 3:24 this afternoon. Crafton, bit earlier, you're looking at 3:22. Time right now is 2:58. So in just over 20 minutes there, give or take a few minutes. Selma, this is most immediately on your doorstep at 3:11. So you've only got just over 10 minutes to grab your people, grab your dogs, make sure you are headed to that interior room, no exterior walls, no windows. You don't want to be outside during this. even if you're not in that tornado warned area, we have a lot of lightning with this line as it moves in. You've got to make sure that you are inside for that. This is all tracking to the southeast, and this is just the beginning of what we expect to see the rest of this evening. We knew we had that tornado threat. We're also tracking a very large hail threat as we get through the rest of the day today. I'm going to go ahead and bring things over to meteorologist Nelly Carreño, and you will continue to track through this storm. But Nelly, just as we've been mentioning, that large hail threat for today, we've been tracking the storm motion of this about southeast, about 30 miles per hour. What else are you seeing with this?
Well, we do have the tornado watch because of those storms moving towards the south. It's a slow mover. That means it can grab a lot of energy. It's very dangerous. And obviously, a lot of people, you know, I interviewed somebody over the weekend that opened the door during a tornado warning. Don't do that. Yeah. This is the moment to seek shelter, get inside. We do have this circulation that's very strong, and we have the large hail moving about 20 miles per hour, the system towards the southeast. But if you notice in that storm, it has a lot of little inflow notches. Yeah. So we do have that possibility. All the air is going into those little crevices in the storm.
Yeah. Go ahead and take it away. We'll walk you through on radar. We'll continue. I'll drive the radar for Nelly over here. Perfect. We'll continue to walk through what's going on here.
So even though the main concern is for Montague County, I want everybody in North Texas to get ready for an active afternoon. Now you can see here clear the rotation where you see the green color meet the red color. That's where we have the circulation, and we know that the storm is moving to the southeast. It was moving about 25 miles per hour. It has actually slowed down. Why? Because the front that's causing this is a cold front. By tomorrow, you'll feel the change. It's actually now stationary. We have both colors, and that means that it's not moving very fast. And so that's why we know that that storm is moving very slowly towards the southeast. But you can see here the circulation is very evident. It's as clear as it gets. It's moving towards the southeast, and you can see that it will move near Park Springs. So if you live in Sunset, Selma, any of these areas, what do you need to do? Well, first of all, make sure the kids, everybody is inside. Even if it looks like it's far away, make sure you get inside, you get away from any windows. If you have several walls between you and the outside, that is best. One thing that we saw in Runaway Bay as we looked at the debris is that anything, a little piece of wood, a fork, if it's picked up by winds up to 135 miles per hour, it could be deadly. So anything that hits you can knock you out, can hurt you. And even if it's not the actual tornado, if it's straight line winds, it can also be extremely dangerous. So you notice how long the storm system is. This is the actual tornado warning, but these are the little notches that I'm talking about. And so that's why we do have a tornado watch in effect that includes Dallas, Fort Worth through 9 o'clock. And we're already seeing, obviously, this rotation that needs to be taken very seriously. So you notice it's moving towards the southeast. So if you live in any of these areas, you need to seek shelter now. Sunset, Park Springs, Fruitland, also towards Alvord. Of course, Alvord is not part of it yet, but it's moving towards the southeast. And you notice these pink colors, that is depicting the area where we have the hail core, large hail. We've had, with this particular cell, a history of tennis ball size hail. So you see here the hail tracker, once it moved from Clay County, this is Clay County where you see the deep purples, that's when we had so much lift. You have to have an updraft that is so strong, 80-mile-per-hour winds inside of the storm circulating in order for that little piece of ice to go up and down, up and down. And every time it goes up and down, it gets bigger until it's just too heavy for it to hold. So you need to have a very strong supercell in order to see this size hail, and that also means it's very dangerous and it has that circulation. If it's a supercell, by definition, it has circulation inside of it. So this, you can see here the hail size when you line up the color. This is showing tennis ball size hail, baseball size hail inside of the core, the hail core of the system. The black box, purplish black box that is blinking like that, once it starts blinking like that, that means that it's confirmed, that it's dangerous, and that's why we are on the air right now. We need to let you know, if you live in this whole area, Sunset, Fruitland, Park Springs, that it's headed towards you. This is Montague County, but you notice the yellow boxes, that includes Jack County, and this is going to move towards Wise County as well. And you know that they just had a very tough Saturday evening. And so there's a lot of volunteers in places like Wise County and Parker County that are trying to help out, trying to help all these people get back to normal. And the last thing they want to hear, once again, are those emergency sirens. But if you are hearing emergency sirens in Montague County, that is due to a possible tornado. And we say possible, but once we see this box blinking, it means it's confirmed somebody has seen it, whether it's somebody, a firefighter, or one of the trained spotters. And so that's why we're taking this so seriously. You notice the very light green color, that is very strong air moving towards the storm. So we just lost the radar, but it is coming back up. We're going to pull it back up, but I can tell you that it is a tornado that we're tracking in Montague County. We have a tornado warning. The circulation is still very evident and is part of a longer system that is stretching several miles, several counties. Now, this is due to a front, a cold front, that right now it's stationary, and that's why these storms are moving so slowly. Here we go. You notice the red box here. That is the tornado warning that we're looking at. And all these little squiggly white lines, that's energy. That's lightning. The other night, Saturday night, when we had in Parker County, the cell that eventually went into Tarrant County, I was having dinner in Dallas during the first part of that, and the lightning was reaching over into Dallas. And what I mean by that, if you are in Wise County and Gainesville, in this whole area, just because the storm is not close to you doesn't mean that you can be outside. If you are along the south or east part of this cell that is very large, you need to start heading in. You need to start making plans. And also, we have this tornado watch in effect because we have circulation with these cells. But one of the main threats this afternoon will be the large hail. We know that these updrafts are very strong, very large, enough to sustain tennis ball size hail. And doesn't mean everybody will see it, but you need to start thinking, where can I put my car? How can I make sure that my property is safe and that I'm safe? The last thing you want to be is outside when one of these supercells hits. But once again, our main concern, number one concern, is the circulation associated with this box right here. This is the tornado warning. If you can zoom in a little bit. So we can see, you can see a little bit of the entrance, but obviously when you see the red color and the almost deep magenta color, that is extremely heavy rain. That is very strong updraft that we're looking at. And that is all moving to the southeast. So right now that tornado is headed towards a sunset. We'll say possible tornado, but I'm pretty sure that it has been verified because we have that blinking box. That means that somebody confirmed it, that somebody saw it, somebody that's trained to know when it's not just a funnel climb, when it's actually on the ground. So this is the hail once again. Now it seems like it's weakened a little bit. The hail size is showing nickel size hail.
No, it looks like most of the hail now at this point about 1.25 inches with winds up to 60 miles per hour. That rotation starting to broaden a little bit, but still tight enough to warrant that warning.
Okay, that's wonderful news. So that's what we want to hear, that it's starting to weaken, even if it's a little bit. But one thing we've seen with this pattern the last few days, that sometimes these storms pulse, which means they weaken and then they gain a little more strength and then they weaken. So you can't just say, well, it looks like it's weakening for now. We have to make sure that the scan shows for a few times that it's weakening. But we know that we have a lot of instability. Now, about an hour ago, we still had a fairly strong cap. Remember, a cap is stable air in the atmosphere. When the storms try to grow, it just says no. But in this case, the lifting mechanism is the front and it's coming down. But once again, this is very close to buoy. This is concerning. Obviously, if you're in buoy, you're already in your safe space. You notice here 287, and this is moving to the east, southeast. So this is the circulation that we are watching, very evident, still a little bit wider. What we would want to see if we were looking for a very tight rotation would be very bright red colors. And so we are not seeing that right now. It's okay. It's all right. Our radar is having a little, but we know that if we are in buoy, if we're in Montague County, we are calling our friends. We are making sure that everybody knows that we have this possible tornado down on the ground, moving towards the southeast very slowly. So here you see that bright color. And now it looks like they extended it a little bit more, McKenna.
Down to the south there into Wise County. So we have, there's our severe thunderstorm warning to give people some perspective. You got a couple of those, one for all of Jack County, And then that one that does sneak into Wise County with that tornado warning inside.
And that's the last thing we want to see in Wise County. We just had that terrible night on Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. So this is northwestern areas of Wise County are now part of this tornado warning. You see that it's in effect until 3:15. Hail size, don't rely on that hail size because it's been going up and down. These storms have been strengthening and then weakening some. So large hail possible with this storm. It's moving towards the east-southeast. Alfred, you're not part of the warning just yet, but extreme northwestern Wise County is part of that. And why do we have one box inside of another box? Well, we have the tornado warning inside of the severe thunderstorm warning. Why? Because even though if you're not in the direct path of this tornado, you could be in the direct path of very strong straight line winds. And a lot of people think, well, a tornado can cause the most damage. Straight line winds that are 70, 80 miles per hour are just as deadly, just as dangerous. And so if you are inside of either one of these yellow boxes or orange boxes, you also need to be aware that we have dangerous conditions headed your way. Jboro, Runaway Bay. I hate to say that. Again, Runaway Bay. Doesn't mean you're not in the direct line of this tornado warning, but if you're in Runaway Bay and you're cleaning some of the debris, you're trying to get back to normal, you really need to make sure that you find a sturdy building, that you head over to a neighbor's house that has a sturdy house, or you head somewhere where you have several walls between you and the outside. McKenna, I know that you are watching this very closely. I was hoping that they would expire this tornado warning, but I'm going to start walking towards you in just a second. I just wanted to show very quickly the amount of energy with these supercells. All of that lightning, that gives us a sense of the juiciness of the atmosphere. We have the heat, we have the humidity, and we still have the rotation.
That cold front's coming in. That's the difference in our setup this time. Nellie touched on that. Last Saturday, we had that supercell, and we are still dealing with very slow-moving storms, but this time it's a cold front that has helped to initiate this tornado watch that you see in the yellow. That's across much of the southern plains. Right now, what you're looking at, this is our storm chaser, Jason McLaughlin, who is in Bowie. He is getting out ahead of this. Of course, he is trained for this. He's been storm chasing with us for nearly 2 decades. We were talking with Jason yesterday all about the storm activity that we had through Wise County already. Nellie mentioned that Runaway Bay is currently under that severe thunderstorm warning, but we also have the tornado warning just to the north of there, which does head into Wise County. Now you can see Jason right in near Bowie. This is in Montague County, so this would be the portion of the cell that has now tracked just south of Bowie, where we've got some inflow with this. That is going to move southward and southeast now. It looks like we're getting more of a southeastward motion that will move through the northern portion of Wise County, about the northern tier of Wise County. So we'll talk probably about the northern fifth of the county there. So again, yep, that has been extended because that path has again shifted a little bit more east-southeasterly at this point. So this does include Alvord, at least a portion of Alvord, and continues through about the top fifth of Wise County. Again, we have Jason McLaughlin out on this storm. We also have meteorologist Damian Lotus, who is headed that way as well as this line of storm starts to form. Just a big lightning strike that you just saw on Jason's view there. Now this is Damian's view. Carter, where's Damian at? We're getting an update on where Damian is, but he is tracking in this same direction through Wise County and up into Montague County as well. As this all starts to head southward, we do have a tornado watch in effect for a lot of North Texas. This goes until 9 o'clock this evening, and this is just the early signs of what's to come. So this is in Ponder in western Denton County. So Damian is out ahead of this. He's in our storm tracker there. He's out ahead of all of this activity as this line does start to form and fill in. Again, from a cold front, we have the heat, we have the humidity, and we do have a cold front that will bring us some cooler temperatures as we get through the next couple of days. But before it does that, it will bring us this threat for tornadic activity, which we're starting to see, but also that threat for very large hail. We have already seen tennis ball sized hail when this storm was a little bit farther to the northwest. And now at this point, that hail is about half dollar size, but it's been fluctuating. We have heat, we have humidity, we have that instability to work with. So these updrafts are getting tall, they're getting strong, and we do have hail to worry about. That is actually one of our highest levels of concern as we get through the rest of this afternoon and this evening. We'll take things back over to radar. We are going to continue to keep a close eye on Jason's shot. I've got it out the corner of my eye here, but you'll notice what we're looking at this point. That was our hail threat, and back close to the metroplex. This is all still well to our northwest, but we do have those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is for all of Jack County, and this continues into Wise County, so that does include Bridgeport. The tornado warning is just to the north of there. This is south of Bowie, and we'll head through the northern about 5th of Wise County. You can see that is now tracking more east southeasterly, so this is moving out of Buffalo Springs. This is headed towards spots like Sunset and eventually right toward Alvord, those 2 tornado warned polygons. If we could go ahead and take a look at velocity, Nellie, I want to see if we've got multiple areas of rotation with this. We know we had the one that was back closer to Bowie. Okay, so Sunset, you can see this is quite a wind threat as well. Even in the absence of rotation, we've got some bright colors here. And on top of that, we've got kind of this line forming out ahead of that green there. That is our rotation. This is, once again, this is Jason's shot. This is just what I was mentioning. So this is that rear flank downdraft, those heavy winds as this storm kind of starts to just push some of those out. Jason's home was impacted by rear flank downdraft winds over the weekend. And so this is what he's driving through right now. You can see the semi in front of him has their flashers on, a whole lot of rain, low visibility in this area. And that creates another problem too, because when you are dealing with rotation, with the amount of quarter in diameter. Severe size, severe level, that is quarter size. So we are just above that. And on top of that, talking at least 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds. But again, 2 areas of rotation that we are now talking, 2 separate tornado warnings now in our area. This is going to be for Jack County. And then we have that other warned area that is moving through Montague County, but does clip a portion of Wise County. And you'll see that moving through Sunset right there. We just saw Jason driving through this area of some very strong gusty winds. I've still got him out of the corner of my eye. Looks like the trees are just kind of blowing pretty hard in this spot, and then some heavy rains as well. I am a little bit more concerned about a wind threat with that one, at least at this point. But this one over here moving through Jack County, where we do have that rotation evident right here, those greens toward the radar and that red moving away. This is in effect for this one here that you've got highlighted, Cook, Montague, and Wise counties. This one here is just for Jack County. That's traveling along Highway 148 and just crossing 148 where you see that rotation there. This is going to track into the east sides of Jack County. It's moving southeastward through the county. Also under the influence of a severe thunderstorm warning. Hail of 1.25 inches in diameter, and this extends until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Time right now is 3:18. So this is that secondary area of rotation that we've got to watch as this continues to move southeastward through Jack County. Tracking southeast slowly, 15 to 20 miles per hour. This arrives in Cundiff about 4:03. So again, this tornado warning goes until 4 o'clock. We'll see if it warrants an extension as we get beyond that point. But give or take a few minutes, if you do live in Cundiff, you are under this tornado warned polygon, which means it is time to round up your kids, your pets. Make sure you are headed to take shelter in that interior-most room of your home, the lowest level, the room with no exterior walls and no windows, and just stay there through the duration of this warning. We've seen the damage that these can do. We dealt with this over the weekend with the tornado that touched down in Runaway Bay and also in Springtown. Some serious damage through these areas, so it is certainly something to take seriously. A time frame to make sure you are staying weather aware. Lindsay Ranch Road, this rotation is headed right out over you. Crooked Creek Road, we've also got this tracking your way. Old Post Oak Road, this is close to Martin Road. FM 2190, and it is crossing Highway 148 there. So if you know folks who are out traveling, headed home from work, again, just a reminder, we've got that threat for large hail this evening. On top of that, we do also have the threat for damaging wind gusts and the tornado threat that we've been mentioning the last couple of days. Not quite as high of a threat as our tornado threat, but the tornado threat is clearly still there. And there's where we've got that rotation that is moving through Montague County and into a portion of Wise County. We do have some very strong winds with this, and also that very heavy rain that is falling with these storms. Just look at this. This is really just a line that's starting to fill in several areas of inflow that you see on reflectivity in those 2 tornado warned boxes. A whole lot of lightning that stretches from Jack County and up into Montague County. This line is moving to the south, so this will have impacts on the metroplex as we get a little bit later this evening. What we also have to keep in mind as the sun starts to set in the next couple of hours will be the influence of that low-level jet that we so often talk about during storm season. But as we do zoom out a bit here, you'll notice that line is really starting to fill in. I'm going to step back off here, Jeff. I'll go ahead and pull up links 1 so that we can drive from there as well. Is that what you've got pulled up over there?
Yeah, we're all good to go.
Okay, cool. Looks like we've got our other radar back up here, and that's again where you'll see those 2 warned box. There's that inflow right there through Jack County, again tracking to the southeast. So this butts right up to Runaway Bay. If you do live in Runaway Bay, you are not currently under a tornado warning, but that warning is just off to your west. This is a time to make sure you're making those preparations. You are under the tornado watch. Maybe it's time to head to a sturdy structure, a community center, someplace like that, just in case. It's better to be safe than sorry. And spots in Runaway Bay, while you are not currently under a tornado warning, that tornado warning is just a couple of miles from you. So we'll watch closely to see how well this area of rotation holds together as it continues that southeastward motion through Jack County. There's the rotation right there. This includes Jamison Road. Jeff, can we zoom down a little bit closer to some of those? Close to Marvetta there, and you can see where we've got, again, Jamison Road that's down to the south there, Crooked Creek Road. We've also got Old Post Road, State Highway 148, Lindsay Ranch Road, Campsie Road is right here too. So this is right at the cross section of Campsie Road and Old Post Road, also close to Jamison Road. and then the state highway through there. So this is tracking right close to Marvetta and Cundiff over the next several minutes here. Jeff, what's the current motion of this? How quickly is it moving?
Per hour.
Moving at 35 miles per hour, so it's sped up just a little bit as that line does start to fill in and move southward. 3:30 for Marvetta, that's your arrival timing. Time right now is 3:23. You have 7 minutes to head to your safe spot and just stay there through the duration of this warning. We'll let you know when you've been given that all clear, when that rotation does pass, but for now you'll want to make sure you're in your safe spot. Cundiff, you're looking at 3:36 this afternoon, and that continues to track farther to the southeast. Chico, about 3:54. If this tracks more southeast, like Bridgeport, you'd be looking at a similar time there. And again, these are areas that we're dealing with that very strong storm that we dealt with over the weekend. Jeff, what do you got?
Well, I'm thinking the cell is moving a little bit more east than down to the southeast now, at that rotation really taking over the cell itself. So that's a sign that this tornado is probably strengthening.
And an unfortunate sign as this moves through Jack County toward those same spots that were hit over the weekend. On Saturday, we know the damage they did. There's that rotation detector that you can see there where you have those greens and those reds. Look how close they're getting together. They are back to back. Those greens are coming toward our Fort Worth radar site, and those reds are those winds that are pushing away. There's right where that rotation is. This is off to the west of Cundiff. This is north of Jacksboro, and this is tracking toward Wizard Wells, toward Marvetta, toward Cundiff, and closer to Wise County. It ends, the tornado warning ends on the Jack and Wise County lines. Those are spots. If you live in Wise County, we know we have the warning for the northern tier of Wise County, but we do have this warning to watch. And just as Jeff was mentioning there, we are seeing signs of strengthening with this rotation. You can see it clearly on our storm relative velocity. The strong winds, we have the hail, and we do have the rotation with that particular area of this line of storms that is now starting to form as it heads our way. So again, this tracks toward Cundiff, this tracks toward Wizard Wells. If you are under this tornado warning, or if you are just on the edge, the far western sides of Wise County, I want you to take those precautions right now. Head to that sturdy spot, that sturdy structure. Head to an interior room with no exterior walls or windows. And check this out, just what Jeff is circling here. This is east of German. We have another area of rotation that's trying to form currently as this line fills in and moves into North Texas. Another area to keep a very close eye on through Jack County as this line is filling in across the region. Our northwestern counties currently feeling those impacts. We have some strong winds here. It looks like that rotation there is maybe starting to broaden out a bit, Jeff.
Yeah, it looks like we don't, at least for right now, McKenna, we're not going to have to worry about that tornado warning out there for this moment, but it is interesting to see that we continue to see along this line these circulations starting up, these tornadoes trying to form along the southwest flanks of this advancing line. That is not unusual to see. It's just this one has just been extremely thorough and efficient in getting the very next cell over, looking like a tornado threat.
And it looks like that that cell in particular up to the north that we were watching first, again, much more of a wind threat at this time. Looks like we've lost our storm chaser video, guys, if we can get that back here in a second when you get a chance. But that Monte rotation, once again, is starting to broaden out. So that tornado warning, Jeff, how long does that go till?
That was till 4 o'clock.
Okay, and then we have the tornado warned spot that shows signs of strengthening. This is back closer to Jacksboro and north of there. So
there is still a circulation, but it does not look as threatening.
Right. So,
the National Weather Service is also confirming what you guys are seeing, that the Monte storm is losing steam aloft and the rotation is weakening. Also, the hail on the ground is not as strong as it was.
Yeah. So, Nellie, what is that update? Give us an idea of what the hail size is at this point.
The hail size is about an inch.
Okay.
It was much larger, but you do notice the weakening in the cell.
Yeah.
But it's always good to hear the National Weather Service just confirm what we are seeing.
Totally.
Especially because of that cell was so strong at the beginning. But we also showed showed how that cell had all those divots, those inflow notches, where it just really wants to form these tornadoes. And that's why we have a tornado watch, because we do have that possibility.
Yeah, that tornado watch in effect till 9 o'clock. Why don't you take it away? We'll walk through things on radar, continue to track these cells as they do move farther to the southeast and as that line begins to fill in.
Exactly. You know, we can't get excited because the rotation with Montag is starting to loosen up, because this is going to be an afternoon and evening event. Unfortunately, it is all moving towards the southeast. And what we mean by that, all these little notches in this line that is forming, it's an inflow notch, and so it's going to try to do some spin-ups all along the line, and that's why we get one, we get rid of one, and then you start to see another one. But you also see here the pink color, those are the hail cores, and so we have hail on several of these storms. This one forming near Graham is starting to see a little bit of larger hail, even though it doesn't have on the south part of that a warning. But you notice here the inflow, and Jeff's helping me kind of show you where it's trying to do a little circulation in between these cells. But this is the Montag warning, the tornado warning. We mentioned that is weakening, and so we are really concentrating on the one that is in Jack County. It is moving towards the southeast around 25 miles per hour. And so Runaway Bay, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. That particular circulation is now moving right towards you. You see it right here. We have several areas of circulation, but this is the one that we're watching with this particular warning. It's moving towards the southeast. So if you are in Marietta, if you live in any of these rural areas, even if it's not one of the specific towns, it is moving towards the east-southeast, so you need to be indoors. Once again, I mentioned the fact that we interviewed someone on Saturday that he felt the storm coming, so he decided to open the door and something hit him, woke up in the hospital. And so that's why you need to be inside, you need to be away from the windows, you need to have several walls between you and whatever's happening on the outside. Just let it pass, and then you can come out and kind of check out what happened. But this is the box that we're watching for now, and I say for now because we're watching this whole line very closely. It has several points of rotation, but this is the movement towards the southeast, so it will move past Marietta and Cundiff. And so if you live in these areas or in between, if you know somebody that lives in a mobile home, that is not a safe place to be during these storms. They are so strong, they're so potent. So if you know somebody that lives in a mobile home, maybe they can find a friend that has a sturdier home. Maybe they can head somewhere before the storm gets here. Obviously, if you're in Marietta, don't leave, don't get out. But if you're ahead of this system, Wizard Wells, Runaway Bay, a lot of volunteers, as I mentioned, are in Runaway Bay because they're helping their neighbors try to get back to normal. And you know what? This tornado warning just got extended very close to Runaway Bay. So I know that this is a scary situation, especially scary for the people that were in the line of these storms. So this just got extended. And then here we have a little bit of a blinking, which means this is confirmed. That somebody saw it, but this is a longer loop, so that was a little bit earlier. But we did get, if we can go back to Runaway Bay, they're very close to the tornado warning now. So here's Runaway Bay. Yeah.
Looks like we have another updraft going over the storm in northwest Jacksboro.
Okay.
They are considering issuing another tornado warning. So just an update, kind of reports of the rotating wall cloud in that area.
So the moral of the story here, if you are ahead of this line that is forming, you need to get inside, cancel plans. If you were going to go to the gym, if you were going to go some kids' activities, let's not do it because we have several points of circulation. And even though we had a strong cap earlier, we are getting some lift from this frontal boundary, and the frontal boundary is moving south. And so we have enough energy for this not only to continue, but it could strengthen. And that's why we are all here to kind of keep you updated on what's happening. So this is the area that could possibly see an additional tornado warning. But for now, we're looking at the tornado warning that's so close to Runaway Bay. Imagine how our folks there are feeling right now. So if you're hearing emergency sirens, it could be due to a couple of things. First of all, the tornado warning. If you're hearing in places like Jacksboro, some straight line winds that could be very strong with these cells that have a lot of energy, a lot of lift. Let's take a look at the hail if we could, the current hail situation with this line of storms. So you notice here, when we have the light color, that is tennis ball size hail, ping pong to tennis ball size hail. Here is ping pong, quarter size. So yes, I mean, that could cause some damage, and you definitely don't want to be outside when this starts to move in. And we don't have it here, but we have a lot of lightning, a lot of energy, all of this moving towards the southeast. And you know what? We've had these cells now for about an hour or so, but they are building south. So this is going to get longer, and we're going to see that kind of stretch out and move towards the metroplex. And so that's why we are watching this whole thing. McKenna, imagine how the people at Runaway Bay right now, they're hearing some of the emergency sirens. It's not a time to panic, but it is a time to get to a sturdier building. People that live in mobile homes. A lot of people live in mobile homes.
And fortunately, there are some of those community shelters. And for those spots like Runaway Bay who were hit, you're not under a tornado warning currently. You have time to prepare. You know you're under that tornado watch. That yellowing you see, that is for much of North Texas, that is a tornado watch that is in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. On top of that tornado watch, we have a tornado warning that is currently in effect for a portion of Jack and Wise counties, also still a portion of Montague County, it looks like. But that main area of circulation that we're watching is this one here in Jack County, which has shown some signs of strengthening, and that rotation starting to tighten. So what we talk about is if you're spinning with your arms out, you don't spin quite as quickly as when you bring those arms back in. That's what we're watching with this cell. Does that rotation tighten up enough to help really strengthen that threat of that storm there? But also look at this. This is what the National Weather Service is pointing out, with maybe another area of rotation trying to develop. This is just off to the west of Jboro. This is another spot that we have to keep a very close eye on as that continues its motion to the southeast. That is not currently under a tornado warning. It is in the severe thunderstorm warned polygon, and you can see some strong winds there. This is just off to the northwest of Jboro, right along Main Street, Lawrence Road. It also looks like we've got, these are pretty small over here. I'm going to step off to the side and read some of these off for you. We have Rogers Road there. Senate is just off to the south of this. Marietta, we also have this west of you. Lawrence Road, again, that's right where the rotation is. Rummage Road, Lester Road, AC Lane, State Highway 114, Berwick Road, State Highway 199, and then eventually downstream we have Causeway Road, Red Road, State Highway 59, and Marietta, you are right close to that original area of rotation. It does look like the National Weather Service is going to go ahead and wrap up that first tornado warning we were talking that is farther to the northeast. This is going to be for Montague County and also a portion of Wise County. Wise County, you're not quite in the clear yet, though, because this warning here that is moving through Jack County, that butts right up to the county line. That ends at the county line in Jack. But if that rotation can continue to tighten, that would move into Wise County. And unfortunately, that would threaten some of those same spots that dealt with these severe weather threats over the weekend. So this would be for spots like Runaway Bay and eventually closer to Bridgeport. We're keeping an eye on all of that. This rotation is right off to the west of Cundiff and traveling off to the southeast. This rotation that Jeff is pointing out here, that is about moving at about 35 miles per hour. Marvetta, time of arrival for you would be 3:45. Wizard Wells, you're looking at 3:56. Time right now is 3:36. So that would be about 20 minutes from you. Okay, so there is that new tornado warning that we were just mentioning. This heads into Jboro. Jboro, you are under a tornado warning. This is in effect for you until 4:15 this evening. This moves through a similar area of that other tornado warned spot that's closer to Marvetta. These are two areas of rotation. This one has shown significant signs of strengthening the last few minutes. Jeff, what do you got?
And it's now moving more southeast, this one. Instead of the one previous, this one to the south of it formed on the flank. Now it's moving southeast. This is a threat for the town of Jboro.
Okay, so Jboro in the immediate line of fire there, that is 3:41 before that arrives on your doorstep. Once again, time right now is 3:36. This is headed into Jboro immediately. You need to take shelter, get to the lowest level of your home, the interior most room with no exterior walls and no windows. Make sure you are in that safe spot right now, grab your kids, grab your pets, and head to your safe spot if you live in Jacksboro. This continues to head to the southeast and will impact spots like Wizard Wells as we go through the rest of Jack County. This is packing strong winds, large hail, and there is that rotation. This is moving into Jacksboro right now. Jeff, let's zoom into some of those streets there. There's Main Street. This is crossing Main Street in Jacksboro. This is moving out over Lawrence Road. We've got FM 3344. We have Red Road. We have State Highway 59. We have State Highway 199, FM 4, Berwick Road, and this is all traveling southeast, eventually State Highway 114, Sims Road. You'll start to pick up on some of that, and Causeway Road as well. Again, if you live in Jacksboro, you need to be in your safe spot immediately as this travels through your area. This rotation is moving over the city of Jacksboro. You can see that inflow in the reflectivity scan here, a large hail core where you see some of those darkest spots, and there's the hook on the edge of this rotation here. This is a line that is starting to fill in as a cold front moves into North Texas. There's our inflow, and this is some of that rotation that we're picking up, moving immediately into Jacksboro, right across Main Street right now. So make sure you are taking shelter. Main Street, FM 3344, State Highway 199. If you know people who are driving through this area, give them a call. Let them know they want to get out of the area, get off the roads. We have a lot of lightning with this. This poses a threat in the absence of rotation, but we do have that rotation that is moving through Jacksboro right as we speak. State Highway 199, right in that immediate threat. Main Street as well. You see this red here. This is where we've got some stronger rotation. When we see that green, that's when we're starting to see signs of rotation, but it's more likely in some of those higher and upper levels. Once you get into some of those deeper reds and even into the yellows, that's when there's a good sign you do have significant rotation with a storm. And we've seen this developing updraft moving into Jacksboro the last several minutes. This green, those are those colors that are moving toward the radar. These reds are moving away from it, and that is threatening Jacksboro right now, traveling to the southeast. Runaway Bay, Balzora, and Boonsville in Wise County, I want you to have the heads up right now. You are not under a tornado warning currently, but you are in that line of threat. If this tornado warning can hold itself together, that threat would extend into Wise County, and that would bring impacts to you. These are areas that are still cleaning up what is left from Saturday. We know the extent of the damage. We've seen it in Runaway Bay. I was there yesterday. Nellie was there yesterday as well. We know how much damage that EF2 caused on Saturday. This is another day where you've got to make sure you're taking shelter. If you're one of those folks who is unfortunately left without a home, make sure you are headed to one of those community sites, any place, a sturdy structure. Head to those interior-most rooms and just stay there through the duration of this warning. This is an immediate threat for Jacksboro. Causeway Road, this is headed your way. This is crossing Main Street and State Highway 199 right now. This will move toward Causeway Road next, and then some of these side streets as well. State Highway 114, you are going to be right in that area as well. FM 3324 there, and then eventually toward Wizard Wells, Vineyard, and into the eastern sides of Jack County. How's that area of rotation doing north of there, Jeff? Is that maintaining its strength?
You know, the the velocity product is showing a really sharp gate to gate that's very broad. So this could be a multi-vortex system where we're probably maybe seeing a couple of rotations inside this cell. You notice that we do see a clear inflow. That's where the large hail is now to the north. And then the circulation looks to be right over Jacksboro. And what I'm saying is there might be a couple over the top of Jacksboro right now.
And I just wanted to mention, you know, it is 3:41 and kids are getting out of school right now. I know Jacksboro High School is just to the south of the center. And so if you are thinking, let me go pick up my child from the high school or from any outdoor activities, just wait a little bit. The storm is moving slowly, but it will move through in the next 30 minutes from downtown Jacksboro, and then it will be much safer for you to go pick up your kids or for you to step outside. It is starting to be also rush hour time here pretty soon in the metroplex, and we're expecting these storms to move into Denton County in the next hour. So if you need to get something done in Denton County, this is the time to do it. But if you live in Jboro, you need to be sheltering. If you are thinking about going to pick up your child from an outdoor a school activity or anything like that, just wait a little bit. Wait for the storm to go through McKenna, and then you can step outside.
Just as Nellie's mentioning, we've got our storm chasers out and about. Jason is driving through this area. He was just behind a school bus just a couple of moments ago. So again, we're going to have kids outside of bus stops. They need to be in the shelter spot. Get them off of the buses, take them inside, stay inside your home as this line starts to fill in out across the region, and make sure you are taking shelter. Make sure you're remaining weather aware, that you have multiple ways to receive weather alerts as we get through this evening, because this is the beginning of this cold front moving into North Texas. This will bring impacts for large hail for the next several hours, also for strong damaging wind gusts and for that tornado threat, which we are seeing unfold right here. We have this inflow that is moving over Jboro, that updraft that we've been watching closely. That is tracking to the southeast, moving through Jboro currently. Wizard Wells, Joplin, Gibtown, you are all under that tornado warned polygon. And then just off to the east of that polygon, Runaway Bay is under a severe thunderstorm warning. But what we'll have to watch as we do get through the next several hours, we have several areas of inflow to watch. When you have these strong thunderstorms, you do often have rotation in those upper levels at the very least. The concern is of that rotation extending closer to the surface. We have a couple of other areas of inflow that we'll have to watch as we do see this line continue to fill in out across the region. Once again, we've got Nellie here as well. And Nellie, sounds like you've got an update for us on some of this.
Yes. Alex, let's head this way. They're trimming the northern part of that tornado warning. So northern Jack County is no longer. And part of that, obviously, because you saw that the circulation is in Jboro. So they are trimming that. If you live north of Jboro, you can breathe a little bit and you can come out of your safe space. But if you are in central and southern Jack, they're going to continue that.
Okay, go ahead and walk us through that new warned area.
Okay. Let me show you, first of all, if you are in Jboro or south of Jboro, still, we are in our safe space. I know that we have numerous reports of the emergency sirens going off, and that's because of a very important tornado warning. So we're going to take a look at a couple of areas of circulation. Unfortunately, this line is starting to stretch out even more, and we have numerous areas of circulation. We have one here just south or southeast of Marietta and Cundiff. You can see it very clearly right here. Thank you so much for circling that. And then we have the other one that is just southeast now of Jboro. So, but if you're in Jboro, still stay inside. It's not the time to come out just yet. Now, as I mentioned, they did cut off part of this warning, but it is down to the south, includes Wizard Wells and Joplin, and it cuts off right before Runaway Bay. Now, we've been talking about Runaway Bay because we know what happened on Saturday. They could extend it if it starts to pulse once again, but the circulation is still evident in this area. You can see it right there. If you live north of Jboro, you're okay. You can come out of your safe spot if you are in places like German or over towards the east. But here we have the circulation. If we can zoom in very quickly, please, Jeff. I just want to see if it's past the downtown area, and that's where the high school is. So it's just southeast. It is moving very slowly. So it's in the Causeway Road over into State Highway 199, and the rotation's still fairly clear. It is not broadened out as much as we would like it, but it is going to move towards the southeast. And so who needs to be in your safe space? Well, anybody that lives in this area. And it shows Wizard Wells, Vineyard, and Joplin, but something I've learned is that sometimes this doesn't pick up on all of this mobile homes that live in that area. So there's a lot of rural zones where you have mobile homes. So please, if you are in this area and you are able ahead of it to get to a sturdier building, you need to do so. We saw what happened in Parker County and also in parts of Wise County just last Saturday. So if you are in something that is not sturdy, that you don't feel safe, and you have enough time, obviously, obviously, if you're very close to Jboro, this is not the time to do it. But if you're in Joplin or Big Town and you can move to a sturdier building, one of your neighbors maybe. And now we do see that the circulation has passed, and it looks like it's weakened a little bit, Jeff, the circulation in the last couple of scans.
Yeah, it has broadened, but we continue to see this vorticity replacement going on, especially as we look to the west, that the updraft seems to get incorporated in anything that rises to the southwest of it. So we'll continue to watch, I think, back building to our south and to our west along this line. But Nellie, it seems in the big picture, these spin-ups are having a lot of trouble getting a clean breath in from the southeast. I think it's just because if we look at reflectivity, we're seeing a lot of rain along the whole line. So it's really, they're really having trouble in their inflow to kind of get a clear shot to the backside of the storm and start to spin something up that it would be maybe a long track tornado. So I think that's why we continue to see these very short-lived and dangerous possible tornadoes in rotations, but they keep kind of feeding off each other and stealing from each other. But there's that one over by Runaway Bay. It's going to go right over the lake, and you can see, you're right, this one right here has broadened here. I would say just in this moment, it could easily start spinning up again, probably just in this region where you see that line break. We'll wait and see it. That translation of these vortexes continues. It's been going on for the last 40 minutes, and it's just a very disorganized storm because it's almost like it wants to act like a line, and inside that line are these individual storms trying to spin up.
We were actually taking a look. If we zoom out a lot and include parts of Oklahoma in the radar, at one point we had 5 tornado warnings all along the line. And what's happening here is, first, they're trying to battle it out for the energy, for the rotation. What Jeff mentioned is when we see one get ahead or one come out of the south, that's when you see the large tornadoes, right? Because they have all of the energy for themselves. These are battling out. I think we just got a new tornado warning, but you can see here in Oklahoma, several of these cells have a tornado warning, and this is the latest one. So this is just showing the scan, but you see all of these have some type of rotation. And then we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning around 30 minutes ago in the Graham area because it's a new cell. But this particular cell will likely do what the other ones are doing. It's starting to build up, get bigger hail, and get some rotation. So when we see like these little notches, that's where you start to see the spin up happen, and then they battle it out for the energy, and some are actually able to produce a tornado and others are not. So what we want to see is the whole thing weakened, but unfortunately we know that we have enough instability, humidity, heat to get this going towards the metroplex. So if you're wondering when will it arrive in Tarrant and Denton, if they continue their track, they would be in Denton in about 45 minutes to an hour, Jeff. I don't know if you agree with that. And then Tarrant, it will be a little bit longer, but that means that they would have to keep the same kind of pace. They are moving to the southeast.
Yeah, moving the whole line itself, Nellie, is and you know, this so often happens, is that we have a line that's moving slightly more south than the individual cells, and that whole line is moving at about 30-35 miles an hour to the southeast towards the metroplex.
Okay, so you can see here it says Joplin around 4 o'clock and Decatur 2, and then eventually it would reach the metroplex. We have it coming in anywhere between 5 and 7 into Tarrant and possibly Dallas. But you notice here that there are some breaks, and then we get another supercell, and then a break, and then another supercell. But several of these cells still have quite a bit of hail. You notice the pink area here, and when you see the lighter the pink, the bigger the hail, the bigger the updraft, the bigger the strength. So we're going to go back into Jboro. Hopefully the broadening out has continued because we would like to see this this tornado warning be canceled if we could. It still shows some very broad rotation. If we put it in play there, it looks very broad. It doesn't look as evident as strong.
Do you see that other circulation now? The vortex trying to form again down to the southwest of the one that kind of loosened.
One here, one here.
Yeah, so I think that we're going to continue to see that for a while, Nellie, until any of these can kind of break free from the line enough where an inflow notch would be strong enough to kind of pierce the whole line and get one cell going. But it seems like it's this whole inflow into the storm is feeding more the whole line than it is any individual storms, though. But already look, you can see as we look to the southwest, we continue to see these cells start to immediately get rotation in them, and we can clearly see the inflow. So we'll have to now keep an eye on this. I'm sure we would see some broad circulation over here by Graham, and indeed we see some broad circulation, but nothing tightening up yet. It is trying, though. You can see already. So let's keep an eye on anything that forms down to the southwest or to the west of this whole line that has been producing a series of tornado warnings.
That's right. I'm going to pass it over to McKenna. McKenna, we are watching every single cell because one weakens and then the other one starts rotating. So what new information
So what I've got on the floor here, you'll notice that radar scan. Nellie was just pointing it out, Nellie and Jeff. What we have is you can see the cold front building and you can see that line forming that stretches into North Texas, but back up into portions of the Midwest as well. And that is going to continue to advance southeast through the region. So that has prompted several tornado warnings through the state of Oklahoma as well. And this line, as it continues to fill in, will move through the bulk of North Texas as we get through the day today. So an update on timing as this approaches northwest Tarrant County, we're talking about an hour from now. The northeastern portion of Tarrant County, we're talking about 2 hours from now. It takes a little bit longer to get into that side of the county. So there's your heads up. If you do live in Tarrant County, you've got about an hour to make those preparations. Get the kids home from school. Make sure you're holed up inside and just take this as a day to just kind of hang out indoors because we are tracking several areas of rotation within this line that is on top of the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have, where we have hail over a quarter sized. Some of that hail back closer to Wichita Falls, we were tracking it as much as tennis ball sized hail. That has fortunately come down just a bit. At this point, you'll see that hail tracker where it started. It has moved through a good portion of that northeastern half of Jack County, and that hail track will continue to move southeast. Hail is a big threat for us this evening. In fact, this is a night where we have a significant hail threat, meaning we could see hailstones upwards of baseball sized. That's what we saw in portions of North Texas on Saturday. You know the damage that hail that large can do to windows, to your roof. We've seen that damage. We saw it yesterday in portions of Runaway Bay and other portions of Wise County. Jeff, what else are you seeing?
Well, you know, on your point, the same reason we're having these cells are having trouble really one cell organizing, it also means that we don't have the duration that would get that baseball size hail, softball size hail. So again, what Ken is talking about, what we're really looking for is any of these storms on this line kind of dominating because we would immediately get to baseball size and softball size hail. I mean, they're producing large hail without really being organized as one single supercell. So this just is telling me, even though we don't have hail that size going on right now, for the same reason we don't have a long track tornado going on right now, this is proving to us over the last hour how volatile the atmosphere is.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jack and Wise counties. This is for hail 1.5 inches in diameter. Just to Jeff's point there, this is still severe hail, but of course you see major destruction when you're talking hail upwards of baseball size. This is 1.5 inches in diameter. We also have winds up to 60 miles per hour with this. So outside of the areas of rotation, we have very strong damaging wind gusts. We have very large hail, and then we have those inflow notches. Rotation is is starting to broaden out a bit. With this cell here in Jack County, the National Weather Service has made the decision to hang on to that tornado warning for now, because as we've seen in the last few scans, we've seen it tighten up, we've seen it broaden back out, and we'll continue to watch these pulses as this continues to track farther southeast. Nellie, what do you got?
So just checking with the National Weather Service, they are confirming exactly what you guys just said, that they are now watching the rotation near Graham more closely, and that the one in Jack County will likely be canceled fairly soon because of the weekend. And so now Graham is a problem and Jack is starting to look much better.
Yeah, we can see that
there.
Yeah, we can see that, McKenna. See how it's kind of having trouble now. To McKenna's point, that doesn't. They're not saying no chance. That's why they're keeping that warning up. You can still see some rotation there, but as we look to what's been developing now off towards the west and southwest of there, you can see that is trying to get organized.
Yeah, that'll head toward a portion of Young County. So this is moving just out of. This is moving out of Young County. Is that right, Jeff? That's where the back of that warning.
Yeah, it's moving away from Graham and towards into Barton's, Campbell, and Perrin here as it continues to move over the southern parts of Jack County.
Okay, so that'll track into a portion of, looks like Palo Pinto County and also into Jack County. You can see hail cores along that. Where you see those bright pinks and some of those darker colors embedded, that's where we likely have some of the largest hail with that area of the storm. Then you get back farther to the west and you can see little pockets of pink embedded. That's our hail size, $half sized hail. That's exactly what this storm has been warned for. That is hail 1.5 inches in diameter. On the outer sides of that core, that's where you're getting into some of that hail that's walnut sized, that's marble sized. And so that's something we'll track with that warning there. This one, that tornado warned area, we do still have some large hail with this, so it is still a threat. Of course, we've talked about that rotation starting to weaken. I do know we're coming up on our 4 o'clock show, Nellie. I've got producers in the booth there. Jacksboro, you're dealing with that large hail. Runaway Bay, again, that hail is headed your way. That is moving right over the bay. This hail tracker runs on a little bit of a delay here, so that is likely moving over the bay, moving over those areas who are dealing with those cleanup efforts. We're going to add heavy rain on top of all of this. And then, of course, that large hail threat that is headed over Wizard Wells and moving over Runaway Bay, starting to pick up some of that hail as well. Christina, what did you say? Okay, so we're going to continue to track this weather coverage as this moves into the rest of Wise County now. Wise County, you're picking up the heavy rain. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes all about the northwestern, now all of Wise County. That does include Decatur and Boyd and Runaway Bay, back up to Chico. Chico's dealing with some of that large hail. It's moving into Runaway Bay. And just look how this line is filling in from back toward Graham, south of Newcastle. This moves up through Bryson, Jacksboro, Runaway Bay, Chico, Decatur, up into Valley View, and farther up along the Red River. This line then extends into Oklahoma and clear up into the Midwest. We have tornado warnings through the state of Oklahoma. This cold front is prompting all of this severe weather activity because on top of that, we have a very moist atmosphere. We have the high dew points. We also have the very warm temperatures. That creates the instability and the energy that these storms need to keep going, to really get that fuel to get going and then sustain some of that energy. We've seen the rotation develop in this line, several areas of inflow inside. And then what we also have to watch as we get through the next few hours, the sun sets just after 8 o'clock this evening. It's about 8:06 tonight. Once that sun sets, those following 2 hours or so, we start to watch for the influence of the low-level jet. That can help create those areas of inflow in this line as it continues to track farther to the southeast. That would be another time frame we'll have to watch very closely for embedded areas of rotation. That low-level jet is that ribbon of air that really amplifies that nocturnal low-level jet because of our location geographically in relation to the Gulf. That ribbon of air would help create those areas of inflow and would potentially amplify those spots of rotation. Runaway Bay, that rotation is moving close to you, but it looks like it has broadened out for the most part. You are not under a tornado warning. This is still a very strong storm. It has strong winds, and on top of that, it has the large hail. Jeff has circled those three areas of broad rotation that we will have to keep a very close eye on as this continues to move down to the southeast. Rickles, you've got the hail there. Runaway Bay, you have the hail there. Nellie, if you could go ahead and just mute your mic there. Wizard Wells, we have the hail there, and then back toward Barton's Chapel, we have hail, large hail core there as well. And we've got hail upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter at this point, so that's about half-dollar sized. Those three areas of rotation that are moving through portion of Jack County and moving into Wise County as well. So this is just to the north of Runaway Bay and Lake Bridgeport, where we have that one area to watch. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in effect. Jeff's playing that back over the last 30 minutes to an hour. And back then, that's when we had a couple of tornado warnings for 2 separate areas of rotation. That rotation is now in those upper levels. And now what we're left with is those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings currently, threats for strong damaging wind gusts, threats for large hail that are moving into North Texas. So if you are just joining us, our current setup this evening, we do have a cold front that is moving into North Texas, and that cold front is helping to initiate some of this stronger thunderstorm activity. We also have the heat, we have the humidity, and that is creating the instability that we need to get these thunderstorms to keep going, to sustain some of that energy. We're really keeping a close eye on those spots that were hit hard by the storm activity that we were dealing with on Saturday. Runaway Bay is one of those spots in the immediate threat line right now with these severe thunderstorm warnings that are moving through. It is this line of storms that is building in North Texas as the cold front moves in. That is our lifting mechanism that really just forces that warm, moist air upward, and it just becomes explosive. When you're dealing with a highly unstable atmosphere, you get hail upwards of half-dollar sized, which is of course smaller than what we were dealing with Saturday, but that is our concern, that we could see hail that large once again this evening. So you get on the outer sides of that hail core. That's where we've got some of that walnut-sized, penny-sized hail. This heads toward Barton's Chapel about 4:15. Time right now is 4:03. Perrin, you're looking at 4:34 as it continues to move east-southeastward. Orrin, 4:31 there. Grayford, you're looking at 4:26. And then for Pedenville, you're headed just after that, about 4:30, about when that arrives on your doorstep. Couple of areas of that embedded rotation, again, more broad at this point, back close to Runaway Bay, where we do have some of that just north of the bay. Please make sure you are remaining weather aware there. It has broadened out a bit, but look at this. We've got a couple of areas of inflow. This one is in that severe thunderstorm warning that is tracking toward Grayford into Palo Pinto County. You have to make sure that you are keeping a close eye on this as this tracks farther southeast. We have seen several spots of rotation. Jeff is pointing to that right there. You can see that rotating updraft. If this were 3D, that's how it would look. And you can see right where that inflow is. So that's another spot we'll keep a close eye on velocity. These are heavy rains too on top of saturated soil. We picked up several inches of rain across a lot of North Texas over the weekend. Back Saturday evening, that was a heavy rain evening for much of the west sides of North Texas. Tarrant County picked up on a lot of that. Of course, Wise, Jack counties, and then you get farther up to the north. That storm started back through Wichita Falls. This setup this evening is slightly different, and that is because we have a cold front. So we'll see that more line activity, that line of storms that has an impact on a much wider portion of the region. A large portion of North Texas will see this heavy rain this evening. And we do have that large hail threat as we get through the rest of this evening. That hail threat is one of our biggest concerns. Jeff, what do you got for us?
You know, as we're watching this inflow notch on the storm that's just near Grayford to the north, and this is north, just in the southwest corner of Jack County, I'll stop the movement here and zoom in a little bit closer, because we have been talking for the last bit here about any cell trying to break loose. And what I mean for that is that if the right rear flank downdraft starts to punch through the line, if it could possibly get past here, about to right here with the inflow going, we would get a powerful, or at least a tornado right here. And we're starting to see this one. This one is a little different, McKenna. If you look to the north, and you can see if we look and like draw it as a V, do you see what it's doing? It's trying. That area right there is trying to punch through the backside of this whole line of storms and get this thing going. This has been the best shot yet of a cell trying to break loose on this line.
And that would be a big concern, as Jeff is talking about. That would be a setup similar to what we saw over the weekend. That one rogue cell that really starts to feed off of itself, feeds off of the moisture that we have in the atmosphere, all of the instability. If you've stepped out at any point today, you've felt that soupy air out across North Texas. That is part of the problem. We have the instability we have for days, and we've been dealing with severe weather threats for several days. We had a couple of storms to keep an eye on east of 35 yesterday. At this point, this is a more widespread impact because of that cold front that creates that widespread long line of storms that moves through the region. We have hail that has moved from Young County and is now moving into the southwest sides of Jack County, but we have another hail core on the northeast sides of Jack County. This will head into spots like Orrin, Grayford, Pedenville, and then a little bit closer, that is arriving right now in Barton's Chapel as that pushes closer to the metroplex. This whole line arriving in about northwestern Tarrant County sometime over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. Northeastern Tarrant County, you'd be looking closer to the next hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. And look at that. Jeff, can we pull that up on velocity? Are we starting to see anything right here?
It's trying, McKenna. It's trying. Do you see it?
Right there.
And look what's already happening. Another vorticity behind it. So this chaotic pattern in these cells continues. They're just stealing from each other. But this one has another, we've had several of these today where we get a nice gate to gate in the right place. And we'll see, because we're already seeing this try to spin up off to its southwest and rob energy. Again, we'll keep an eye on it, how far into the backside of this storm, this right rear flank, if it can punch through right here, we'll see. But it looks like this is going to rob it. This will, honestly, this would be great if this trend continues all night long, right? That along this line, we can't get any one cell get organized and produce a destructive tornado. But that, as you can see, everyone in Grayford just heads up. This thing is trying. The rotation is going to move right over you, it appears. There's some large hail starting to form, which tells me the updraft is maturing. It's still pushing up high. A lot of this liquid that will produce the large hail that we have been fearing, but we continue to see these inflow notches not quite get there as far as a tornado threat.
We have Jason McLaughlin, our storm chaser, in Runaway Bay right now. If we can go ahead and pull up his shot. It is a little bit fuzzy. Service is still going to be a little bit spotty in this area. This is one of those areas that was hit hard by storms over the weekend. But in Jason's shot, what you will see is some of that thick cloud coverage, that wall cloud up above. If we can go ahead and take Jason's shot when you guys get a second here. We do have some of that upper level rotation that is moving through the area. So you can see heavy rains that Jason is driving through. Here we go. Runaway Bay, this is where Jason lives. He knows this area well. And he is out ahead of this rotation that we've been tracking over and over in the upper levels of this storm. A little bit spotty out there. We're on some of those back roads, but that heavy rain, that lowered visibility. And this is a wind threat too, right through Runaway Bay. You can see a significant wind threat that is having an impact just as it moves east of the bay. So if you live in that area, that is tracking right out over you. Of course, putting a bit of a damper on some of those cleanup efforts that are ongoing through Runaway Bay. This is our rotation detector that you see here now. And where you see those reds, that's where we've got some rotation that is developing and trying to form a little bit closer to the surface. Once you see some of that yellow pick up, that's when you have good signs that that rotation is starting to extend a little bit farther to the ground. And you can see that near Balzora, south of Runaway Bay, we do still have that wind threat. And you can see that wind threat because when you see these two, the greens and the reds really start to line up like this. You see that separation, just that very slight separation right there. That's where you've got a good sign that you've got some very strong winds extending from Rickles down through Willow Point. We have some of those brighter colors, so we're picking up winds likely upwards of 50 miles per hour. Again, this is in that severe thunderstorm warned area. That severe warning extends when we have winds of upwards of 60 miles per hour with hail quarter-sized or larger. We have a couple of areas of very strong winds back farther to the west, back through a portion of Jack County, which includes Bryson and Barton's Chapel. That cell that we're watching out there, that portion of the line that we are watching out there, where we do have some strong winds in that area too. This heads toward Grayford and Salesville eventually, and this spot, this pocket right here close to Barton's Chapel, just off to the southwest, that inflow there, that heads right into Grayford. That is going to be a spot of concern and a spot to keep a close eye on as we get through the next several radar scans. You see that big hail core that is falling right through Barton's Chapel, and then that inflow that is just off to the northwest of Grayford. Barton's Chapel, lots of hail falling right there, and that is upwards of half dollar size. So we're talking 1.5 inches in diameter. Definitely enough to do some damage. Another shot I want to give you, I want to pull up meteorologist Damian Lotus. He is stationed in Denton County in Sanger. He is looking out off to the west as this line starts to come in. So he stationed himself, he and his photographer, Mike Kinney, they are driving and just kind of sticking themselves in this spot right close to Sanger as this storm line starts to move into North Texas. So we'll try and get his shot pulled up here in the next couple of seconds. But that will be right through a portion of Denton County, again, as this line starts to move in to the region. Maybe we can't take his shot. We do have some very strong winds near Balzora, though, again, and right near Runaway Bay. So make sure if you are in those areas, you are taking shelter, you are inside. There you'll see, this is Jason's shot as he
My service should get better once I get on
through Runaway Bay. Jason, can you hear us out there?
Hey, McKenna, yes, very heavy rain. I'm just ahead of the main core of this system. I've been getting a few pretty decent gusts of wind out of the north, maybe 35 to 45 miles per hour. Humid air mass is what's providing just a ton of rain. So, I mean, roadways are quickly becoming covered with water. It's becoming difficult to drive immediately with these storms. So far I have not seen, I've tried to stay out ahead of the hail cores, but I have not seen really anything in my immediate area hail-wise other than maybe small marble size. But I'm trying to stay out ahead of this storm, and I'll be heading south shortly down towards the 199 area and towards Springtown, which was also affected substantially by those storms on Saturday night.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Stay safe out there. You can see that heavy rain. Jason mentioned some of those gusty winds that he's been driving through. That's what we've been picking up on radar, those velocity scans as well, is those strong gusty straight line winds. Jason is near Balzora, just south of Runaway Bay, and he is going to head down into Springtown. So this will be down into Parker County. Once again, another one of those areas that was impacted by tornadoes on Saturday evening. This is all as this line starts to fill in. This is a line that is going to have an impact on a good portion of North Texas, bringing that heavy rain threat, that threat for large hail. And on top of that, we do have the tornado threat. We've already seen it in the last couple of hours here. I want to bring things over to meteorologist Nelly Carreño, and you'll also notice below me, we have that tornado watch that is in effect. We've been talking about this tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. You can see on the radar below us that line of storms that is starting to form stretches up into the Midwest. This is going to pack a punch for a good portion of the southern plains and a portion of the Mississippi River Valley.
Exactly. And we have some good news and bad news. The bad news is that that line keeps extending. We were hoping it would cut off, and so maybe as it moved through the metroplex, it wouldn't clip Tarrant County or it would miss some areas, but it is very long and it continues to build. The good news is some of the cells up at the north seem to be spreading just a little bit, so the threat there for a tornado is lowering a little bit. But Graham, some other areas, we're still obviously watching it pulse. But you can see the yellow color, that's depicting that tornado watch that we do have in place, as McKenna mentioned, until 9 o'clock. We still have quite a bit of rotation in the leading edge of that line. So taking a look at what's happening right now, the most important thing, if you're just tuning in, we at the moment don't have any tornado warnings.
I think this is just outflow.
This is the outflow, yes. Yeah. This is the outflow. So along outflows, we will see additional cells that will be produced because of that. And what is the outflow? It's just basically the storm's breathing. It's cool air that kind of pushes out, and it's strong winds as well. But you notice here, for example, Bridgeport, we want to see that kind of spread out a little bit, and that's good news because that inflow where we get the little spin-ups that become larger, it's not as evident in this part of the line. In the southern part of the line, though, we still have numerous areas that this is what I'm talking about. This hook is very obvious, and you see here. So what happens is this storm pulls in the air and it makes it rotate, and that's what you see kind of lowering, and you start to see some rotation in some of those clouds. So we did get a report from the National Weather Service, somebody calling in that they do see some low-level rotation with the cell that is moving in Jack County, this particular cell, obviously, but that there's no evidence of anything on the ground at the moment, and that's why we don't have a tornado warning. But the reason that we're still tracking all of this because there is evident rotation, and what's been happening during the afternoon is that we get a spin up very quickly, and then it kind of loosens up after a few miles. But you can see here that we do have some broad rotation with this particular cell. Again, very important. If you're at home at the moment, we don't have a tornado warning. But the reason we are on and we're giving you all of this information is because this very dangerous line of storms, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings, is moving right towards the metroplex. And what else is going to happen? Traffic. We are at 4 o'clock. People are starting to leave work. 5, 6 o'clock, that is peak. And some of these winds, even though they're not rotating, these particular winds, they're 50 miles per hour, as you can see there. Once you start to see the colors really brighten up, the green color means that the air is moving towards the radar. So we have winds that are coming in from the north to the south, 54 miles per hour. That's 60 miles per hour. So even though at the moment in this area, Boonville and Balsora, Willow North, that it's not rotating, we have very strong straight line winds that are moving in towards the southeast, and this is just one of the cells, one of several cells. I think I counted about 6 supercells, and what makes it a supercell by definition has some rotation inside of it. Not necessarily that it's going to produce a tornado, but it has that lifting mechanism that makes the hail go up and down and get bigger as it goes up and down. So this is moving towards the southeast. You notice here, this is the box depicting the area that is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you live in Runaway Bay, you are in the thick of it, of the strong winds just kind of move past you, and they're moving. Those almost 60-mile-per-hour winds are moving into Boonsville. They're going to move into the Draco area, and if you live all along between Boonsville and Draco and Balsoria, that wall of winds is coming towards you, along with torrential downpours that could be blinding if you're trying to drive around, especially as things darken up when that storm moves in. It really starts to lose some of that sight. So please be very careful if you live in any of these areas. This is southeast and eastern areas of Jack County. We are looking at Wise County and also now moving into parts of Palo Pinto and Parker counties, eventually also moving into Denton County. So once again, this line of storms has a history of rotation, a history of some straight line winds. As McKenna mentioned, some of the diameter of the hail has been coming down, which is good. We haven't seen in the last few scans tennis ball size hail or anything like that, but we've seen some large hail with these cells too, and they have also a history of pulsing, right? They become stronger, they weaken, and so it doesn't mean we're out of the woods when it comes to the hail in the Metroplex. And one thing I want to mention, if you are in Tarrant or Dallas, that do not park underneath an overpass. When this moves through, if you are worried about your car getting hit with hail, do not park underneath there because it can cause an accident. And you know what? It doesn't help you. When you have straight line winds, it actually can create a tunnel that's worse underneath the overpass. So if you have 60-mile-per-hour winds underneath an overpass, they could be 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds because it creates that tunnel. And if you have circulation, if you have a tornado, it can just suck you right out from underneath that overpass. So please don't do that. The best thing to do as that comes in, first of all, stay home. If you don't have to be out and about. If you are in Tarrant County or Parker County, you still have time to go pick up the kids. You still have time to get some things done right now. But this is moving towards the metroplex, and it has some rotation. So Jason is in this area. You notice the light greens? Those are the strongest winds, and that's where Jason is right now. I believe he is moving towards the north. So they just went through Runaway Bay, the strongest winds associated with this cell. And as I mentioned, I think the ones on the north are spreading out a little bit. Is that what you see too, Jeff?
Yeah, we're having less of a threat with the storms up to the north. We're getting impressive lightning, of course. The more lightning is where we're currently getting a very strong downdraft coming out of the storm. I'm guessing what's happened is that the cell that was over parts of Runaway Bay is starting to collapse and push out a lot of wind. Jason McLaughlin will be in it here shortly. This is, and those bright greens that you were pointing out earlier, it's only intensifying over here the last few frames, Nellie. So I expect this collapse just kind of started, and it's now, well, it started maybe 5 minutes ago, and it's now really starting to hit the ground. So heads up in Draco, Cottondale, this wind is really going to start roaring out of the north, probably in the 60, 65 mile per hour range as it hits the ground. And you're surrounded by a lot of lightning. If there was any hail left in it, and there probably was at least moderate size hail, that's also going to come down in this downdraft with this gust of wind, so you could get some 1 inch, 1.5 inch size hail as this thing continues to collapse. But this is some really strong winds. We can see a very clear signature
right
here, all the way from Boonesville, then wrapped around.
And it's a wide area of strong winds.
You know, it's just a big outflow coming out of that collapsing cell.
And, you know, we have Damien in Sanger, which is southeast of where those winds are, but they are kind of in the line of those winds. So let's go ahead and head out to Damien. What can you see? How are the conditions there, Damien?
Well, hey, Nellie, right now you can see here we are looking off to the west at that line of storms that's approaching the I-35 corridor. We are heading south on I-35 right now. We're going to go closer to Denton, and then we're going to head down into the metroplex here as we go forward. But one thing I do want to point out, this is going to be a very dangerous situation as these storms start to approach the metroplex. And one of the main reasons why is as we head into this afternoon, we are tracking everything from quarter-size hail to baseball-size hail. That's what we're going to be watching out for here in the metroplex. And one of the things that's going to be most dangerous about that setup is going to be this right here. We are heading into rush hour traffic here across the metroplex. Now, I-35 southbound, as you can imagine at this hour, we have peaks where we slow down, get stuck a little bit, and then we have some normal traffic patterns. But overall, as we head throughout the next hour to 2 hours, I should say, that's when conditions are really going to deteriorate here across the metroplex as this line of strong to severe to even damaging thunderstorms starts to approach the metroplex. So as of right now, we just have light rainfall, but once again, that may lull people into a false sense of security because we've been talking about the threat of severe weather all day. So if you're just now getting off of work or heading home or picking up the kids from school, you may be thinking to yourself, oh, it's just showers. That's nothing. That's okay. And we're not even seeing that much lightning there off to the west. But overall, do not let your guard down because as these storms are starting to move in, you are seeing the appetizer right now to what is going to be that main course of severe weather. And I can tell you that main course of severe weather, as we've been seeing, it is going to pack a powerful punch. We're going to see everything from large hail, flooding rainfall. We're going to see some strong winds as well. And much like what we've been tracking with all these previous storms, we're going to see an elevated risk of lightning as well. So remember your lightning safety tips. So the best news of all that or the best advice we can give to folks here across especially the metroplex is get home as soon as you can, hunker down, stay indoors, get off the roads, and then just wait for the storm to pass because as we've been talking about here so far this evening, as these storms are moving through, what ends up happening is that they're moving through pretty quick. So they're moving through at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. And as you can see on radar, they are not very wide. These storms are not very wide. So what ends up happening is that They move in, they last about an hour, maybe an hour and a half at the most, and then after that they're done. And since this is a cold front setup, once again, once the storm's clear, the air behind it is dry, it's cold, and it's not very supportive for severe thunderstorms. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you. I believe, Jeff, you have something that you wanted to add?
Well, what we're looking at while we were talking is that this often happens is that when you have a strong rush of air coming out of a storm, this sometimes is almost the same as a Boeing situation. You always look to the corners. You always look onto the edges because you can get small little spin-up tornadoes that way. And I suspect that that's kind of what we're seeing. We're seeing a strong outflow coming off across Balsora headed towards Cottondale. And just to the north of Draco, just right here, it's very hard to tell, but I think there's a little spin-up trying to form here. We'll have to keep an eye on it. I am getting an indication of a rotation right there. And it would not be unusual to see something, like I said, a quick, like EFO really kind of stuff, Nellie, that forms on the edges of these downburst winds that are coming out of this storm.
Right, and the straight line winds right south of it could be just as strong.
Absolutely.
Right? So
we can see the bright greens down the dead center, but since it's off the radar access, off both to the west and to the north, east, those winds could, as you say, could be just as strong.
Exactly. Well, we're going to go back with McKenna. McKenna, I know you've been watching some of the circulation along the line. It's better in the north, but in the south, not a lot better.
And that line really is filling in on the radar from North Texas and up to the north. So parts of the Mississippi River Valley, you can see the impacts of that tornado watch, which are in effect for North Texas. These are in effect for the northern portion of Louisiana and farther to the north. So portions of Arkansas dealing with that severe weather threat as well. And then the pink, that's that severe thunderstorm warning. Here locally, we've seen the tornado threat already. We've seen tornado warnings as this line has started to move into North Texas. This is a cold front, which is going to give us cooler weather as we do get into the next couple of days. But we've got to get through this first. We do have good things to come if you want that cool down, but we do have to get through the severe weather threat that it brings. We have the heat, we have the instability, and this line is building, and it is going to impact a good portion of North Texas. A lot of folks will see some rain this evening. We've seen the heavy rains to our northwest already. Here's when it arrives as this pushes closer to the metroplex. Goshen, you're looking at 431. Similar story for Aurora. Time right now is 4:28. We are looking at Mineral Wells 446. Springtown 432. Once again, Mineral Wells 446. Azle, you're looking at 449. Saginaw 502. Weatherford 502. Blue Mound 504. Keller 504. Willow Park 506. Lake Worth 507. Sansom Park 509. That is as it moves into Tarrant County. So if you do have kids that you're picking up from school, you live in the metroplex, get them home and just make sure you're staying inside. This brings a lightning threat, this brings a large hail threat and a wind threat. And then on top of that, we are looking for areas of inflow, tracking that threat for rotation as this storm line makes its way into the rest of North Texas. Springtown, I named you. Of course, this is a spot we had a tornado Saturday evening, the EF1 that touched down. On top of that, we had those rear flank downdraft winds that brought an impact to a good portion of Springtown. We will be watching things closely. You're right here in Springtown. This approaches here in the next couple of minutes. We are going to take just a brief break from weather coverage. We are going to send things over to our anchors. We've got Ken Molestina here. We're going to bring you some of those top stories. We've got a couple of those across North Texas. We will be right back just to bring you these updates on the radar where some of those strongest winds are here shortly. But I'm going to send things over to Ken for now.
This is CBS News Tech.
Welcome in, everyone. It is a First Alert Weather Day, and we are tracking severe storms moving into North Texas at this very hour.
As you've been hearing, we are talking large hail, strong winds, and we've already had at least one tornado warning, too, I believe. And the storms, well, they're just getting started. This is a live look from one of our CBS News Texas storm chasers just south of Runaway Bay in Wise County. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for CBS News Texas at 4. I'm Karen Borda.
And I'm Ken Molestina. We're going to have more on the weather in just a moment. But first, we want to get to that other developing story that we've been following out of North Fort Worth. A manhunt underway after a civilian officer was shot and wounded.
The shooting happened just before noon on Juliet near Basswood and I-35. Our Marissa Armas is live near the scene where the search for the gunman continues. Marissa.
Yeah, we're here at the corner of Chatty Brook Lane and Riverside Drive, which is about a block and a half away from where that civilian officer was shot. There's still a very heavy police presence in this area, and it's been like this for about 4 hours. Several people who live here telling me that they've never seen this many officers in one place at one time. Now, I do want to show you the back of the scene here. It does look like many of these officers are starting to clear out, and it looks like we're going to toss over back to the anchors for some breaking news.
I'm ready. Okay, sorry to cut that short. We have a new tornado warning that we want to bring you updates on. This does include Springtown. Springtown, take shelter right now. This is just on your doorstep. Rotation is in Wise County. This is that area we've been watching the last couple of minutes. This heads into Parker County. Springtown, you are in the immediate line of fire. Make sure you are taking shelter. Head to that interior-most room, lowest level of your house. No exterior walls, no windows. Make sure you are in that safe spot if you live in Springtown. On top of that, this is just south of Paradise. This will impact a portion of Keeter. This is headed down to the southeast. This is also going to impact spots like Boyd, Annaville. Eventually, this butts right up to Pelican Bay and Azle. So this ends just on the Tarrant County line. We'll see if it can hold together as it does make its way closer. But Springtown, you are in that line of threat. Jeff, let's go ahead and zoom down. Let's get to some of those streets that we can show people where that rotation is moving through. Close to Cottondale, you'll see Spring Valley Road, Draco Road. We've also got FM 2123, County Road 3657. We have County Road 3381. FM 51, Draco Road, it's right over you. Just moving through the northern portion of Cottondale. These are these very strong winds. We have that low level rotation. This is an inflow that we have been watching for several minutes now. We have seen these areas of rotation pick up off and on, and they've tightened up and they've broadened out over the last hour or so. You can see that inflow very clearly on reflectivity right near Cottondale. This is north of Lucky Ridge. This is south of Paradise. Paradise is where the hail core is. The rotation is moving through Cottondale. This is north of Springtown right now, but Springtown, you are included in this tornado warned polygon. This is when you've got to make sure you are taking shelter. Jason McLaughlin, our storm chaser, you see just on the side of your screen right there. Jason is headed to Springtown. Jason was in Springtown Saturday evening when we were tracking storms through that area. Jason, what are you seeing out there right now?
Hey, McKenna, so right before that tornado warning came out, I let them know that I could see a large area of rotation, a big lowering that was starting underneath that big swath of wind that we were seeing and talking about kicking out not too long ago. That lowering became kind of obscured by trees right now, and as you can tell looking around, if you've got the feet up, right there was the path of that EF1 tornado. You can still see some telephone lines, trees snapped, and things like that. So I am heading east. I'm going to try to head east through Springtown and get back towards the north just a little bit. Just trying to play, best position to stay in front of this and not have it come over me as well.
And it looks like the rotation of that right now, Jason, is in Cottondale. So again, Jason's just a couple miles south of that, traveling into Springtown. He was showing us some of that damage left from Saturday. We showed you some of that yesterday with Damien out there. Jason, what have you picked up in the way of wind as this line has started to form across North Texas?
You know, McKenna, I've tried to stay generally out ahead of the main precipitation so that I don't become, kind of stuck behind it, not able to get back into position as this, this large storm system continues to push down towards the DFW metroplex for right in time for rush hour, really, as we've been talking about the last few days.
Absolutely. What about hail? Have you picked up any hail? You have been out ahead of it, not right in those hail cores. Have you seen any of that on the outer edge?
Yeah. Yeah, I've had some smaller hail close to the marble size. I'm kind of out, you know, just at the very beginning of the precipitation shield as I was trying to move back and reposition. Further back towards Runaway Bay, I did get reports of a little bit larger than quarter size when the storm did go through there. You know, the police there, emergency personnel, they did go through with the sirens and make sure all the areas were cleared out ahead of the storm, make sure everybody knew to get inside, rightfully so with all the lightning, the wind, the hail at minimum that was going through the area.
And Jason, you can see on radar is just starting to pick up on some of that light rain. You can see that on his windshield. Thanks, Jason. We'll keep an eye on things. We've got his location right here. We can keep an eye on where he is as that rotation starts to approach him, and it's just a couple of miles away. In fact, Jeff, how close is that to where Jason is right now?
Jason right now is to the south of this possible tornado. He's to the south, but very close. He's only 7 miles away from it. McKenna, I just switched it to our radar that's out of Parker County so we could get a better shot of the inflow that's feeding this storm. And as I check over to velocity on our system, we can start seeing, now again, this is our radar. Our C-band radar has minute-to-minute coverage and also a tighter resolution. We're getting a little bit of a better look now. Remember I was telling you that the biggest problem was that we were getting no rear flank downdraft. You know what did it? Was the outflow from a collapsing cell. That's what served as the mechanism to get this rotation going. It didn't come from the classic where the storm got really tall and cold air came off the top and came down. No, it actually, this circulation got fed from a dying storm out to the west, and now we got this possible tornado, or at least a tornado warning out because of this area. That's Keeter, Briar, Fairview, Lake Forest, Center Point, Pelican Bay, everybody in kind of in the path of this storm.
And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming for a cluster of storms in Stevens County. So heads up for folks in Stevens County. I know a couple of you do still get our coverage in that area. That severe thunderstorm warning covering most of Wise County will kind of buddy right up to that. Golf ball sized hail in those warnings and increasing the wind speeds in the Wise County storm to up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So again, that is the Wise County storm, 70-mile-per-hour winds with hail now up to 1.75 inches in diameter. So you're starting to talk some of the golf ball sized hail in that area. If you live in Wise County, you don't want to be close to windows, those strong winds, those large hailstones that are moving through. But I do want to give you arrival timing for this tornado warned area that is moving through Wise County and into Parker County. Lucky Ridge, this is over you right now. Keeter, 4:43. That's in 5 minutes. Fairview, you're looking at 4:51. Briar, 4:53. Reno, 4:54. Eagle Acres, 4:56. Newark Beach, 4:56. Peden, 4:57. Center Point, 4:58. Newark, 4:59. This is moving to the southeast. Jeff, how quick's it moving? 30?
30 miles an hour.
Southeast at 30 miles per hour. There's that rotation there just to the north of Springtown. Pelican Bay, you're looking at 5:01. Azle, you are looking at 5:02. We've got Jason where, Christina? Sirens. Okay. So you can hear right there, Jason's out. He can hear the sirens going off. Jason, where are you at exactly? Jeff, can we pull?
He's over in Springtown now.
So he is moving right through the city of Springtown.
I believe it'll pass just to the north of Springtown and more threat for Fairview and for Lake Worth.
And then a wind threat for Springtown and those cities that are just on the outer edge of that rotation. But again, as Jeff is mentioning, Lucky Ridge, eventually toward Lake Worth and Fairview, that's kind of tracking east, southeasterly. Keeter, this is going to be an immediate threat for you. That rotation is very evident right here. And you can see these are what Jeff's drawing. These are those strong downdraft winds that'll impact Jason. Jason, if you can hear me, has the wind started to pick up or not quite yet?
It's not quite yet, McKenna. We're actually still out of the due southeast right now, blowing into this storm. As you can tell, we talked about earlier, rush hour traffic here in Springtown haven't moved. I've been sitting here for 5 minutes trying to get through town. So that's going to become the big issue as this thing continues to push further, approaching this 199 area, approaching the DFW area. I'm trying to get over. My goal was to try to get over towards the Briar area, but I think with traffic, it's not going to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and just try to continue out ahead of this once I ever get through this intersection.
All right, good luck, Jason. We're going to keep an eye. We've got your shot pulled up just out of the corner of my eye here. We're going to keep an eye on it. Jason's starting to see some of that light rain out ahead of this, but Jason's still just a couple miles away from that wind threat, which is right here in Springtown. He's 2 miles from those strong winds starting to pick up. Jeff, up to 60 miles per hour with some of those?
We were sampling 60-mile-per-hour winds closing in on Springtown.
So just as Jason mentioned there, the threat becomes it's rush hour. We've got people stuck in stop-and-go traffic. We have 60-mile-per-hour winds bringing an impact to Springtown, to a spot where we've still got debris lying in spots where it's left over from Saturday. That poses a threat. Then we've got the rotation that is farther to the north. Jeff has highlighted that right there. You can see that incredibly clearly. This is moving through Cottondale. You can see how it wraps up right there. Cottondale, we have rotation right over you. Lucky Ridge, this is County Road 3591. We have FM 51. We have FM 2123. Some other county roads. This heads right into Keeter. This heads toward Fairview here shortly, and FM 730 north. Eagle Acres, Aurora, all spots to make sure you are headed to that safe place. There is where we are seeing some of those impacts. This is a wind threat right here, right where you see this gray line, but this is that tornado threat where you can see that rotating updraft. You see those reds embedded in the green. The green is those winds that are moving toward the radar. The reds are the colors, the winds that are moving away from the radar. So that's impacting some of those back roads. Cottondale is an immediate threat. Lucky Ridge, FM 51 there, FM 2048, Keeter, FM 2048 there, County Road 4676. Boyd, you are in this line as well, State Highway 114. If you know people traveling in this area, some of those other towns we've got close by, we also have Briar, Fairview, again, Boyd and Annaville, and then down to the south, Center Point, La Junta, Pelican Bay, Lake Forest, as this just borders Tarrant County. That's the big problem that we're going to have to watch. This is moving in at rush hour. We have a lot of people in our North Texas Metroplex, millions of people in the Metroplex, and this is starting to head in at rush hour. Jeff, what do you got?
Well, you know, what we need to do as we're looking at the structure of this, again, this is our radar out of Parker County, a C-band radar that we're getting updates every 30 seconds. And look what's happening, McKenna. Do you see it coming down? The outflow might choke this thing off and lessen the tornado threat. If this cold air continues to wrap around like you are seeing, it is going to get starved of its inflow. And I think that's the reason why we're seeing this nice signature right here, but we don't see the red coming up to it. And it's because it's getting a little bit choked off by the cold air wrapping around. Remember, this came out of a downburst. That was what acted as a rear flank downdraft to get this twist going, this possible tornado going. So we'll watch this, but we could catch a break here where the thing just cannot live much longer because it was born from a downdraft coming on the backside of this storm. So we'll continue to watch it, but this is a tornado warning. We need to treat it that way till 5 p.m. It does include both Parker and Wise counties, and Keeter, Fairview, Briar, Lake Forest, Center Point, you're all in the path of this storm.
And when if that is able to choke it off, just as Jeff is analyzing right there, it does still pose that wind threat that you can see with this line, that gray line that is kind of in between the the green and the red there. That is that wind threat. These are these winds, those downdraft winds rushing out of the storm. We'll be talking winds 60 to 70 miles per hour with that line there. Jason is right close to that. In fact, you can see that just on the edge of the screen there. Jason is driving out ahead of this. Of course, course, as we mentioned, he is trained to do this. He's been doing it storm chasing with us at CBS News Texas for 16 years. He is trained for this, but he is tracking those strong gusty winds out ahead of this. And I think here in just the next couple of minutes, they'll start to approach him. He is traveling. Is he headed southeast, Jeff, trying to stay ahead?
Yeah, it looks like it. They're going to extend the thunderstorm warning on this into Tarrant County here shortly.
So this is all part of a big line of thunderstorms that is forming. This is a cold front that is moving into North Texas. Marcus, if we can go ahead and head this way, I'm going to show folks the tornado watch that we've got that extends until 9 o'clock this evening. We've seen the tornado warnings already. We have seen the large hail, which is a big threat this evening for us. This cold front will bring us the better temperatures on the back end, but we have this to deal with first.
Exactly. And thinking about the human aspect of this, in Springtown, they just lost a life there due to a tornado on Saturday. So just imagine the anxiety they're feeling listening to the sirens once again. Yeah. So unfortunately, they have to relive this, and right now they are sheltering because we have that rotation. We have very strong winds, and I have a lot of family and friends that live in Boyd and that whole area. So make sure that you are hunkered down and you are staying in your safe spot until this moves through. And we've been talking about it all day and really for the last couple of days that this was going to move into the metroplex. And we have live crews that are out, and we'll take a look at it in just a minute, but the main thing that you can see from Damien's shot or from any of our other cameras is that traffic is stopped. Now, you don't want to be stuck in traffic if this moves towards you. When you're a few miles away from it, don't try to get home. Pull over. Make sure you're underneath, maybe at a gas station where there's some shelter, or if you can park and get inside a store or anything like that, just wait for it to go through. Don't try to get home because, as they mentioned, it's stop and go traffic. So you're not going to get home on time. It's a dangerous situation. So if you're right ahead of this, you need to make sure that you need to pull over, get inside, be safe, grab a bite to eat, wait for this to pass through. And this is moving, though, towards Tarrant County and also into the rest of the metroplex. That's why now we have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Tarrant County. So what we're showing here is large hail. Crawford, you can also see this is this area. That's what we call the hail core of the system, and it's showing larger hail. It is moving towards the southeast, towards Mineral Wells, and also towards Cool, and that is Cool towards Bennett. But notice how these cells are kind of coming together. Some of it is spreading apart, other parts are not. And we have those inflow notches where they try to do a spin up, they're fighting each other, and that's a new warning, right, that we just got for parts of Palo Pinto. So that's also a severe thunderstorm warning for Palo Pinto. This is Parker County here. That's Wise County where we still have the tornado warning. If we can take a closer look at the rotation with the tornado warning that we have, it's up here. There it is. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's happening. And we still have the rotation. There we go. We still have the rotation, but it is more widespread, a little more loose. It's not as evident, and it's moving towards the southeast. Now, that very bright green color, that's showing some very strong winds. I would say 65 miles per hour, Jeff.
Yeah, we got strong winds, but the rotation is starting to lessen as we had suspected that we were going to start seeing this thing more be a wind threat problem, and that is where the reflectivity is showing that as well, Nellie, that, you know, these strong winds coming out of that rotation now moving in towards Fairview and Briar. Right.
They are all fighting each other, and the leading edge of it, that's where you get the strongest winds. So here, this area is where we would have the strongest winds, and you notice it's still showing some rotation, some broad rotation, but the fact that it's spread out, we would want to see very strong red, bright color in order to really be overly concerned. But what worries us the most with that cell, we're still going to consider it a tornado warning. We're still in our safe spot right ahead of it. But really, the concern is those straight line winds that are showing bright green, 65, maybe even 70 miles per hour. But I want to show you how this extends all the way from the north, now moving into parts of Denton, all the way over into parts of Parker and Palo Pinto. And that matters because we were hoping that maybe some of the metroplex would miss out. But what's happening is all of this is moving towards the southeast. So So it will move into Tarrant County. Also, the north part of it is not as strong, and that's a part that will go into Collin County and into Dallas eventually. But of course, this could shift a little bit. But right now, our main concern, obviously, it's a tornado warning that we have for Parker County, the Springtown area, or just south of it. The rotation has loosened up, and that makes us feel much better. However, the winds are still very strong. And you can see here, all of these reds indicate torrential downpours. Just remember that if you're ahead of it, and this comes through, that is blinding rain. And we have people that are stuck in some of those more rural roads. So what is one of the main roads, one of the main highways that this is moving towards? I think I-35, north to south in the Denton area. Jeff, is that moving towards it just yet or not yet?
Yeah, we continue to have the storm moving the cells inside the line almost moving more east, the whole line itself dropping southeast. Exactly.
So even though we don't have rotation into the area that's moving into Denton, here is 35 north and south, and the winds coming through that. If you get 50-mile-per-hour winds and you're traveling from south to north, then if you're an 18-wheeler, that could be a very dangerous situation. And here you notice the yellow that clicks at the end. That just simply means that is our latest warning that includes Haltom City, Watauga, the Fort Worth area here where we have our studios. And that means that this system with very strong winds, it's moving towards the southeast. And these are the time periods where we're expecting it. If you live in Justin at 4:53, in Azle around 5 o'clock, Pelican Bay 5:22, Lake Worth 5:20, Flower Mound 5:18. So Flower Mound is a little bit closer, obviously, to the Denton area. So it is moving from the north towards the southeast, and it's packing a punch when it comes to straight line winds, because the one we're watching for the rotations is Parker, and once again, the rotation is a little more loose at the moment, but we've had a history of these cells producing rotations and then kind of dying down and then another one. So we can't declare victory whatsoever when it comes to tornadoes, but as of right now, the only one that we're watching is that rotation in Parker County, very near Springtown. If you are hearing those emergency sirens in Springtown, just know that this is not the same activity that we saw on Saturday. Yes, we have some rotation, but it has loosened up. We have some straight line winds that are not 80 miles per hour, but they're about 65 to 70, although it does look a little brighter there, and that shows us the wind strength, and you see it right here. So this is moving towards the southeast, so who needs to be ready for very strong winds would be Fairview, Briar, over into Lake Forest. This is moving a little more southeast or a little more east. Let me take a look at the live loop, because it's been moving southeast and east. And we do have live images. I believe that it's in Springtown. They came out of some of that traffic that they were under, but most of the main roads now are starting to become stuck with traffic. Once again, if you're stuck in traffic and you see this coming at you, you want to pull over, you want to get inside and be safe, get something to eat, go into one of the stores and get away from the system. It has very strong winds.
And Nellie, they're going to drop the tornado warning and just be more concerned about these winds you're talking about as well as the hail.
Exactly. So National Weather Service just verifying what we've been saying, that the rotation was a little more loose. It wasn't so evident. It didn't look as dangerous, but the straight line winds still look dangerous. 65 to 75 mile per hour winds during traffic is a real problem. Remember, we got 18-wheelers all around these rural areas, these back roads. So if that, that can tip over an 18-wheeler, try to stay clear of them. That's what I do. When it's very windy out there and you see one of those big trucks, just kind of try to stay away from them because it could be very dangerous. So once again, we have tennis ball size hail? Is that
correct?
Wow. Okay. So this pulls back up the diameter, the size of the hail is back to tennis. That's right over Boyd. So if you didn't cover your car, if you didn't find someone with a roof, some of this area is getting hit relatively hard with this very large hail. So that is in Boyd, and it's moving towards the southeast. So you still have a little bit of time in the metroplex, because remember, this is going towards the metroplex to cover your car, go find a place that has a roof. But this particular cell, it's moving towards the southeast. So if you live just southeast of the Boyd area, and you can see the color, the pink color indicates some large hail. It said tennis ball size hail, so we're trusting that. And so you really need to, here's the hail tracker. You can see the whole track of the hail. And when you see the deeper colors, that indicates higher reflectivity, bigger size hail. And now in the Boyd area, it is showing some of that deeper colors. But you notice exactly where it's going. If we can zoom in, Jeff, to where it's headed. And that's one of the main reasons also why they decided to put that severe thunderstorm warning towards Tarrant County. So these are the areas that you need to get ready for large hail. You still have some time. If you have a garage, maybe a store in front of you that has covered parking. So this is Avondale that is coming towards you. If you live in Lake Forest, Center Point, Pelican Bay, large hail heading towards that area. Very strong winds also coming in with the storm system. We've clocked in a lot of wind gusts, 65 miles per hour, maybe even stronger. But this particular cell over Boyd, now egg size. So, but once again, you know, these storms, they pulse up and down, the rotation comes down, the hail size comes up, and we would have to see a few scans that show the storm weakening in order for us to feel better about these cells that are south of the Denton area. If you're in Denton and you just turned us on, what is happening? Well, the storm going into Denton has some strong winds. It's got some hail, but the stronger cells are moving into Tarrant County. So you see it right here, Center Point, Lake Forest, Pecan Acres, that's going to be at 503, Avondale at 507. Right now it's 456. So you see this cell over Boyd heading down towards Haltom City. A lot of people live in this zone in Watauga, North Richland Hills. This is now, we're getting into the 820, and right now, on a regular day, 820 is a nightmare with traffic. So what you don't want to be is caught up in stop and go traffic, and this heads towards you, and now it's breaking your windshield, or now it's denting your car, and you want to stop underneath an overpass. Don't do that. Now ahead of it, an 820, even I-20, 820, 183, this is moving towards you. Let's go ahead and pull over in that northeast mall by North Richland Hills. Get some covered parking, get away from the system that's heading towards us. So, but you also notice that it extends all the way over into Parker, Palo Pinto, all of this moving down. So you need to get ready for these strong storms if you're in Hood County also, if you're in Johnson County. And now, we got some circulation. It's broad, but it's there. You can see it right here. These very strong winds, remember 60-mile-per-hour winds. When you see that bright green color, that is wind that is moving towards the radar. And you see it right here. This is the, does that say Penville?
Pedenville and down to the south, Mineral Wells. We're starting to see some rotation form, but probably, Nellie, what we're seeing here is just some really strong winds coming out of this storm now. But anytime we're seeing these inflow notches, as you were talking about earlier, that's a rotation trying to just really get a cell going. A rotation in the upper levels will bring us bigger hail, bring us more lightning, and now the tornado warning.
And there it is.
That was just on the same place I was showing you here.
Exactly.
And this is a tornado warning for Parker County to 545. Obviously includes Palo Pinto because it's in its eastern edge. So that's Wolters Village and Mineral Wells. It's just going to pass to the north of you, but it's headed towards Cool and Gardner and Preble and Lemley and Fox. So this is just a tornado warning that has just now been issued. Further downstream here, Rutherford would be threatened by this if this thing will continue to hold together. That has not been the story here so far this evening, but we are starting to see a better gate-to-gate. And I'm telling you now, this is one of the better gate-to-gates we've seen so far.
Exactly. So you need to take immediate cover if you're in Mineral Wells, especially if you're just north of Mineral Wells or southeast of the Mineral Wells area. So make sure that you get inside. If you live in Cool also, it is the moment to seek shelter. Get inside, get away from the windows, make sure that there's several walls between you and the outside. This is a dangerous situation. It has some large hail and it has some very strong rotation that, you know, just happened in the last 15 to 30 minutes. It had died down and now it's bringing in all of that air, the inflow notches where it pulls up the air and it spins it around. And you can see here, it just really strengthened in the last couple of scans. So that is moving towards the south. And McKenna King, our chief meteorologist, is here with us. She's going to talk to us a little bit more about what we can expect with this storm system. It's just been nonstop for the last 2 hours.
It has, and I was trying to show you in the barn doors, but apparently that's gone now. So let's take things over here because we do have a new tornado warning to talk about, just as Nellie was mentioning. We have the radar scan on the floor that you see here. Let's take things over here now, though, and give you a look at that on the velocity scan, where we have that tornado warning as this tracks farther to the southeast. This is that view of the storm winds. We have those strong winds in those bright greens, and where those bright greens and the reds are meeting together, that is where we do have some of that lower level rotation. So let's zoom in here so people can see where this is. You'll notice Mineral Wells right here on the screen, and you'll notice right where we've got that rotation, Marsden Road, FM 1821, FM 3027. We have Wolters Village. We've also got, this is right near Mineral Wells, just 3 miles to the northeast of Mineral Wells. This is near Hood Road. This is near FM 1195, Marsden Road. Jeff has circled the circulation that you see there on FM 1821. Wolters Village, again, is right in the mix of that circulation. This is just to the west of Garner there and near Cool as well. If you live in this area, this arrives in Cool about 5:08. Time right now is 5:01, so you've got just a few minutes. Garner, you're looking at 5:08 as well as this rotation continues to track east-southeastward. 5:13 for Preble. That arrives on Doss Road near Preble, again in about 10-11 minutes there, where we do have that rotation right in this area, right near Wolters Village, where we do have that moving to the southeast as we get through the next few minutes. And you can see we've seen these pulses as this rotation has broadened out and as it has tightened back up as this line forms. We have a line of thunderstorms that is forming along a cold front that is moving into North Texas. That cold front is going to bring us the cooler temperatures, the cool down, the break from the severe weather for tomorrow. But until we get there, we do have that threat for tornadic activity. We have the threat for large hail today. We've already seen some of that. If we can actually go ahead and take our storm chaser, Jason McLaughlin, he's got a great view out ahead of this. You can see some of the lowering of those clouds, that wall cloud up above him. Jason's been out on this throughout the evening. You can see that next to me here. He's not in the mix of really any of the heavy rain just yet. He's near Azle, so he is just out ahead and north of this tornado warning. He is under a severe thunderstorm warning in this area, and we've seen a lot of this activity the last couple of minutes, really the last couple of hours, as this rotation has started to form. We have seen severe thunderstorm warnings with hail upwards of tennis ball sized. We've also seen the heavy rains with this. And of course, we do have that newly issued tornado warning, which does include Palo Pinto County and a good portion of Parker County. This now extends toward places like Weatherford. This is 16 miles from Weatherford. Annetta North, you're in the line of this tornado warned area. Bill Sapp, you're in that tornado warning as well. We can go ahead and drop Jason's shot. He's not inside the tornado warning. He is just up to the north in that severe thunderstorm warning. So still some serious activity up to the north. You want to make sure you're taking it seriously. This rotation, though, is that area we'll be concerned about as this moves into a highly populated spot near Mineral Wells, 15 miles from Weatherford. This is tracking to the east. Jeff, is it about 30 miles per hour?
35.
Okay, so that is going to arrive there here very shortly, next 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes, and that moves into Weatherford. Preble, Fox, Cool, Garner, Othen, you're right close to this, Millsap, Sturtevant, and then as this tracks farther southeast. Brock Junction, Brock, Bethel, Center Point, Wampler, Weatherford again, Willow Park, Annetta South, Aledo. You're just on the edge of this. You want to make sure that you are staying weather aware should this get extended. This is where we've got that inflow right off to the northeast of Mineral Wells, between Mineral Wells and Garner, where we do have that notch there, and you can see that clear rotation. Those greens are those winds that are moving toward our radar, and the reds are moving away from the radar. If you are under this tornado warning, you're likely getting those alerts to your phone. I am sure you can hear some of those outdoor warning sirens going off if you live in this box. Those are outdoor warning sirens. You may not always hear those in your home. You want to make sure you've got those ways to receive alerts on your phone. Make sure you are headed to that safe spot. Head to the lowest level of your house, the interior most room with no exterior walls or windows, and just hole up there for the next little bit until this tornado warning passes and until this rotation passes. Walters Village, you're looking at 505. It is 505 right now. Cool. 511, Garner 511. Preble 515, Fox 521, Greenwood 526, Weatherford 531, Bethel 532. So again, this is approaching major populated areas as this moves through Parker County. This is just crossing the county line out of Palo Pinto County, headed into Parker County, going to threaten Cool, Garner, and Fox, Lemley almost immediately as that rotation continues to spin farther to the southeast. That tornado warning does cover some highly populated areas. Make sure you are headed to that safe spot. This is right during that evening commute. If you have people, if you have family members who are headed home into these areas here in the next few minutes, give them a call. Let them know it's maybe not the safest time to pull in to this area where we do have that inflow and where we do have that rotation. Just taking a look at a couple of different radar sites we have. We do have our station radar that we can get that closer C-band view. It's kind of a higher resolution view as these storms get close enough.
I think it's right over the village.
Yeah, you can see right where that rotation is, some of those roads right through that area. Jeff, can we zoom in on some of those roads a bit so they're a little easier to read here? So we have Lee Road, we have Cross Road, Hoodie Road, Heinzelman Road, Grant Road, Taylor Street, Shaffles Road, Northeast 2nd Street. These are all through Walters Village. We've also got Ram Boulevard, it looks like. And this is moving through Walters Village, tracking to the southeast about 30 miles per hour.
It's going to move right over Mineral Wells Highway. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, McKenna, but it's going to move right over the highway going into town.
No, don't be sorry. You're all good. We've got a major highway that is going to be impacted by that. We've got some major populated areas that will be impacted by this, including Weatherford. Please make sure you are taking shelter. If you live in Weatherford, get to that safe spot. Get to the lowest level of your house, that room with no exterior walls and no windows. This rotation is moving over Walters Village right now. This is just to the northeast of Mineral Wells, and that rotation with the latest radar scan is holding together as this crosses Hood Road, Mineral Wells Highway there, as this tracks into Cool. How far are we away from Cool, Jeff?
It is going to probably pass just off to the west of Cool, but it's 3 miles off to the east.
So I'm sure you're hearing this. You're hearing the thunder. You're probably hearing those winds whipping. We have strong winds inside of this, and that rotation is just moving off to the east of Walters Village there. Just off to the west of Cool, tracking southeastward. This will pass just north of Sturtevant, but Sturtevant, you're likely feeling some of those winds as well. You do need to be in that safe spot. If you are under that tornado warning, just head to that safe spot until this threat passes. Take your iPad, take your phone with you, pull up the CBS News Texas app. We will walk you through this as this continues that southeastward track. Bethel timing, you're looking at about 33, this is moving to the southeast. There we go. About 30 miles per hour. Cool. You're looking at 512. Preble, you're looking at 518. For some of these other spots, I'm going to step off so I can read these. Fox, 524. Greenwood, 529. Weatherford, 535. Bethel, 536. And then this continues southeastward toward Tin Top, Annetta, Center Point. Again, Weatherford is one of those highly populated areas in the line of this rotation. Crossing Mineral Wells Highway right now. This arrives in Weatherford at 5:28. That is in 20 minutes. Bethel, 5:30. This time right now is 5:08. Fox, 5:19. Preble, that's 5:14. Give or take a few minutes. You need to be in your shelter spot. If you live in Preble, if you live in Cool, this is passing just west of you right now, right over Cool. There's that inflow. There's the big hail that we've got, that hail core within this cell here, this portion of the line where we have that big hail, that hail core in the black, in that dark pink you see. We have hail. We've seen it upwards of tennis ball size. This is where we have the rotation between Sturtevant, Cool, and Garner. This is tracking southeastward about 30 miles per hour. Still signs of some very strong rotation hanging on as this moves through Cool. This is immediately headed into Parker County. Right now, this rotation has crossed the Parker County line and is tracking farther to the southeast, crossing Mineral Wells Highway. This is that reflectivity view. You can see where the heavy rain is, and you can also see right very clearly where that inflow is. Strong winds with this. We have the rotation. We have the hail. We've got a lot of people commuting home from work. Time is 5:10. This is rush hour for a lot of people, and this is impacting highways. This is impacting some of those major streets. So please make sure that you are giving your family members, your friends, phone calls, letting them know what is headed this way. Jeff, what do you got?
Well, you know, I just wanted to point out, and Laura Boswick brought this to our attention because she heads this way. On her commute, I-20 is all construction site from the 820 loop to Weatherford almost. So this is just where the traffic has been jammed up for months now, and this is where the rotation is headed, for that stretch of I-20 where the traffic has been basically crawling along during the rush hours.
And so people stuck in that construction, that's a concern as people are headed home. This is going to cause problems for that commute. Rain alone causes problems for a commute. We know that, but you're starting to see some of that rotation as well. I do want to remind you that we have a tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Marcus, let's go ahead and show that watch that we've got on the floor here. That tornado watch in the yellow that you'll see for the southern plains. This includes North Texas. This includes portions of Louisiana, Oklahoma, severe thunderstorm watches. We've had a run of these the last several days.
Right.
What's the update you've got on this cell here?
Oh, well, first of all, it was moving right through Cool, and now we have 2 additional areas of rotation just south of that tornado warning. Unfortunately, that means that we are not done with this possibility of having additional tornado warnings or tornadoes on the ground. So let's go ahead and take a look at that radar. First of all, we are looking at one of the areas, the inflow notch. What does that mean? Well, it is just pulling air from the south, spinning it around and trying to pop up this rotation. Now, the National Weather Service says that they have not confirmed, they haven't seen the tornado in that Cool area, the Parker County tornado that we've been watching. It's very evident on reflectivity. We see it in velocity. So our radar indicated very strong possibility that this has touched down, but we have not had it confirmed. We need to have it confirmed by a firefighter or police department or somebody that knows what to look for and confirm it to the National Weather Service. So they sent us a message saying we haven't been able to confirm it down on the ground, but everything is pointing to some very strong rotation. So you see it here in that Cool area. Very strong winds in Sturtevant and over into Millsap, moving towards the southeast. And so we still have this tornado warning that encompasses this area. Now, if you are west or north of Cool, you are out of danger for now. But if you are in this area, very close to Cool or just over to the east and towards the southeast of Fox, between Brock Junction and Fox, this whole area, you need to make sure that you get inside, get in your safe space, make sure that you're able to get information, because what we saw on Saturday and what we see when we have these severe weather outbreaks is that you lose power, because even if the tornado doesn't go close to your house, the strong winds will topple down some of this electric wires. So this is moving towards the southeast, and I believe that we have somebody that is it Jason?
Yeah, Jason's trying to get down towards the path. He'll probably try to pick up on, well, he's going to have to stay off 20 because of the traffic on it. So he might try to draw himself a little bit almost due south to get into the path of this. But it does look like, I'll just read this real quick, Fox 525, Greenwood 532, Bethel 541, and Weatherford possible tornado, radar indicated tornado. 541 is the arrival time. I think mostly it's going to be the southern half of Weatherford would be under a greater threat with this, but that is how much time you have to react.
Okay, and I think Jason has some information for us now. Jeff, go ahead, Jason. Okay.
I'm trying to head south to this storm. My wife's family, the in-laws, live on the east side of Mineral Wells. I checked to see if they were okay. By radar, the tornado was passing just barely north and went just east of their house. They said that it was loud, it was roaring inside, and they were inside right as we were kind of seeing those strong RFD winds push right over where they were living at. So I'll try to get an update from them here shortly once that hail and heavy wind starts to move completely from that area.
Okay, thank you, Jason, so much. And something that's very important from the view that you're bringing us, it is traffic time. And if one of these storms comes right over you, you will not have time to get off the road. So just make sure that you stay off the roads. Don't try to continue on. If you see it darken up, if the winds start to pick up, just pull over at a gas station, at a store, at a burger joint, get something to eat. Get away from the system that is moving from the north to the south, to the southeast. And it encompasses numerous counties. We're talking Palo Pinto, Parker, over into Tarrant. But this specifically is moving towards the southeast, and you can see here, you need to be in your safe space. If you are in Fox, if you're in Preble, Brock Junction, this will likely pass just north of you, but you still need to be in your safe spot. And you notice that the rotation is still very evident. We would like to see these colors kind of diminish, but it is very bright green. That means that there is very strong winds coming in towards the radar, and you can still see where it's pulling in some wind in order to wrap it around. Once that shuts off, or it closes off and it comes together and becomes more of a blob, that's what we want to see, but we don't see that just yet. We see the area where it's still pulling in some air, and then you notice here that very bright green right over cool, and it would be right south of it. So where these two meet is where we'd have our possible tornado. I'm saying possible because they haven't visually confirmed it. The National Weather Service, the weather watchers, we haven't had anybody that said, yes, we have touchdown, but everything is pointing, very evident rotation, and you can see it right here. So this is moving towards the south. So if you're a Millsap and if you're a Preble, you need to be in your safe spot. That is moving towards the southeast. And if we can zoom out, Jeff, just a few scans ago, we saw 2 additional on the radar. We saw 2 additional very evident hooks just south of this, and I just wanted to check in on them. Okay, you see one right here, not as evident, but you can see where it's kind of leaning in. This is where we would get the wraparound. And then we have another one. This one's a little bit better, right? And when I say better, I mean it has the formation that we look at when it's starting to try to spin up. It doesn't mean one is happening right now. It means that we have to watch these 2 areas. So we have our tornado warning here in Parker, and then we have these 2 additional areas with possible rotation. So this is going to try to bring something down, and this one too, what you would see is a wall cloud coming down, and then you would see the rotation. So we're going to keep our eye on those 2. For now, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. I say just, but it's just as dangerous. And here is that tornado warning. So once again, if you live in Brock and Bethel and this whole area, very, very tight rotation. You see it right here, very close to cool. If you're in cool, you can't go out of your safe spot, not yet. Just wait a little bit longer, and you're going to move in towards the southeast. So Damien, our other first alert meteorologist and friend, is out there in this weather, and he's got the latest report. Where are you at, Damien, and how are the winds and the rain?
Well, hey, Nellie, we are south of Denton heading into Tarrant County right now, about halfway through. And right now we are in the heaviest rainfall on radar here on I-35 heading south. And as you can see here with our shot, the rain is coming down very heavy. We're going to be watching out for some flooding potential. We've already got some ponding there on some of the sides here of the highway. And as you can see, we are going very, very slow here on the highway. Now, the good news is we are in the heaviest reflectivity, the highest reflectivity of the storm, which generally speaking, this would be the part of the storm that if this storm is capable of producing hail, this is where the hail would be. So we're not seeing any hail with this storm, but the problem is you see, I mean, this is rush hour. It's 5:18. It's rush hour right now, and this is how all the highways are going to look. And we're about to see 50, 60, even 70-mile-an-hour winds cross I-35 there in northern Tarrant County. So this could be a possibly dangerous situation, Nellie, especially with how gridlocked we are here with traffic. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Damian. We are going to continue to track that line as it fills in, and we know we have the threat that continues the rest of this evening. You'll see that here on the ground. That is our tornado watch in the yellow. That is going to be in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. I'll show it to you here. This is across the North Texas metroplex. You can see all of our counties that are included, which does include just about all of North Texas. Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, Denton counties all around North Texas under that tornado watch. That is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Highest threat marker, that 4 out of 5 risk target, is right out over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We've already seen those tornado warnings. We've seen the large hail. This is a day to continue to remain weather aware. This is one of our model runs we've been watching, and it does match up pretty closely with what is happening on radar. That brings this line closer to the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex, right in the center of the Dallas and Tarrant County lines, about 6:30 this evening. And then it continues to fill in as it tracks farther south and southeast. This is 8:45 this evening, continuing to move into our southeastern counties. 10:30 arriving in Palestine, and then things do start to fizzle as it does push farther to the southeast. But until then, we have to watch as this line makes its way into North Texas. Let's head back over here and take a look at this reflectivity, the storm relative velocity that Jeff has pulled up here. You'll notice right where we see that rotation that is popping up, that tornado warning that is moving right into Parker County. I'm just going to set this iPad down over here. You can see that rotation, those greens and those reds. Fox, Preble. We've also got Millsap. This is tracking closer to, let's zoom in here, Marcus. I can't read these. I'll step off to this side. Preble's 524, Fox 531, Greenwood 537, Bethel 545, Harmony, you're looking at 549. That's when that rotation gets a bit closer to you. Starting to broaden out just a little bit, but this is still a threat. This is still a tornado warning. We have our storm chaser Jason, who is just off to the north of this. He's in some of that heavy rain, some of those strong winds there as this rotation does push closer to Bethel, to Brock, eventually toward Tin Top, moving through Parker County. So this is, the rotation is moving just to the south of Weatherford, and you can see over those last few radar scans as that tornado warned polygon has started to shrink just a bit. This is carrying hail upwards of 2 inches in diameter with it, and that hail core is just back off to the north, closer to Garner at this point, continuing down to the southeast through Parker County. So we do have a large hail threat with this. 2-inch hail, that's the size of hen eggs. That can do some significant damage. And then you still see that inflow pretty clearly on reflectivity. That is right near Fox, right near Cool, and right near Garner, and continuing to move down to the southeast through Parker County. That is a threat we will continue to monitor as we get through the next several hours. This is all a cold front moving into North Texas that is bringing the issuance of these tornado warnings, bringing that threat for the large hail and the strong damaging wind gusts. That tornado warning in effect for Palo Pinto and Parker counties, but the threat mainly at this point for Parker County until 5:45 this evening. In fact, it does look like Palo Pinto County has been trimmed from that warning. So if we can go ahead and update that lower third, guys. Mineral wells, threat for you at this point is going to be for that heavy rain, for that frequent lightning. But as this line continues to form and moves to the southeast, those points to the northwest, those are going to be spots that will kind of be able to breathe a sigh of relief. This cold front has already moved through. The rain cooled air has moved in. The cooler air is starting to filter in back behind that cold front, some drier air too. So as a result, places like Bridgeport, Bowie, Wichita Falls. That cold front is now down to the south of you, so threats will be now for the metroplex and points farther southeast. Our northwestern counties, you're all but in the clear. As we get through the rest of this evening, those threats will continue for our North Texas metroplex, for Dallas and Tarrant counties. You can see that glob of thunderstorms that stretches from Stevens County with a severe thunderstorm warning up through Denton County with a severe thunderstorm warning there. And notice every portion of that line that covers those 4 or 5 counties is under some level of warning. We have 1 tornado warning in Parker County, and then we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. Warning for that large hail, upwards of 1.5 to 2.5 inches in diameter. This is for Parker County, 2.5 inch in diameter hail. That is tennis ball sized hail moving through Parker County. That hail core, Jeff, is that moving right over Weatherford, or is that just to the north of Weatherford?
The hail core itself, let's check. We have it still to the north. Garner is seeing that very large hail. This is just to the north of Cool as well, where there briefly was spotted a tornado. But I was just looking at that, McKenna, on our own radar, and it does seem like if that velocity or that rotation had started to kind of lose some of its organization as it was going on Fox, headed towards the interstate there. Good news there. But again, the hail threat has really come up with that cell. We continue to watch this really strong line of thunderstorms producing these hail threat. And again, we're seeing very high reflectivity from Preble to Fox, Wampler, all this getting ready to close in on Weatherford.
Just as Jeff is pointing out, that's exactly what you see here on the reflectivity scan. There's that hail core, Fox, Preble, Lemley. This hail size indicator typically runs on just a bit of a delay, so that may be right over Weatherford at this point. Penny, walnut size on the outer of that core, and then right inside for a smaller area, but still impactful. That's where you get that hail upwards of 2.5 inches in diameter. Seeing reports at this point of some windshields that have been damaged at Mineral Wells State Park. So that's something to keep in mind. If your car is out in this is hail that is large enough to do some damage to vehicles. If you are in the rest of the metroplex, this is your cue. If you have a garage, pull the vehicle inside. Hurry home for that evening commute as fast as you can in traffic that we deal with. But you will see those strong and severe thunderstorms that are starting to fill in just as they head through Parker County. Still seeing that inflow right out over Fox. We do have heavy rain through this area, stretching back through Stevens County and clear up into Denton County. And in fact, can we pull up Damien's shot? We have meteorologist Damien Lotus driving through. This is Jason's shot, so you can see him. Jason's driving through somewhere in Parker County at this point. There's Damien's shot now. Yeah, now we've got Damien's shot up. He is driving through just rush hour traffic. So this is what we're talking about. A lot of folks out on the roads, heavy rain as you move through the area. You know, you've got stop and go traffic throughout. Looks like he's got a car off on the side there, maybe an impact from some of the rain. It does look like they've seen heavy rain. Can Damien hear us out there, Monica? Damien, just give us an idea of what you're seeing out there. We just saw a truck maybe in the middle of the intersection. What are you seeing?
Yeah, McKenna, so that was the first vehicle that we saw off the road, and you can probably hear just how heavy the rainfall is right now. We have been in this heavy, blinding rainfall here for, I'd say, the last 15 to 20 minutes. And yeah, looking at the dash cam of our car, the camera view is not really showing what the reality is. In some cases, especially whenever you start to pick up forward speed, you can't even see past the hood of your car with how heavy some of this rainfall is. Now, traffic is starting to pick up some, and I will point out the storm that we are tracking right now, it is producing a little bit of rotation. So if this storm is capable of producing some damaging winds and possibly even spinning up a very quick, fast, what we call QLCS tornado, it's going to be happening right now, right over the speedway, and we're getting really close to the speedway right now, so we're going to bring you the latest on if we see any damage up in this area. McKenna,
have you seen any hail out there, Damien? I know you mentioned a little earlier you hadn't seen much of that. Looks like mainly heavy rain, but do you have any hail in that area?
Yeah, McKenna, the whole time we've been out here, this has been just straight up just heavy rain. We've been in the highest reflectivity pockets of this storm that's approaching the metroplex, and at no point did we have any hail. It has just been heavy rainfall and flooding, blinding rainfall. And once again, as you saw, we had our first vehicle that spun out off the road that we saw probably caused by the flooding rainfall.
And you can see on the radar, McKenna, right where he is, right? And he was saying that he was headed down to the south towards a possible rotation. This is in that Keller area. You can see the inflow, and one of the unusual things you see briefly sometimes in a spin up is that there's a little area where there's nothing. Where instead of seeing the heavy rain, you see instead like a little hole showing up. Like right here, that is sometimes a sign of a really strong updraft that would be considered part of a vorticity that's trying to form there. So that is right around North Beach Street and headed just in passing to the south of downtown Keller. We'll certainly keep an eye on that because these storms have this history of producing these quick spin-ups. And I think you can see it right there, McKenna. You see the inflow trying to form right there?
And look how that cell is trying to break from the line, Jeff.
Yeah, and in this case, if this thing folds over, if the downdraft, the right rear flank downdraft can get on the other side of this, continues to pull over, we could see something form here. And we do have Damien right there, and he was already suggesting, he was kind of seeing some hints. Now, we do have this tornado warning down there. What we're seeing is this tornado warning that we think this had actually produced a possible tornado, or they were maybe seeing a tornado. Let me get on the other side there, right here. So when it was over off and just to our west and over by Poole, that's when we had a report that a possible tornado was on the ground. Now, since that reflectivity is kind of, the vorticity, excuse me, has kind of lessened on that, but we can still see the hook nature. So what that tells me is that we still got a good rotation going with the storm. The hail core would be to the north, but the rotation itself is really starting to get disorganized. So I don't know if they'll continue with that tornado warning, but outflows are starting to dominate it. It's really going to start producing some really strong winds that goes in towards Bethel. This would be to the north of Tin Top, but it is starting to get towards Annetta. So, you know, we're getting towards that eastern edge of Parker County where we're really, you know, this is a lot of new construction, a lot of new homes have been put in since the last couple of years in this area, and you can almost make it out. There's the inflow notch right there, and there's that wraparound wind, the outflow that has becoming the dominant story here of these spin-ups, these possible tornadoes. They just haven't lived long. They've been getting cut off by these downflows, bringing the cold air and wrapping it back in. So tornado threat coming down, wind threat coming up, as well as that hail threat that is just continued over this area, probably in that egg size, maybe walnut to egg. That's ping pong ball size and walnut size. That's what's headed right into Weatherford, right into downtown Weatherford. And to the south of that is where those strongest winds, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds, are going on. Now, you see where Jason is. Jason is over just by Weatherford, off towards the east. So he's probably going to run into some of these winds. If he continues moving west, he'll run into this area right here, this outflow, where maybe we're seeing some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, I don't know, McKenna, do you see any clear rotation here? I'm not really making it out.
No, Jeff, at this point, this is all, it seems like it's just starting to fall apart.
Yeah.
You can still see a pretty clear inflow on reflectivity, but it's not quite as prevalent as what we saw just, I mean, if I play this back in the last 45 minutes, you'll see as that, I don't even have to go back that far. But you can see as that develops. See, look, there's the hook. It starts to form.
And I think that's when it was briefly a tornado.
Yeah.
And then it came down, and look what happened. Again, like what happened to the last one. We had the downflow bring in the cold air and wrap it in, so the tornado threat came down, but at the same time, the wind threat was going up.
And we do still have hail, Jeff, hen egg sized for that tornado warning. So tornado warning in effect till 5:45, Jeff. Time right now is 5:33. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe continue that as a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're watching off, obviously near Bethel, and if you live near Bethel, I want you to be very careful right now, because even though we're looking at this rotation signature kind of softening a little, it will come right over the top of you, and that would certainly mean very strong winds coming over your town. And that hail will soon follow, by the way. That's the hail that's going to hit right into Weatherford, right across downtown Weatherford, and especially the neighborhoods to the north side of Weatherford. You'll get that hail. And we were talking earlier about the cell trying to get organized that's in Tarrant County, right over Keller and over into Colleyville. This is producing some hail as well. We see egg-size hail. This is going to be doing some damage to windshields and roofs. This is a storm that is at least, fortunately, not that tennis ball size hail we were worried about all day long of these storms coming in. It's just that whole line has come in kind of together, and the one individual cell that has all this energy in the atmosphere to feed off of, it never could really get going. So we're getting a lot of smaller ones, but all up and down the line we're getting these. So egg-size hail, golf ball-size hail is going to be the norm. And I bet you there's just a ton of lightning with this, has been the story with these hail producers. So we have, this is Damon, Lotus right here off on the west side of this cell coming down 35. And that is where the hail core is. So it looks like it's headed into Keller. We still see this kind of inflow notch on it. It's trying so much to get a rotation going, but there is just not enough. Now you see a little bit of a clearing on the west side that would suggest that maybe this one can get a wrap around it as well. We'll keep an eye on it. We know it is producing hail, and we know it's producing some strong winds and a blinding rain, as you can see in the shot here that you see in the box off to the other side. Just a blinding rain that is going to make travel very difficult. I'm looking at this shot, and I'm not seeing a lot of people on the road. It looks like people are taking the hint to stay away from this weather afternoon and evening commute-wise, because of the just blinding rain alone and the ponding on the roads, and of course the fact that you can float on top of that water when you start going 60 miles an hour and become just treacherous driving. So that's good to see. But as we go back to the radar, I want to just show you the whole line, right, that's now coming into the metroplex. It is getting ready to go into the DFW airport, which means that we are going to really start seeing a ground stop there if we haven't already had a ground stop, because they normally stop it as the storm approaches, much less gets right over the airport. Yeah, it's a ground stop. And Damien has been off just to the west side of all this, Damien. So what are you seeing in this cell right now that's over by Grapevine in the airport?
Yeah, Jeff, well, looking at radar, this thing is completely becoming outflow dominant. So as far as, I mean, look at all the rainfall you're seeing here from our shot. So, Jeff, as you were talking about, you know, being careful, hydroplaning and everything, literally we were driving about 20 to 30 miles an hour here on the right-hand lane here of the express lane heading south on I-35. And literally we hit a pond and almost hydroplaned. And then a vehicle that passed us on the left was going about 45 miles an hour, and they also hydroplaned and almost lost complete control of their vehicle. So as you're heading home this afternoon on the roads, you absolutely have to slow down and not completely avoid the highways, because with how much rainfall we've seen, how much ponding we've seen on the roads with these storms, Jeff, it is going to be very dangerous, especially if you're picking up speed and trying to drive a little bit faster here on the roads. Back to you.
Yeah, so true, Damien. I mean, we get locked in on the hail threat. We get locked in on the wind threat. We get locked in, of course, on any tornado warning. But in just the big picture, you try to drive in a rain like this. We had so much moisture in the atmosphere. These storms get going, they're going to be prodigious rainmakers. Rainfall rates are probably in that 3-inch, 4-inch range. And you can see this is the past 6 hours, you know, where these storms have come from, right? They've come from the north, and you see in the darker greens where they've already passed. You know, we're seeing 2-inch rains or 1.5-inch rains. That's what's coming into the metroplex now. That's the type of rain we're going to see here over the next hour, right in Tarrant and Dallas counties. On top of all the other threats, when you get rain like that, you are going to have those hydroplane problems, as Damien was saying, and you can see all the lightning that's involved here. So you certainly don't want to be outside when you see lightning like this associated with these storms. So this is a multi-threat situation, and when you have these very strong storms coming in, you have all sorts of ways that they could do you harm. We've got ping pong and golf ball size hail. We have a tornado threat that's going on. To see in the big picture, I would say the tornado threat has kind of come and gone, but what has not left is the hail threat, the heavy rain threat, the lightning threat. That has been the constant, and we are getting really strong winds coming out of these rotations. When there's a tornado threat, very shortly we get a big wind threat with these as well. That's the outflow right there. McKenna, did you see it? Where it's just pushing out those big winds. That was the one we were talking about. Bethel was under that rotation. Now it looks like, as Damien was saying, that is down drafts and the outflow dominant storms that's going on in Keller starting to happen in this one in Parker County. So where you see that line right there, I'm telling you, that's probably 50, 60 mile per hour winds doing that. It's just kicking out, and this is headed right towards Annetta South, headed towards Baker, and all these strong winds headed that way. But this is in that tornado warned area. We're not seeing a clear rotation, but I will tell you, over the last couple of hours, we've seen those rotations die out and then reform again. There's so much energy in the atmosphere. Where's Jason on the map right now? I know he was in Parker County on the interstate.
Yep,
Jason,
south of Weatherford.
Yeah, what are you seeing, Jason? You're over by Weatherford now.
I tell you, Jeff, the biggest thing I'm seeing right now is vehicles that are, so I'm going to get off right here. I see traffic ahead. There's vehicles underneath the overpass at I-20 there on the east side of Weatherford. So it's completely stopped the eastbound of 20 because vehicles decided that they'd be selfish and just get under there and block everybody else from traveling eastbound. I'm starting to get the hail here. That hail core was just on the west side of town. It looked like it started to collapse just a little bit as it was heading further south. So I'm trying to get back into position for that, just with absolutely torrential rainfall.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at that low cloud base and all that inflow coming into it. We're looking at the Ville now. Jason, thank you, because he was talking about the hail, I was telling you, is moving right into Weatherford. And as you know, the interstate is just to the south of downtown, and we're seeing $half size hail being indicated here. Ping pong ball size hail just out to the west. That's what's dropped over Weatherford and now is over the interstate and still driving south. And as we zoom right back into Tarrant County, where we have seen Damien, you also see a hail core there. So kind of two cells that are giving us the threat of some damaging hail. This one, $half size hail. This is headed into the airport over by Bransford, which is really Colleyville now, and parts of North Richmond Hills. That $half size hail is going to dive right over the airport. That's the hail core right there. That's the inflow. That's the rotation that can't really get going here on this one. And with the hail core right here, this is where all the big lightning is. This is going to go into Capel as well, where we're going to see this just downpour rain right here during the rush hour. This is going to just bring it to a standstill if you were trying to get home this time of day. We've been telling you for the last couple of days, the evening commute, try to avoid it if you could. This thing, it looks like it's trying to wrap up again. McKenna, this is the one by Brook. So
they're going to reissue that tornado warning.
Yeah, and I bet you they're going to drop it down towards the southwest. So this was the one that was a threat down by Cool and Fox, and now just to the southwest flank, another rotation trying to get going here by Brock and Brock Junction. So we'll wait for that new warning to come out. This one that was producing the possible tornado is now just all outflow, and the warning there. This is the old one, right? This is not the new one that's come out yet.
Right, that's the old one.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the new one that's going to be
for Southern Parker.
Yeah, it's for this right here. We can see the hook starting to form the really clear inflow, and now the low. We'll make sure we've got that tornado debris on there, McKenna. I think it is turned on. We'll wait to see, because this might be one of those really quick spin up. Jason is off towards the east of here, underneath the hail core. That's that bright pink right here. This is the new threat area out to the west of him, out by Brock and Brock Junction. We know we've had some clear rotation. We're starting to see some really large hail. That would be up by Millsap and Bennett. We're also starting to see a real clear sorting of particles here that is going on that inflow. So that lets me know that this storm is taking a really big breath right now, and it is going to try to wrap itself up. Now, throughout the evening, we have had the right rear flank downdraft kind of have trouble punching through the line and not really able to come down. So by the time it does get there, it's cold air, and it just kills the circulation. This one has a little bit more of a break in the reflectivity. This might have a cleaner shot of trying to kind of punch through. If we just put that last 15 minutes, McKenna, do we see that green descending down on the back side of it? A little bit, yeah, and this just especially in the last frame. Okay, we got the new warning out.
Yep, that is till 6:15, and that is still for that original area of rotation.
So, yeah, they're still worried about this. Why this is going. So they're going to wait and see what happens with that rotation we were just talking to you about. So they must be worried about right here. We're trying to see, I guess, just this general rotation right here. So this is by the Bethel area. I know we've just been talking again and again about your town there. You've been under, we know, big winds. So now this tornado warning has been extended for just where you're at, and then now we're heading a little more into Annetta. And is it still southeast in its pathway? It might be.
Yeah, so Jeff, that also packing hail upwards of hen egg size, but it is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour.
Okay, so it's still dropping southeast, and Jason's in the hail to our north from this storm. This last frame, let's switch over to our radar. See if it can see. It is so close to our radar site. I'm wondering if we're going to see any of that rotation trying to form on it. This would be. God, again, I'm sorry, I keep staring at the one that's off to the west of it.
It is 5 miles south of Weatherford, the rotation that they are worried about with the second one.
5 miles
south of Weatherford.
Okay. So we are, right where Jason is at. So look at our radar and look at velocity. We were looking at.
This is supposed to be velocity on our.
Oh, we're not getting it. Okay.
Radar, and it's not pulling up here.
Yeah. Okay. That's right. Our radar, by the way, is right up here in Willow Park. So we're really close to all this. We're getting the
This is our reflectivity from our radar.
Yeah. So, and we're seeing that inflow notch there. So we'll go back to.
Here it is, Jeff. There's our radar.
Jason, talk to me. You're right there. What's going on?
Hey Jeff, I'm right here. Lots of low clouds around. Right now we're sitting at 73 degrees. Rain-cooled airs came through this area here. The circulation, the rotation I'm seeing, let me pan up here for us just a little bit, kill my whoppers. Looks to be directly in front of me, just right overhead. Lots of movement with the clouds there feeding up and in. Got some rotation, yeah, exactly right there. I don't see anything down right here in this area. Definite rotation. I'll keep watching this. The rain, of course, is obscuring things just a little bit still for me, Jeff.
Okay, Jason, you're right in that spot. You're kind of close to the bear's cage there. I know you know what you're doing. You're right at the edge. But we are trying to see this thing form on the radar. We're starting to see a real clear inflow notch coming up State Highway 171. So you were probably still in that southeast wind feeding into this storm. I think it's trying to wrap around just right there on 171 and south of the interstate, by the way. We're south of 20 here. So Weatherford, you're up here. This is all south of you, and it's moving away from you if you're in the town of Weatherford. But it continues to drop down right 171 where Jason is headed, and you can kind of make this out, right? Here's the green, here's the red, and obviously we're always looking for these gate to gate when these things are right close to each other. This, again, if you live on either side of 171, there's a tornado warning out here for this area right here. And we can see, we can start to make out the rear flank downdraft trying to get around and strengthen this thing. If this thing tightens up right where my hand is, right here, you start seeing that green and red come together, this is going to really alarm me that we're going to see a tornado form. Jason is looking at it right now. You can see it here next to me, the shot he's looking at. What we're seeing is that lowering, we're seeing that rotation, but we're not seeing a tornado. So we're very close to one trying to form. This, again, has been the story this evening, that we have getting these rotations going. Yeah, we drop a tornado. Yeah, what are you seeing, Jace?
Hey, so yeah, I've got as you were mentioning, we've got that, sorry, let me clear up, there we go. We've got that inflow that's feeding in, it's wrapping up almost just directly, just barely on the north side of me right now. So that's the area that we're watching, and again, there's so much moisture that's falling right now. I do have some small hailstones falling. Currently, they're falling just out of the northwest. So wind has changed to the north at my location, so that tells us that area of circulation is just off to my, really just off my northeast, as we can see right there. Let me zoom in. We're starting to get a lot more, my focus here, sorry.
Jason, it looks like
we're
the
starting
outflow
to get a lot more in the way of inflow. There.
Yeah, I think that outflow down to the south is catching up with that. So,
It is. I'm looking up at the clouds. I'm getting a strong push of that RFD, the clouds that are pushing south now. I'm facing due north at this time. Okay. And you can see, okay, there we've got a little more of a little bit of a lowering right there. And again, as you said, we've got that RFD, that rear flank downdraft just out my side of the window that is really wrapping down, pulling down now.
Okay. All right. Well, stay on that. I mean, you again have found yourself in a perfect position to observe what's going on. So that's why we use our storm chasers, because the radar is every 2 minutes or so, and Jason has seen it in real time of what's going on. Now, it's very rain wrapped, by the way, so it's not a clear signal, but he's feeling that inflow. And that's that notch right there. He's feeling that trying to feed into the storm. And again, we're seeing that wraparound come in. This thing might get choked off. It might, but here for a hot minute, it might just be enough combination of this going this way and this going this way to get that thing spinning and get a tornado going. We know there's some large hail. By the way, the large hail that came through Weatherford and over the interstate is now drifting down to the south as well. You don't want to be driving in that, and you see all the heavy rain that's still over I-20 with all that lightning. You don't want to be driving in that, but we have this tornado warning out right here. And you can see this inflow notch that goes in.
So
and
Jeff, and what I want to point out here too, the National Weather Service is pointing out. So this here where Jason is, the reason they've extended this area for that tornado warning, even though we've seen the rotation, looks like it's starting to broaden. This is headed into very unstable air, but this is back behind it. The cold front has passed. This is much more stable air in this area. And for that reason, we have a hook that looks like it's trying to develop on that back end, but it can't form because the air is stable.
Yeah, it's down in the cold air. So that, thank you for that, McKenna, because that's crucial to what we're looking at. We have a cold front dropping down through this. Okay, and sometimes the cold front can race ahead of the storms and really change completely the environment. And what happens, you get on the other side of the cold front, you don't have warm air feeding into these storms. You get the big rain. You get the lightning. You can even still get a hail core, but what you won't get is a tornado. And everything that we've been concerned about is what's on the leading edge of that. And now that McKenna's reminded me that this front has been coming down with these temperatures, you know, that are a good 15 degrees cooler, that's what's on the other side of the front, then that is just reminding me that everything here, don't worry about tornadoes. Everything up here.
And to your point, Jeff, let's point out right now that the tornado watch has already been trimmed for some of those spots. I'm going to put that on here right now for you.
Yeah, what we're going to see is
trimmed from here.
Where the front has come through. You know, now remember, the SPC always operates a little bit slower because, you know, they always are very cautious. But you can see where the front's come through, right? Because no more threat there, but still plenty of threat on the south side of this leading edge of storms that we have been tracking here now on the third hour as they've been
I want to point out for Wise County, because of course we've been in Runaway Bay the last several days. Wise County, you're not trimmed from the watch yet, but you're done. It's all good for you.
Don't worry. Don't worry up there. You got some rain, but don't worry about any tornadoes now. Our threat continues to be to the south of that. Jason McLaughlin continues to find himself in position. He's seen some heavy rain. Can we talk to Jason real quick? I'd like to know what he's seen in as far as this rotation.
Yeah, Jeff. I'm still here with you, bud.
Yeah, so has anything changed since we talked? Last we talked, is the rotation any clearer?
Jeff, nothing's really changed. Yeah, what's changed is that area that was trying to wrap up, it really broadened. Just as I was talking about, we were starting to see that southerly push. You could look up in the clouds, see the bases really starting to rush out to the south. Earlier, as that cooler air wrapped around and cut off that area of circulation, that was just barely off to my northeast. A couple of interesting notes. So, you know, we've got live radar as we're out here as well that you're showing there on air. Some of those higher bill velocities that came across, I actually didn't get much of in the way of hail as that passed over me. So that's great news. Another interesting note, I checked back at one of my weather stations that I've got out up there in Runaway Bay. Maximum rainfall rate was 4.44 inches an hour when that thing came through. So that really just shows how heavy this rain is coming down.
Have you seen flooding, ponding on the roads when you've been driving through, Jason?
You know, I've tried to stay out of this. This is really the first time I've just been stuck in the heavy rain so far as I'm trying to head back south. I've tried to kind of stay in position the best that I could most of the day, but when I do get into this rain, it's just blinding. The same thing happened back in Weatherford as I was pushing back west as well. A little bit of hail I was picking up, maybe penny size, but really just the absolute torrential rain has been the big story once I've been in these storms.
It does look like, Jason, you're driving into a little bit of a hail core. Are you seeing anything right now that's on the smaller end of things?
I'm hearing a few little pecks on the car. I'm not getting any sign that I'm getting large hail right now. That larger hail core that was showing on radar, you know, it's picking up kind of moisture in general up high. When it passed me maybe 5 minutes ago, I actually didn't get much of anything in the way of hail at that time. So that's good news. Obviously, there's still a lot of hail out there, but there is good news that we're maybe starting to see a lot more rain than we're seeing, you know, hail in some of these spots.
Yeah, that hail is large up in the upper levels, but as rainy as it is, maybe a lot of melting's happening before it hits the ground. What about anything in the way of rotation that you're seeing? It's hard to see from the view at this point because of that rain. I see a lot of gray clouds, but that's about all I can see from this view. What do you see in the way of rotation in the upper levels out there?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now. Once this rain starts, you can't see a whole lot up top. The hail, as you can hear, is starting to pick up just a little bit. As far as rotation, what I was able to see, you know, with all the moisture, earlier, maybe 5 to 10 minutes ago, as we were talking about, we had that southeast flow I was able to pick up by looking, you know, just above the surface when I didn't have the precip yet. But then once that rain started and we started to get that push of that rain-cooled air, it wrapped in and it made it very difficult to really see anything else beyond that point.
Look at the green.
Yeah, Jason, it looks like you've got a big old rush of wind that just passed just to your south.
Cut off the rotation.
Yeah, the rear flank downdraft winds. Looks like rotation maybe has wrapped up for this, especially at the lower levels. That's now headed into Baker, so we're seeing...
Starting to get some bigger hail, though, all of a sudden. I am starting to get some bigger hailstones.
It does look like you're headed into a hail core, Jason.
Odd.
We can query some of that.
Okay.
Jeff, what's Jason headed into?
Yeah, he's trying to stay ahead of that hail core because it's coming in right over the top of him right now. So this the stronger hail, the bigger hail, I should say, is stretched all the way from Brock over to where Jason is, up to Annetta South, and now leaking into Tarrant County, and that's all at least quarter size.
You can hear it bouncing off of Jason's car. So yeah, ping pong to quarters, anywhere, quarters on the low end, ping pongs on the high end, but you can start to see some of that. And just consider, it's raining heavily in this area. Those hailstones are going through some melting before they hit the ground, especially when you're dealing with this much rain, and they're still that large as they do hit the ground. So Jason's driving into a hail core. There are several hail cores in this line, and you can just see all of that heavy rain that's falling. But if we take a look at the velocity scan right here, once again, a tornado warning that is still ongoing until 6:15, but you can see pretty clearly right here. This is that rear flank downdraft. It's just cutting off that rotation. So what we're seeing is that push of wind down at the surface. So this is just off to the east of where Jason is. This stretches from Baker up to Annetta South, and that is going to be that rush of wind at the surface. So you're going to start to feel some of those 50, 60 mile per hour winds that move right into this area. It's that separation of the green and the red that you see. The red's going away from the Fort Worth radar, green's coming toward it. And that gray line that you see that separates those two, that is that rush of straight line winds. We know the damage that straight line winds can do as well, so it is still something to take very seriously. Time right now is 5:59, so this tornado warning is in effect until 6:15. We'll see if they do anything in the way of expiring that maybe a bit early, but at the very least, this is a wind threat. It is still something to take very seriously. We saw the damage that winds can cause with the storms in Parker County and parts of Tarrant County too. A little bit earlier this week, you're still seeing Jason shot, and that is just this giant rotating updraft, and it doesn't look like we're getting that rotation at the surface anymore, but you can still see. Just look at that view. Jason, can you still hear us? Tell us what you're seeing. Maybe we don't.
And it's kind of been the story of most of the day. We're getting that mid-level rotation that's happening with the storm. It's not really in this area right now, making it down to the ground. I'm hearing reports recently, you know, that wasn't the case back possibly towards Mineral Wells. But in this area, you kind of see that corkscrew effect as I zoom out and zoom up, that corkscrew effect with this storm, as that mid-level rotation is once again looking like it's trying to start wrapping up on this storm.
Yeah, it's almost right over them.
Yeah, it is.
We're seeing it, Jason.
State Highway 171 right there.
Yeah, he's been following 171, and that rotation has been on his tail up the whole time.
Right here, you can see that's that wrap up. So Jason's this is the live view of what you're seeing on the radar. That's the 3D view of this. These are those winds that are coming toward the radar, and then that red, those are wrapping that way around the radar. So that's that cyclonic flow. That's the way it spins, that counterclockwise flow there. And you can see that just south of Annetta South, between Annetta South and Baker, really, over 171. Not a great place to be traveling. There are a few folks out on the roads there where Jason is. What we see is a whole lot of rain. And from the pink, I mean, you've got several hail cores. Jeff's highlighting all of those. Alito getting hit by some large hail there. In the core, the biggest of the hail with this warned area, we're talking hen egg size. There it is. That's what Jason was just driving into as he headed south south now, Jeff?
Yeah, he continues to head south on 171.
So he's getting out ahead of the largest of that hail. Good thing, because that is hail that can do some of that damage to a windshield. Egg-sized hail near Annetta, egg-sized hail just north of Baker, and then you stretch up into Aledo, Iona, Benbrook, Lakeshore Estates. So this gets into the west sides of Tarrant County. You're starting to pick up some of that hail here. So this is where you're talking ping pong, golf ball sized hail on the west sides of Tarrant County. That's a big wind threat. Right where Jason is, stretching through Baker back towards Center Hill, that is where you're getting that big rush of wind. You can likely hear it whipping. It is strong gusty winds that are moving right through this area as this heads through Parker County and into a portion of Tarrant County as well. That's under a severe thunderstorm warning, but also that tornado warning that goes till 6:15. It's 6:02 right now. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm watching Jason shot out of the corner of my eye as well, seeing a lot of heavy rain. You can see that there. And it doesn't look like it's really able to kind of wrap back up. It's certainly rotating in those upper levels. We can see that in that cloud view right there. That's that more 3D look at what Jason is seeing and what we're seeing out on the radar. It's cool to kind of match up the two views in that area, but I don't know that that's going to be able to, the cool air starting to filter in, Jeff, I just don't know that that's going to be able to wrap back up.
No, I don't think so. I think the front might actually catch up with all this. You can see it. The front is almost now to I-20.
Right.
So the cold air that's coming in behind this whole system is trying to start to really take over the whole line. Not there yet. We're still all in the warm air where that big fat cell with the hail core stretching across all of Parker County into southern Tarrant County, still producing some pretty good hail. But we're getting the lightning and heavy rain, and I'm telling you, McKenna, you do not want to be driving in this.
All right, and Jeff, we have confirmed damage now in Mineral Wells. We are sending a crew to find out the extent of that damage. We can go ahead and play back this radar to back when this line was moving through Mineral Wells, if we take this back a few radar scans. But again, that is confirmed damage in Mineral Wells. Once again, we do not yet know the extent of that damage. We're working to find that. We're sending a crew that way, and we'll see what we can find with that. But there's Mineral Wells right there. That was that line as it passed in under a severe thunderstorm warning, and eventually Mineral Wells did come under that tornado warning. So we'll see if that looks like tornadic damage. Of course, when you assess that, it all depends on how it's laying out. Is it down in a line, or is it down and is it kind of twisted in a fashion that would maybe indicate there was a tornado touchdown? That was an area that you can see that tornado warning. What was that, 5 o'clock, Jeff, that started?
Yeah, so we can see it. You see the inflow notch
right there.
Really getting sorted out, and that's when they issued the warning. That was right at 5. And then they kind of confined it a little bit more off to the east, as that you could still see that, clearly see that inflow.
And still a hail core that passed over there too. So it could be from several things, but there certainly was an inflow over Mineral Wells.
Yeah, and it was about right here around Bethel when the outflow, or that right rear flank downdraft, caught up with it, wrapped up that cold air and killed the rotation. So this is probably where they're talking about the damage occurring right through that run right there, Nellie, don't you think?
I'm getting several messages of the emergency sirens going off in Dallas.
Yeah.
So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. But
let's go ahead and reset, give folks an idea of where we are in relation to Dallas and Tarrant counties, the warnings that we have that are in effect. So here's where the storm activity is. This line of storms, we have this one right over Roanoke and Justin. We have this back through Mineral Wells, Grayford. So this is all more stable air. You are still under a severe thunderstorm warning back through Grayford and Mineral Wells, but this is moving through cooler air at this point. This is the latest radar scan. So there we go. This is the latest update. Storm activity, we've got this just to the south west of Plano, moving over Carrollton, in fact, at this point. Meters, we have just east of DFW. DFW already got hit with a pretty strong storm in this line. There's a hail core between DFW and Farmers Branch, Carrollton, Trinity Mills. This is where that cell sits right now. This heads into Highland meters, University Park, Highland Park. The downtown Dallas area, all under that severe thunderstorm warning. This is tracking east-southeastward. That warning is in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. Again, this is a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas County. Hail with this is upwards of, let's see, Jeff, what's the hail with this? Do you have an idea?
I was just putting a track on it. I'm sorry. We're southeast at 30 on that for right now, and then I'll check in here on that. Hail is at 1 inch.
Okay, so we've got quarter-sized hail with this. That is low-end severe threat. It is still severe threat. Once you get inch hail, that's quarter-sized, and then you also have winds 60 miles per hour. That's when you are dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning. Estelle, you're looking at 6:10 when that arrives for you. Time right now is 6:07. So Estelle, you've just got a couple of minutes. Inwood, 6:11. Highland, 6:12. 6:15 for Oldham. Meters, you're looking at 6:16. Gifford, you're looking at about 6:18. University Park, you're looking at 6:23. Highland Park, 6:26. Rollins, 6:29. And Zaca Junction, you're looking at 6:31. This is tracking southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Hail up to quarter-sized. Winds up to 60 miles per hour in Dallas County. This is moving through the northern tier of Dallas County. That warned area does include the city of Dallas. Downtown Dallas is on the southern edge. Downtown Dallas, it's not raining yet, but this is tracking southeastward. So there's a high likelihood this at least clips a portion of downtown, but greater impacts at this point are right through the northern tier of Dallas County. You can see those live pictures. Where are we at, guys, with this? Okay, so we're at the AAC. You can see folks, Stars play at home tonight. So severe thunderstorm warning. I'm glad these people are getting into the AAC. That'll be a safer spot to be. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this area. You can see they're walking around. I can see the lightning. That also makes me nervous. Not something you want people outside in. So hopefully those folks are getting into the building. Lightning is a threat. Whether you have a severe warned area or not, lightning poses a significant threat. 15, 20 miles from the parent storm, you can still get struck by lightning. So a lot of these folks headed into the AAC for that Stars game this evening. We are going to continue to monitor this storm that is moving through downtown Dallas, moving through Dallas County, but downtown Dallas is included in that. Just as I mentioned, though, those folks not seeing even a drop of rain just yet because it's all to the north of there. And I do think for the most part, the worst of it will be north of there. We're watching this cold front catch up here, but it's tracking southeastward. So downtown Dallas may still feel some impacts of that hail, of those strong gusty winds. You have to make sure you're staying weather aware. If you're headed through the downtown area, if you're traveling through, hail upwards of quarter size, that is in Farmers Branch, and Highland, Trinity Mills. We've got that hail core right there. There's just a lot of hail embedded in this storm that stretches from back near Highland up through Farmers Branch. That's where the bulk of that hail looks to be. Can we query some of that, Jeff? What are we picking up there?
As far as the hail?
Yeah, radar hail.
I was curious. Earlier, it wasn't overly impressive. It still looks like the hail core has come down. So this is going to be right now a bigger wind threat, I think, on that leading edge. And with a lot of lightning and heavy rain, a big traffic threat as well.
And of course, it's coming along 6:35. There's still a lot of traffic, and it's right over Farmers Branch. You're getting some hail. Apparently, it is not large hail, but it's still, obviously, if we have that 6:35 across Denton Drive and over into Roser and Marsh Lane, obviously, that is a very populated area. We have that hail coming down right now in Royal Lane and State Highway 161 moving towards that Farmers Branch, but it's sagging down. So get ready for some of this hail in Walnut Hill. Do you need to cover your car? Well, it all depends. If some cars get damaged with quarter-size hail, and so that's moving towards the south. You have some information coming in?
Yeah, I want to head to Tarrant County. We have baseball-sized hail in southern Tarrant County. This is significant hail headed into, there's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That box, I don't mean to cut you off, Nellie. I'm sorry.
Totally
just
fine.
as Nellie's mentioning, covering your cars. Hopefully, if you have a garage, you've pulled your cars cars into it. We've been mentioning that the last several hours. This is a wind threat through Crescent, but we also have
tornado warning,
sized hail, and a new tornado warning. There it is. In Parker County, does this extend into Tarrant County too, Jeff?
Yes, it is. The warning goes right up. I'm sorry. The warning goes right up against the line.
Okay.
As you starting to see a clear rotation right there.
Where's Jason?
And it is moving off towards the southeast. Jason again finds himself in perfect
Let's pull up
position.
Jason's shot here.
Off just to the south of it. So I think with Jason's view to the left is where you want to look.
Yeah. Jason, can you still hear us? Can you look left of you? What are you seeing out there? That newly issued tornado warning. We've got a little bit of an inflow right north of you.
Yeah, I can. So maybe about 3 minutes ago, I had a real strong easterly push of wind. You know, it's not raining here. It wasn't raining there. Real strong easterly gust of wind that came out of the storm. And in that general position that I was, we had been out of the north. So that told me we were starting to get some rotation that was setting up here. I'm heading into Crescent. I'm going to go up 377, just barely to the north side of town, so I can see a little better. I'm kind of obscured right now by the trains that are over on my north side looking out, but I'll be in great position looking up directly into that lowering again shortly.
Okay, we'll check back in with you in just a couple of minutes here. We have your tracker on the radar here. We can see just where Jason is traveling on 377. He's right close to Crescent there. We can see that on the radar site. So we'll get that view of that newly issued tornado warning. This is tracking to the southeast through Parker County. That warned area ends just at the Tarrant County line there. So you can see there's Jason. He is just north sides of Crescent. There's the tornado warning within the larger destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning turns destructive when that hail is 2.5 inches in diameter or larger, which is what we are seeing here. We're talking hail 2 3/4 of an inch in diameter. There's Jason's shot that you can see once again. You can see that dark gray cloud extending down there. We're going to keep an eye on Jason's shot here. Again, newly issued tornado warning. This goes until 7 o'clock tonight now. So if we can go ahead and update that, guys, this newly issued tornado warning goes until 7 o'clock this evening. We have large hail with this. You can see from Jason's shot. Let's go ahead and take this shot full. And you can see that cloud. You can see that lowering from that cloud right back behind the trees there. Not much rain because Jason's out ahead of this. And you can see that inflow. Jason, walk us through.
You know, McKenna, if you take a look at that, so those clouds are moving quickly now. I can see a little lowering, fixing to approach the Crescent area right now, but I've got a strong push out of clouds ahead of it. So again, we're kind of, there we go. There's that potential lowering that we're looking at on the screen. Winds rushing out with it. So we're going to keep watching this, but I'm getting the wind right out of the north again in this area, kind of like we've seen all day. We've started to get these rotations and then kind of get choked off. Makes me think we're maybe starting to look a little anticyclonic turn with what we're seeing here, with me getting these northerly winds, and I had easterly winds just on the south side of this developing circulation again.
Yeah, we can look at that. Jeff, what are you seeing on that radar scan?
Well, you know, it is a whole different kind of signature than what we have been seeing throughout so far. This one is a little bit more inside the storm, but we can see the rotation trying to form. You can see, by the way, we have Billy Sexton off to the north of this and Jason off to the south of this possible rotation that's going on that triggered this tornado warning. But it's interesting that you can see where the warning has been issued, and this is at the very edge of it. And it looks like, did they drop the warning?
It looks like they dropped the warning.
Yeah, they expired the warning.
And now it's the destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I think this is just that chaos that happens on the leading edge of what we're seeing here. Move it over to reflectivity, and you know, you trace that chaotic wind up to the hail core.
Yeah.
If you're under that, that's where you're under. You know, it feels like you're in a washing machine. The winds seem to be coming from all sorts sorts of directions at you.
This shot you're seeing to the side, that is Billy Sexton, our chief photographer. He's out there. If we can take that full again, what you see those lowering clouds, but just this is what Jeff's talking about. Severe thunderstorms, these strong storms, these large updrafts, you get rotation with them, but the rotation doesn't always extend to the surface. And you can see just how quickly these clouds are moving in front of us on Billy's shot here. Lots of rain. Billy is just to the north of Jason, northeast. He is moving through southeastern Parker County. Billy, what are you seeing out there?
Well, in the last few minutes, the wind has really picked up and the rain has increased also. I pulled off on the side of the road just to be safe for a few minutes and give you guys a good picture. But this front is quickly moving to the southeast with some gusty winds and right now heavy rain with no hail.
Okay, it's going to cross right over you, Billy. It looks like that hail will be coming down from the northwest and cross right over you. That hail core, that at least radar is indicating hail that's in that 2 to 3 inch size, and that's what they've been warning for. So please take precaution. This hail core getting ready to move right over Jason and Billy, headed into Wheatland, Boss, Plover, and Godley.
Jason's pulled up under a gas station shelter spot there. You can see that to the side. So Jason and Billy are right close to each other, and Jason's pulled up under that. We're going to keep an eye on Jason and Billy's shots. I don't have Billy's shot out here, so Monica, if you'll just keep an eye on that and just let me know if he starts to see any of that hail moving through. It looks like from Jason's shot, you can see the wind whipping. Look at those flagpoles. Jason, those flagpoles are just bending back and forth.
Hey, yeah, I'm getting very strong winds right now. I'd say they are out of the southwest, probably 40 to 50 miles per hour. A couple gusts maybe pushing higher than that, but I'd say 40 to 50 right now. Street signs are kind of rocking around pretty good with the wind. The rain is just really coming down. The area of circulation that I was watching earlier looked like it passed just north of here, maybe 3 miles or so, and that just kind of, with the road network, put me in a position it was best just to go ahead and bury my vehicle from the hail at this point.
Yeah, best call with hail. The hail size in that area running upwards of 2 inches in diameter. You can see.
Oh gosh, sorry, that was a big hailstone that just hit my car.
Oh, did it?
And there goes the power as well.
Gas station.
Power's out. That was a big hailstone. I haven't had a visual on one in front of me yet, but the one that just hit the back of me was, here comes some insane winds. Yeah, we're really getting some big time wind all of a sudden now too.
Okay, they're actually in the bear cage now, so they're going to see the hail and the 65 mile per hour.
Just north of me.
You
My
can
car
see
is
debris.
actually rocking. You can hear the whistle of the wind. Get the window down just a touch it, you can hear really what it sounds like.
There is some rotation trying to reach the ground where you're at.
Look at that. Jason, just to the east of you, just east of Crescent. I know you're watching, but there is some rotation trying to form just east of you.
It's right there.
I can tell it's just east of me. I've got a strong northwest push right now. So let's start getting. There goes. That's a.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh, that's a softball. At least it just fell out of the ground.
Did you see that, Jeff?
Yes.
That's a massive hailstone.
Look at that.
There it is. That's a huge. That's almost the size of a. It's bigger than a baseball.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so you've got
I've got a strong northerly wind that's blowing right at me.
New tornado warning out on that rotation.
Jason, tornado warning.
That tornado warning for Johnson County to 645, and that is what you're looking
up to 3 inches.
Yeah. You are looking at the storm.
That's at least a 3-inch hailstone, if not bigger, that fell over there.
So we have Jason showing you why they just issued that tornado warning.
Yeah, I've got substantial amount of golf ball size hail falling. Wow.
When you were driving through some of the smaller hailstones, it was too hard to see, but we can see those clearly now. Those, as they fall, you can see all of them.
Hey, if you'll stay with me, I'm going to pull us over to a way better hail view. Wow.
As he pulls in, we should talk about who needs to take shelter.
Look at those hailstones. Yeah, this is in Crescent, everybody. This is in Crescent. Look at these hailstones. just bouncing. Again, this is upwards of 3 inches in diameter. This is where Jason is in Crescent. He's pulled off at a gas station there. They have lost power. You can hear the winds whipping. We have winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We have rotation forming.
Really starting to wrap up.
Moving toward Godley. Godley at 6:33 this arrives. Joshua 6:49. Lebanon 6:50 as this tracks to the southeast. Look at what this is packing. This is hailstones upwards of 3+ inches in diameter. We've seen some of those. In fact, I think we saw a couple of hailstones spit out that were a little bit larger than that. But you can see those falling near that propane tank there. We're starting to lose Jason's signal.
I think we have a tornado. We can see that on both sides of that red. You see the hole. State
Highway 171. Jason, likely a tornado right close to you in that tornado warned area. State Highway 171. Whose shot is okay. Thank you, Craig. That is Billy's shot that you see on the right side of the screen. Billy is just north of Jason, all that heavy rain. Is Billy seeing any hail where he is? I can't tell.
Yeah. Hey, McKenna, if you can hear me, I'm getting some pretty hail. Yeah, getting some large hail right now as I'm driving north. And heavy rain, starting to have some ponding on the road. But, yeah, you can probably hear it hitting the car.
So, Billy, you are just north of this tornado-warned area, probably a better spot to be. Jason is just behind this area of rotation in Crescent. This is moving out of Crescent and headed toward Godley. Once again, Jason's shot is on the left side of your screen there. He is in Crescent with all of those large hailstones that you can see bouncing off the ground there as they fall. These are hailstones as large as baseballs, and some of them that have fallen look to have been even larger. You heard Jason mention upwards of softball-sized hail with a couple of those stones that fell on top of that. Power outages in Crescent. We saw the second the power went off there. There is rotation that has reformed with this storm. I want to take you back to the radar here because 6:36, Godley, this arrives for you. That is in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Cars just kind of stopped at this gas station here, not wanting to drive out in the hail. I don't blame them. There, you can see the winds whipping there. Here's that radar view.
Clear signature coming right down the interstate headed towards Godley.
So this is moving between Crescent and Godley. Godley, 10 to 15 minutes. This is on your doorstep. This is your cue to take shelter. Hopefully your car's in the garage. If you've got a garage, get to the lowest level of your house, the interior most room with no exterior walls or windows. Hole up there. Take your phone, your iPad, pull up the CBS News app, and you can stream us there. We will let you know when the threat has passed. But Godley, this arrives for you at 6:35, Lebanon 6:52. You are all in that line of that rotation that has wrapped up right here. This is just southeast of Jason. Jason's in the hail core. He's parked at that gas station. You can see that on the side of your screen, that large hail falling with this. This comes with all threats on the table. It's packing a punch with wind, with large hailstones upwards of baseball sized, and some of them even larger. And here's this rotation. State Highway 171, County Road 1129, County Road 1001, County Road 913, County Road 916. These are all right near that area of rotation that is moving out of Crescent and headed toward Godley. Railroad Street in Godley, you need to take shelter. County Road 1128, Jeff has circled that rotation that is approaching Godley. There's Main Street, County Road 1126B, County Road 1008, County Road 913A. This is tracking southeastward about 30 miles per hour, carrying very large hail. A lot of lightning with this that you see from Jason's shot in Crescent. This is 3.5 miles to the city of Godley. Make sure you are taking shelter if you live in Godley. You are under a tornado warning. You need to make sure you're taking shelter. Nellie, what do you got?
Very large hail reported already in Godley.
Okay, so we have the large hail report. Do we have a hail size, Nellie?
No, we are getting that information, but we just had the National Weather Service had a report of very large hail in Godley, and we're looking into the exact size.
Okay, so likely what we've been talking about, baseball sized with that warned area that's tracking southeastward. You can see how bright. This is our Ville density, and there's that inflow. There's our rotation. There's the hail core. The worst of it, this is just west of Billy Sexton, our chief photographer. There's Jason McLaughlin, our storm chaser. He is in the hail core. He is just off to the west of this rotation that's trying to wrap up as this heads into Godley. We already have that report of the large hail that is moving into Godley, that is continuing its track to the southeast. If you live in Godley, take shelter immediately. We will let you know when the threat is clear. County Road 1128, County Road 1129, Railroad Street and Main Street through Godley. That is right where the rotation is imminently. It's right now over County Road 1129. Moving into the city of Godley. This is traveling right along State Highway 171. If you have people, family members who are commuting home and headed to Godley, give them a phone call, tell them to stop somewhere for dinner somewhere else. This is not a place you want to be traveling. As we get through this evening, State Highway 171, it's not going to be an all-nighter thing, but we do need to watch this storm threat pass before you've got people traveling in this area. This is those are our storm winds, so those brightest colors where we have some of the strongest winds. That radar reflectivity, you can see that clear inflow headed right into Godley. This is just down to the south of where Jason has stationed himself. You can still see Jason's shot on that left side of your screen there. It looks like some heavy rain at this point for Jason. I'm not seeing as much in the way of hailstones out there. Jason, what are you seeing still?
Hey, I am not seeing the hail anymore. I'm trying to back out here. I'm waiting on a vehicle behind me to back up just a little bit. I'm going to move east, just barely to the track of where it looks like that circulation may have crossed that. And the one thing I can tell, though, and I'm used to this, the strong smell of trees that have snapped. It fills the air, just tree branches, just that smell of sap. So we're definitely looking at tree damage somewhere just on the north side of town, blowing through these winds, kind of for, just over the town. We're still getting the northerlies, but it's really let up quite a bit.
Good, because it looks like the worst of it is now just to the south of you. You're behind the worst of it now. Hey, good news here, McKenna. I'm going to show you the last 15 minutes. And again, look just to the north and northwest of Godley. We can right there clearly see the rotation and the wrap of the storm. Look what happened in the last couple of frames.
There it goes. There's the downdraft.
So good news there.
Yep.
I am not so worried right now about a tornado in this moment. Of course, we'll see if it has the chance to kind of wrap up again. It has not given up the ghost.
Maybe that stable air catching up to it again, Jeff.
Yeah, it could, but I think you're right. But also, you see already, it might just be taking, trying to get another big breath in here and start getting something going again. But right now, it is kind of in between and not showing a clear rotation. But that has also been the history tonight, is that the new threats develop rather quickly off to, in this case, almost due south, but usually to the southwest of anything we had been looking at.
And that may be a different story with that area of rotation in particular. If we were an hour from now, an hour and a half from now, when the sun had set, we talk about the low-level jet and that ribbon of air that comes in from the southeast that can help to create some of that inflow. So this may be good timing for us to get this front out of here so that that doesn't pose quite as much of a problem for us when the sun does set. That amplification of the nocturnal low-level jet. We do still have strong winds here.
Yeah, and another rotation now north of Godley, trying to pick up where that other one was, trying to capture some of that energy. So let's watch this one. It's inside the tornado-warned area and trying to, again, get a rotation going as it moves towards Joshua.
We do also have, Nellie was just showing me a video that she got from one of her friends in Godley, large hail that is just bouncing off the backyard. I mean, very large hail in this area. We're talking upwards of baseball-sized hail. Jeff mentioned we have the two areas of rotation, that couplet, that we are going to keep a close eye on, that new hook that's trying to form near the hook of the storm in Godley. We'll, again, watch that closely. We have Billy, we have Jason on it. They are just back off to the west. And then that tornado warned area for this right here west of Joshua. That continues until 7 o'clock. We'll see if it extends. We'll see if it can wrap up. Still moving through Godley. There's still a decent sign of some rotation right there, Jeff.
Yeah, this is kind of what came down from 171, kind of getting itself back together here. What I did was switch over to our radar. Again, the great advantage here is that we're getting this an update about every minute, and it is showing at least general rotation right there. Certainly some massive winds. We've got damage we're showing right now.
Look at that. This is Jason Shaw. Is this Jason? This is Jason in Johnson County.
It is McKenna. So, yes, ma'am. Are you there?
Yep.
All right, sorry. Yes, this is some sheet metal. So I went and followed the direct path of where that circulation showed to cross over here just east of the town of Crescent. So I'm actually directly underneath that max reflectivity area. So that came from something off to the north. So I'm going to go north if you'll give me just a second.
Yeah.
Let me get my bearings straight and turn back around. We'll see exactly where that came from. If it was a structure or a barn or a shed or what it was exactly.
You can still see the winds whipping where Jason is. Really strong winds. The rain that's falling will stick with him as he tries to figure out.
This is starting to get better organized here south of Godley.
Yeah, that tornado warned area. If you live in Godley, south of Godley toward Lebanon, Cleburne, you are in that direct line. You can see that on the velocity scan there.
A big advantage of our own radar, McKenna, here, because that whole system now is very, very close to the Fort Worth radar.
So we're using our own KTVT radar here, and you can see that's that better view. That's the difference in the two radar sites, because ours is in a different position than the Fort Worth radar site. You can see that very clear rotation that is just south of Godley, headed toward Lebanon. Jason's view on the left side of your screen in that smaller box. He's traveling through Crescent, trying to see. It looks like the fence is a bit tipped. Oh, yeah, look at that. That fence is tipped. There were strong winds through that area. The wind looks like it's still blowing really hard where Jason is. But you could see that fence was down for quite a long stretch. Looks like it's standing for the most part right in that area. And Jason's just on the hunt for some of that debris. There's a branch in the road out ahead of him, still raining. The wind's still whipping in that area, but the areas of rotation are just now south and east of Jason, moving through Godley, south sides of Godley, where we do have that clear indication that we have some rotation headed southeast in that tornado warned area. This is moving through Godley, headed to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Jeff's clearing this.
Well, we can see the hail core, and I'm wondering, because it's so close to the radar site, if it's underestimating the hail. But you can see, I mean, we are getting reports of everything that's between 2 inches and 3 inches in size. And this is in all the way from Benbrook stretching down to Godley and over to Joshua, but closer down to the south, I think, is where the bigger hail has been. If we look at reflectivity, we're going to see some really high returns, some bright bands right where we think this very strong hail is, but we're almost too close to the radar, McKenna, in over Spinks. And when we switch over to our radar and look at de-alias velocity, we can see that rotation a lot better. I think we have too much attenuation to really get a really good idea of where this hail might be, but I suspect that this is all really large hail right there.
Lakeshore Estates, Wheatland, Primrose, Plover,
over by Crawley and Garden Oak Acres, yeah.
So southwest sides of Tarrant County. This tornado warning has now moved into Johnson County. So this is for just south and east of Godley. This is headed right toward Lebanon. You can see that radar reflectivity, or the velocity scan there. County Road 1126B, that rotation is just south of there, and it is tracking right toward Lebanon. Here's Lebanon, and then you can see farther to the south southeast there, we have Cleburne, and so that is also in the tornado warned area. Oak Hill, Lebanon is 4.5 miles from that rotation, and so that is in that line. 6:45, time now 6:36, so less than 10 minutes. If you live in Lebanon, you need to make sure you are headed to that safe spot. This is within a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so the large hail, and it's also carrying that tornado threat. Cleburne 6:52, so next 15 minutes or so, this arrives in Cleburne, and we'll keep an eye on that velocity marker and see if this can hold itself together by the time it gets to you. Cleburne, it's only 8 miles from you, so you're likely hearing those winds whipping, feeling the impacts. Let's take Jason's shot one more time. You can see, Jason, give me a shot of that tree one more time if you can.
Hey, McKenna, and I'm not from down here, so I'm not sure if this was here before or not. I can say that there is some, there's leaves on the tree in many areas. So this was right by the little sheet metal that was across the fence back behind me. So it is in the path of that, but again, I can't say if this was from today or not, but it is in the path of where the strongest winds did pass through this area just moments ago.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jason. We'll keep an eye. We've got your shot just on the left of our screen while we walk through this radar and these velocity scans here. You can see that rotation that has formed south of Godley that's headed toward Lebanon. Jason is north of there through the town of Crescent. And again, that is tracking to the southeast about 30 miles per hour, headed in toward Cleburne and Oak Hill. Jeff has circled that circulation. This is a tornado warning for Johnson County until 6:45. Time right now is 6:37. This is only 7 miles from Cleburne. So this is headed in right toward some populated areas. 6:54 for Cleburne. So in the next 15 to 17 minutes before that arrives on your doorstep, Lebanon is in that immediate path of that rotation as it continues its track to the southeast. Still seeing large hail with this, anywhere from 2 inches to 3 inches in diameter, baseball-sized hail in some of the core of this cell. And then, of course, the heavy rain that's falling with it. That's why you see that destructive tag on that severe thunderstorm warning. So a normal severe thunderstorm warning is that orange flash. This has turned kind of a peachy color, and then it flashes in that black color. That is when it is given that destructive tag, and you can see that on the radar here. It's given that when we've got hail upwards of 2.5 inches in diameter or greater, and that's what we've seen. We saw that from Jason's shot in Crescent at the gas station just a little bit earlier, where we saw that baseball hail and some hailstones that were even a little bit larger as those passed through Crescent. Still got some heavy rain. Jason's got, I can see leaves down in the roads as he drives through, but of course we did see the debris at one point as he travels through that area. Jeff, what's the update on that storm?
I'm not sure. I mean, this is our radar. So what we're seeing, the National Weather Service can't see. And it is only because this is so close to their radar. This is an area of rotation, and what it could be are just these very powerful winds coming down from the west, interacting with the storm itself. But I'm telling you, that circled area is probably at least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds if it's not a tornado threat. You do have a tornado warning till 6:45 for Johnson County, and we are showing on our radar an area of gate to gate where green next to red could be rotation. This is just along to the south of Godley and headed towards Lebanon and headed towards the county seat. Now, they were getting reports of very large hail also with this system, baseball-size hail, and this was, there are multiple reports over by Godley of hail up to 3 inches of size. So we know that is headed towards Cleburne as well. Now, I'm going to switch it back over to the radar that's coming out of that's coming out of Sphinx, and all of a sudden I'm starting to see that radar show a little bit of this rotation that I'm worried about as it's pulling further and further away from the radar site. We are seeing this thing going on towards closing in on Cleburne with a lock, what we call a lock, and that is just the algorithm showing that in the lower levels of the atmosphere, we are starting to see, McKenna, this rotation coming in towards the Cleburne area.
And so Jeff's giving us that update on the Johnson County storm. I want to flash back just a little bit. We've got an update. Our executive producer, Stuart, just walked in. City of Mineral Wells confirms they have a large area of structural damage with some structures completely down. First responders are on scene. They're assessing the damage. They have some injuries reported, some people who have been transported. And so that's an update from that area. Mineral Wells, of course, we saw a rotation through there. And then, of course, that has continued this way and has moved into Johnson County.
5 minutes in Lebanon. 5 minutes in Lebanon, guys. You live in Johnson County, you live around the Cleburne area, live over by Oak Hill, 5 minutes. So first, it's been coming down 171. This thing has already produced, where we were looking at the radar, we think a tornado, and then that gave up, and then another one has formed. This is our radar, and it's showing right here. And this is just outside of Lebanon. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Here is Lebanon, and then the county seat, Cleburne. So really from this stretch all the way to Cleburne is nothing but homes. This is all well developed, and we can see this rotation that is closing in on it. This is going to be in Cleburne 655. 655. Find your interior-most part of your house. You're going to hear this thing coming towards you. It is going to be a possible tornado. You're under a tornado warning, and our radar is seeing this circulation right here. That puts it in Oak Hill about 7 o'clock. You've got a little bit of time in Oak Hill to try to do.
Jeff, we got 4.5-inch hail in Cleburne.
4.5-inch size hail in Cleburne. So this is getting poured over the storm, over the rotation. This is where the updraft is, the core of it. So the hail's coming over the top and getting thrown into Cleburne, and it's monster size hail because it's coming off the very top of the storm, high up in the storm, and getting pulled all the way down to the ground. So we are getting this monster hail. This is, again, our radar. We're seeing reflectivity now, and we can see that inflow boundary, that big breath the storm is taking in. And we can also see on the back side of it that right rear flank downdraft that helps define the rotation of this storm. You can see in red, that's the tornado warning. This is in Johnson County. This is just to the south of Tarrant County. This is not in the metroplex. Dallas has seen some big hail, but this is a possible tornado that we are looking at on our radar. We haven't had any confirmation on the road, but we can see where the green and the red right next to each other. That is by Farm to Market Road 4, just as it turns off to the west. Of course, it picks up at 1227 heading down to the south. You've got this thing just off towards the northwest of Lebanon. It's just on the edge of town, and it's coming southeast at about 25 miles an hour and headed towards Cleburne. We can see this again. This is where the rotation is, right here, where the green is the brightest. And this is going to move right over Lebanon and move right into downtown Cleburne. This is headed towards downtown Cleburne. This is radar indicated. We do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground. This is our radar looking at this rotation and headed towards Cleburne. Let's move over to the National Weather Service because this thing is pulling far enough away from the Spinks Airport that we're starting to see a little bit. Now, remember...
And, Jeff, I want to point out the National Weather Service is going to issue a new warning that will include softball-size hail, so this will trigger those wireless emergency alert notifications on your phone.
Right, and sound the sirens as well. This is now looking at their radar that's up in Spinks, right? It's far enough away now. We start to get a good shot of it. We can see the inflow notch. Of course, our radar every 15 to 30 seconds, their radar about every 2 minutes. And so it's just a one step behind, but it's going to refresh here in a moment, and it's going to see that circulation closing in on Cleburne. Again, the tornado warning is in effect, and we're starting to see a little bit rotation, but this, again, this is the Spinks radar now, and it is going to operate a little bit closer to the ground because they are closer to this than our radar up over by Weatherford.
760 feet off the ground, so we're close.
Yeah, we're pretty close, and you can still see this general area, right? Can you see it? Can you see that general rotation? And I'm telling you, if it's not a tornado, we're under tornado warning, but a tornado one hasn't been sighted. But if it's not a tornado, it's powerful winds and a powerful updraft producing really large hail. We're getting reports 3 to 4 inch size hail. If you've ever been in a hailstorm like that, you know what I'm talking about. This stuff that sounds like a big boulder is hitting the ground or the roof or the car. Now radar, this is showing egg and quarter size, but we are getting reports that they're underestimating the size of the hail with this particular setup. It's not unusual when you have a lot of very heavy rain in with the hail that it can get fooled. But we are starting to see the outflow from this also start to come across. So these are probably 50, 60 mile per hour winds racing across this part of Johnson County. This is all just south of Tarrant County, by the way.
It does look like they've expired the tornado warning. It's now those 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings.
Okay, so again, what we're seeing on both our radar and now the Sphinx radar is the hint of circulation, just a hint. But that is almost always a huge wind maker and a huge hail maker because we have this monster updraft that's going on at that hail core and producing, allowing this monster hail to form, that 3 inch size. This is headed into Cleburne. If we look at Ville again, I bet you the Ville is going to be passing right over Cleburne and certainly over to Keene. And McKenna, it's going to go right over the interstate.
Yeah.
It's going to go right over 35 where there's cars, there's trucks out there that maybe don't even know this is coming other than looking off to their left. If they're coming up from the south, they're going to run right into a major hailstorm. We're sampling this. We got Gulf size hail. Everything in that brighter color or purple is very large hail. We suspect it might be sampling undersizing the hail. We see the high reflectivity now right over Keene, over to just to the west of Joshua. And I think this might end up to be the best way to find this really large hail, McKenna.
I think so too. We're seeing those on the ground reports of this hail that is incredibly large. And also, Jeff, we did see when Jason was back at that gas station, that Exxon in Crescent, there were some of those larger hailstones, which you can see. Maybe you've got a big core of hen egg sized hail, 2.5 inch sized hail, but you get a couple of those hailstones that are closer to that softball sized. I think we did see one of those huge stones that fell just in front of him. It was kind of shocking as it fell down. Yeah, it's in the mix. It's in the mix. That not all of them are going to be that big. They never are. But man, when you start talking about hen size egg, no surprise that something baseball size would be dropping out in that group. As we zoom out, let me tell you some of the good news, okay? If you live anywhere around the airport or north of the DFW airport, you're okay for the rest of the night. Do you see where the watch continues to be trimmed back, the tornado watch? That's because the cold front continues to advance. And anywhere the cold front gets down, that's just too much cold air for anything really bad to happen. In fact, it can even choke off the rain, and now you're talking about dry conditions. But ahead of the front, where we're seeing all that warm air still in play, we're still seeing these really big thunderstorms. It's been interesting, we really can't get a supercell going because we've had these line of thunderstorms that have kind of been linked together all night long. But the air has been so unstable that even in that scenario, we're getting 3 inch to even now 4 inch size hail. And it seems like it's going further south. The hail might be getting bigger because there's warmer air trying to feed into it from the south coming up into this storm, McKenna. But
we have two destructive warnings out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these are both destructive warnings. So we do have a part of Tarrant County up here still underwarned. There's still some very big rain in there. Remember, the radar site is right there. This warning goes on to 7p. We got about 10 more minutes on that one. I think the worst of this storm is into Johnson County and headed into Cleburne, and especially north of Cleburne. We're going to have this system just move right over Joshua King and cross 35 headed in towards Ellis County. But as we can see on reflectivity, on velocity, we're starting to see that wrap around, that red come in on top of this and kind of kill any threat of tornadic activity, at least in this moment. Hopefully by this time, the front is going to finally catch up with all of this, and maybe we can not worry so much about tornadoes for a hot minute. But look at these winds now just getting kicked out from this storm. It's becoming downdraft dominant, and we're starting to see these 60, even 70-mile-per-hour winds dropping down from the north, coming over parts of Burton, Lone Willow, and heading towards Rio Vista. So Cleburne, you see that really bright color right above you? You see that purple? That's large hail. And it is passing it is right now just to the north of you. Let's put that hail core in motion just in the last 15 minutes. We probably still have that southeast motion on these hail cores, which means that for the most part, this is going to move right over Cleburne. And especially if you live in the northern half of Cleburne, you're going to see this hail core move right over the top of you. As soon as something gets clear of that line, you see the rotation already starting to reform. All these darker colors, this is the hail path, and when you see these darker colors, it's almost purple-black showing up. That's that monster-sized hail, and it's still producing it, and it's still coming up right towards Cleburne right now over on Lebanon. Who do we have? Where's our location on our trackers? McKenna, are they still down up to the north of all this, or are we trying to reposition?
I just want to point out, National Weather Service, their quote from them, Cleburne is about to get walloped with copious amounts of hail. So Cleburne, make sure you are aware of this.
Right. We've been warning you now for about 10, 15 minutes that Cleburne, you're going to get hit, certainly with some hail. And for a hot minute, we were worried about a tornado that was coming down 171 headed towards you. You see this rotation already starting to reform. That just shows you how dynamic the atmosphere is today. But that in this brighter color, that's it right there. That's monster hail. It's stretching from Lebanon over to Keene. Okay, so we got Billy coming in behind this. He's going to check any kind of hail damage as he comes down 171. We got Jason now. Is that Jason or is that?
That's Jason.
Yeah, Jason is off directly to the east of it. And I think what happens is that this...
I'm sorry, no, that's Damien.
That's Damien, right? He's come into position now. So this Jason he's been checking out the damage for us, and allowed so now Damien's picking up the slack and racing down 35. We're going to try to see by Antioch and Grandview where this hail core is, because it's going to come right towards him. He doesn't have to go too much further to the south, and he's going to end up where this hail core is going to cross 35. That is going to be a hot mess, I tell you. A new tornado warning right here. Remember what I was just saying a minute ago? This thing, as soon as you get a part of this storm reaching down to the southwest, it starts to spin up something else. And now it's just spinning up again, another system. It looks like it's right around Burton there. And so Burton, you're going to get hit again. We're talking a lot about Burton here over the last 30 minutes. As we zoom down over by the lake here, this is just south of Lebanon. We're starting to see this new tornado warning. So tornado warning has just been issued. There it is. So there's County Road 1121. There's the town of Burton, just to the north of Burton. It is off towards just to the west of Oak Hill and Cleburne. So here's the county seat right here where my hand is, and that is where the rotation is. What is that? Just maybe a mile or two we're talking about off to your west. The good news, it is moving this way, right? So it's not going to threat for downtown Cleburne, but it's going to cross Highway 114 here just as it it crosses right over Burton, it's right now it's about 4 miles away from Cleburne. Not headed towards Cleburne, it's headed to the southeast. It's headed towards 174. It's headed for County Road 310A. It's headed towards to the north of Rio Vista. It is now in Parker about 716. Parker, giving you a heads up. You've got about 20 minutes. I want you to know that these tornadoes, for the most part, haven't even lasted 20 minutes. But this is a new tornado warning. When is it? What time do we have this thing as tornado warning? McKenna, we got it till 7:30. Is it the same motion? Are we still to the southeast at 25 like the others?
Yeah, I'm getting a look at that right now.
Okay, but
your hail update, you're between softballs and grapefruits at this point. You're about softball-sized hail at 4 inches with that tornado warned area. So it's not just the rotation. Wow. It's huge hail. It's also 70-mile-per-hour winds. So they are increasing the wording on that.
And that's it right there. That is literally just to the north. You got monster hail. And then here's the rotation that McKenna was talking about right here. And the hail core coming in from the north of the rotation right into the same area. This is headed for Itasca. It's going to be in Covington, 722. But let me start at the top. Rio Vista, 707. It is 6:56. I'm giving you about 10 minutes. We got a tornado warning out for you. This thing is headed from the northwest. Don't go outside and try to get a peek. Get the kids, get the pets, get everybody to the centermost part of your house. Count as many walls as you can between you and the outside. 3 is the ideal. You want to get yourself in your safe place. Let me give you some other arrival times, okay? We're talking about Rio Vista 7:08 and Parker 7:15. A minute after that, we're talking about Dearden, Woodrow 7:21, Covington 7:22. We have a tornado warning out for you, and we've got this rotation showing up here just right around Burton, and you can see it in relation to both Rio Vista. Our storm chaser, Damon Lotus, is off to the east of it, and this is the tornado warning area of it. It is coming across from Burton, headed towards Rio Vista, and the tornado warning is in effect. We got Billy coming in right behind it where this monster hail is being roared. You heard McKenna, you heard it right. She said 4-inch size hail in this big cell that's going on. This thing is starting to take on supercell characteristics. Suddenly we've got a really good one going here with a huge inflow notch showing that it's still taking this monster breath. We've got these really deep purples and bright purples right where this hail core is. That's where this thing is lifting up way up into the atmosphere and producing this monster size hail. This might be, the storm produces the largest hail. We'll wait and see. There's already been so much damage done out from mineral wells all the way up into this area. As we're looking at the velocity, it's headed towards the radar, going away from the radar, and we look for these reds and these greens right next to each other. That's, ladies and gentlemen, is where the tornado is. If there's a tornado on the ground and there's a tornado warning out, of course, until we get a report of a tornado, someone seeing this thing, it's just radar indicated. But the radar shows those gate to gate, and it looks like a twin vortex showing right there.
Yeah.
It looks like this thing is really wound up, really tight now, and producing all sorts of wind damage. This is off to the west of Damon Lotus. He's over by on 35 over towards Antioch, and he's probably looking into this system that's off to his right as he's heading south. But this rotation we're seeing pretty clearly on the radar that's right around Burton. Everybody in Burton, you're in your safe place? You're in a safe place in Burton? I hope so. Damon, is that who I'm hearing talk to me right now? I'm sorry? Oh, that's Billy's shot that we're looking at. Okay, so we're seeing those towers, and this is kind of the place where the storms have passed, so he's getting ready to go in right behind this thing. But look at McKenna, look at it really get wound up. I think the same thing's going to happen here, that we're going to see it get choked off with the rear flank downdraft. But right now, that is a very dangerous looking hook right here.
Absolutely, right near Burton.
Right in Burton.
So we have Damien just to the east of it, as Jeff was mentioning. If we can go ahead and pull up Damien's shot, which you'll actually see some blue sky in. Damien, can you give us an idea just of what you're seeing off to your west?
That's right. Well, McKenna, right now we are showing you the dash cam. We're heading due south here on Highway. And that's where we're going to set up. So this is what we're tracking right now. As of right now, we're seeing some light rainfall, but once again, we're kind of in that little dry slot here as the anvil precip is coming down just a little bit. But overall, it looks like we're going to be stationed right where both the hook and the hail core should be setting up.
Where are you going to stop at, Damien? Do you guys have an idea yet? You're about 14 miles east of this, it looks like.
Yeah, we're going to set up a couple miles south of Grandview. We're going to try to get the best location that has a good view, that has good western visibility, and that's where we're going to set up.
We've also got some monster hail with this that we've been talking about, softball-sized hail. So, of course, stay safe out there. We'll keep checking in with Damien, but you can see from his shot there, those towering cumulonimbus clouds. You can see just how high those updrafts are from that shot that you see just off to the left side of the screen there. And then Jeff has circled right where that rotation is. This is just 3 miles south and southwest of Godley, tracking to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Burton, Oak Hill. Oak Hill, really, I think this will just pass just south of you, but Burton, this is right near you. This will pass close to Rio Vista. Parker, you've got to make sure you are taking shelter. There's where Damien is right now, so he is moving south of this, getting out ahead of it. We've got Rio Vista at 7:15, Parker 7:24, 7:26 for Dearden, and then now we're on Billy's shot. Billy Sexton's shot there. You can see some blue sky there too. He's back behind this. Where exactly is Billy on our map, Jeff?
Let me pull up Billy. Again, we can see him just to the north. This whole thing is going to pass. The rotation is clearly south of Cleburne, but it is maybe more a threat for Rio Vista than Parker at this moment.
And from his shot there, you can just see, of course it is raining where Billy is, but if you look closely, you can see some peaks through those clouds as that more stable air does start to filter in, that drier, cooler air starts to filter in as he's on the back edge of this. Of course, he is driving back into the heavy rain, but that is just an interesting view. Following the passage of that cold front in certain areas, you'll start to see some of that peak of blue sky because of that drier air that filters in. Unfortunately, not the case here for Burton, where we do have that very clear hook evident on radar. You can see that kind of donut circling up there. Burton is right in that line of rotation. It is over Burton. It is headed toward Rio Vista and Parker. That tornado warning that is in effect, is it till 7:15, Jeff?
The tornado warning is till 7:30.
7:30 for Johnson County. So Rio Vista and Parker. There's where Damien is. He is just on the edge of that tornado warned area. They're going to try and get a good view to see that as it passes by off to the west. And then you can see from that shot there. So this is still Billy's shot. You can see the heavy rain back behind all of this. So we'll continue to keep an eye on all of them as they track farther and closer to, but at a safe distance from this area of rotation. So this is east of Burton, County Road 1111, County Road 1205, State Highway 174. This is moving right over the state highway, headed toward Rio Vista. FM 915 there, County Road 1102, County Road 1200, some of those back roads in that region. This is just off to the east of Lone Willow, but this will pass close to Rio Vista and close to Parker. County Road 421, 304 there. That's right where the rotation is, right over State Highway 174. Make sure you are taking shelter. If you live in Rio Vista, this arrives for you about 7:12. Time right now is 7:05. You've got about 7 minutes before this is there. Looks like we've got meteorologist Damian Lotus getting all mic'd up and ready. Okay, so we're working on getting his shot back up, so we'll keep you up to date on that as he does travel closer and gets a good line of that. Jeff, that looks like it's tightening.
Doesn't it?
This is just literally in the last frame.
Yeah, we've got...
That suddenly we're seeing it continue. I think what's happening, the more it drops to the south, the more it's got some clean air to feed on.
So just as Jeff is mentioning, this tracks southeast into still highly unstable and underworked air. Back earlier, we were talking about we saw a hook and it wasn't developing because it was in stable air. That's because the unstable air is here. The stable air is back behind those areas that have already had the heavy rain. 74. This is an immediate threat to this area right close to Burton. This is tracking to the southeast, just east of the city of Burton. You can see Burton circled off there. This is 2.7 miles from the Burton town center, tracking southeast about 30 miles per hour. That tornado warning in effect until 7:30. If you live in Rio Vista, if you live in Parker, you want to make sure you are taking shelter as this tracks southeast closer to your area. This arrives near Parker about 7:18. For Rio Vista, it's going to be about 7:13. Head to that shelter spot. Your time now is 7:06. You've only got a couple of minutes to grab your kids, to grab your pets, and get into that shelter spot. This is tightening rotation that is traveling to the southeast. Covington will eventually be in that line if they decide to extend that warning. And right now, we do see that tightening rotation. This is only 9 miles from Covington as this continues to track southeast. Darden looking at 6.5 miles from you. Again, southeastward motion about 30 miles per hour. This is tightening rotation just east of the city of Burton, right over near State Highway 174, just east of the highway at this point, tracking southeastward. So Rio Vista and Parker, those are going to be the spots we've got to keep a very close eye on as this continues that southeastward track. Here's where Damien is. Here's that clear hook on that reflectivity scan. We've been talking a lot about the hail threat with this too, and it does pose a hail threat. We were seeing hail upwards of softball sized in the core of this cell. We saw wind speeds 70+ miles per hour. That's something to remember too. You hear tornado warning, you know the damage a tornado can do. We saw it over the weekend, but we also saw some significant damage from those downdraft winds, upwards of 89 miles per hour over the weekend. You can imagine the destruction that can do as well. That's something to take seriously. Hailstones, 4+ inches when we were seeing those just a couple of minutes ago. Jeff is highlighting this here. This is 2 to 3 inch hail just north of Cuba. This is probably a large hail core just south of Cleburne there, where you can see that pink. This is Damien's shot. Let's go ahead and take that full. Can Damien hear us, Adrian? Okay,
yes,
Damien, give us an idea what you're seeing out there now.
Well, right now, McKenna, we are seeing winds that are blowing the opposite direction of the direction of the storm, which means those winds that you see there on your screen there from that little field right there, those are blowing directly into the storm, which means, and it's really muggy out here, we're very, very soupy. So all this high octane fuel that just provides the spark for these thunderstorms to explosively develop, well, those winds are funneling all that fuel directly into this storm, and those winds not only provide the friction and shear to create and produce and maintain and in some cases strengthen and intensify tornadoes. So we are right in the spot where it looks like both the hail core and this, I just got the alert right there, but we're right in the spot where this tornado looks like it's going to be moving into. So if you're in Grandview, you're not in the tornado warning. You're not in the tornado warning. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning. But if you're in Grandview, take your immediate tornado precautions right now. You need to shelter in the lowest level of your structure in a center room with no windows, because once again, don't always pay attention to the tornado warnings. Just look at the storms and listen to us. And this is what we've been talking about. Even if you're not in a direct tornado warning, does not mean that you're going to be able to see tornado type of damage moving into your area.
All right, thanks, Damien. We're going to keep an eye on your shot. Let us know if we need to take you immediately, but it is something we are keeping an eye on. We've got your shot pulled up just to the side. I want to pull up Billy Sexton's shot as well. He's northwest of where Damien is. He's got hail in his shot. Let's take that full. And Billy, can you just give me an idea of what you're seeing and where you're traveling through?
Hey, McKenna, so I'm rolling through Cleburne right now on Main Street. A few specks of hail, probably pea-sized stuff. lots of ponding on the roads here. They've gone through some heavy rain. As I was driving into town, I passed a lot of cars who pulled on the side of the road, under gas stations, under overpasses for protection. In fact, here's a gas station I'm just passing right now that's full. Everybody's parked under it for protection. But for the moment, heavy rain, ponding on the roads here in Cleveland.
At one point, Billy, we had hail upwards of, baseball to softball size through that area. About what's the hail size that you see at this point now that that core's moved south of you?
Pea size, I'd say hitting the car occasionally. Earlier it was a little bit heavier. Drove through some areas on the side of the road where you could see there were, a quarter to ping pong size hail, a lot of shredded leaves. But right now, I think the heaviest stuff is moving south of me. Yeah. And I'm just kind of following behind it here to see what happens.
Yeah, good call. Have you seen any debris, any tree branches down? Has any of that been in your line of travel?
I have not seen any of that. I mean, a few shredded leaves on the road and that sort of thing, but no major damage, no heavy trees. And as I drive through Cleveland, it's very empty. It looks like everyone is decided to stay in and take shelter.
And it looks like power lights, or the lights still have power as you drive through, so that's a good sign there. You can see the heavy rain that's moved through. Thanks, Billy. We'll keep in touch as you continue through that area. Billy mentioned the pea-sized hail, so he's on the outer edge of that core that is now moving to the southeast. We're in on Rio Vista, just off to the west of Parker. I think for the most part that will pass just west of Parker and will be more of a threat for Rio Vista. There you can see it moving in. This is going to travel right near and just on the east sides of town for Rio Vista as this continues through Johnson County. We do still have strong winds with this and a large hail core, and there is where that rotation is. County Road 1205, Hill Court, Hull Road, FM 916, County Road 1107 A and B, County Road 1202. We've got some of those back roads through Rio Vista, and then this is just east of State Highway 174. That's the major road that travels through that area. This is a mile and a half from Rio Vista. This is right on your doorstep in Rio Vista. You have to make sure you are in that safe spot. You'll be in the clear in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, but for right now, you do need to be in that shelter spot. This is right close to the county line there as this travels through Johnson County. Again, this is traveling southeastward about 30 miles per hour, going to split right between Rio Vista and Parker, and that tornado warning has now been extended farther south. So Rio Vista is in the threat spot right now. This continues into Hill County until 8 o'clock this evening. So they have extended that warning, which is a good sign. This is showing indications of strengthening, which does pose a problem this time of day. Jeff and I talk about it so often, that amplification of the low-level jet, especially as the sun sets. We lose the daytime heating here. We get that ribbon of air that streams in. Due to our location relative to the Gulf, that can help create some of those inflow notches that we have to watch for as the sun does set. Fortunately for us in North Texas, this is moving out of North Texas sooner rather than later, but that would pose a problem for spots down to the south of us. This shot right here, this looks like Billy's shot still, is that right? Okay, so he's driving through some heavy rain. Billy is just south of Cleburne, so he's on the back end of that rotation just right there. We've also got Damien out, and I'm keeping an eye on his shot as well. It looks like for the most part, they're just trying to put themselves in a good position as this continues to move southeastward. That's Damien's shot that you can see there. And you can see those dark clouds. He mentioned that the wind was whipping pretty hard in that area, as you can expect. Not quite in the hail core where he is. That's off to the west of Damien. Here's where Damien sits, and there's where that rotation is in Rio Vista.
You've seen a burr right there,
Yep.
just an area where there's nothing in it. That's usually a sign of a very powerful vorticity.
Right, so that strong rotation wrapping up Parker, that is moving through Johnson County, and that is tracking into Hill County. The rotation is over County Road 1205, northeast of the town of Rio Vista. You can see it clearly on that velocity scan where those greens and reds meet together. That is that gate-to-gate shear. The green moving toward the radar, the red moving away from the radar. That is very clear rotation east of Highway 174 just east of the city center, Rio Vista there. This is going to close in on County Road 1206, County Road 1102, FM 916, and track southeastward into Dearden and into Hill County. It is 4.5 miles from Dearden. Make sure you're taking shelter if you are there. If you're in Rio Vista, you need to be in that shelter spot right now. That is still Damien's shot that you see on the side of your screen. Winds are blowing really hard, and you can see those trees are blowing incredibly hard there. He is still just off to the east of this area of rotation, but I do want to keep an eye on his shot as they try to put themselves in a good position to view this. They're really getting close. Jeff, what's the distance between that rotation and Damien?
Let's see. He is off, obviously, as you were saying, off to the east, and distance-wise, as this thing is just off towards the northeast of Dearden, he is just leaving off 35, as if I can, my computer's starting to slow down, but there he is, about 9.5, almost 10 miles off directly to the east from him.
And so what Damien's trying to do is put himself in a safe position to view this, but also, you know, when you're traveling through some of these areas, you're not dealing with a lot in the way of elevation differences. So getting that higher up view as this comes over, it's just not quite an option in this area. It's just much more flat. And so that's the case for where Damien is traveling. We'll see if we can get a shot of that as he does position himself to view this rotation as it closes in on. It's between Rio Vista and Parker at this point. It's headed toward Dearden, Covington, Woodrow, Osceola, all in Hill County. So make sure you are taking shelter if you're in Hill County. Covington, this arrives around 7:30, so you've got about 13 minutes. Osceola, 7:38. That's going to be just right close to 7:30 for Woodrow as well. So make sure you're taking shelter as this rotation moves into Hill County. It is getting ready to cross the county line from Johnson County into Hill County. Dearden will be that next town with that most immediate. You can see those towering clouds. Looks like maybe a bit of an anvil where Damien is. Those tall clouds out over him. The trees are blowing incredibly hard. And Damien is in an area with some strong winds. Looks like that rotation's starting to broaden a bit, Jeff.
Yeah, it is not nearly as tight as it's run down from the Cleburne area. It really was holding up rather easily. And now here, just as it's crossing the county line itself and heading down further south, in this moment, it has kind of given up its tight rotation, and it will continue to be a threat as it moves in, and I think it's all because of the low-level jet headed right into it.
Yeah, it's starting to get that ribbon of air that we talked about that kind of can create that inflow punch that we'll have to watch for as the sun sets this evening.
Yeah, there are reports that when it was up here by the Rio Vista area, they do think that if it wasn't a touchdown, it was probably strong enough winds to produce damage. They're getting reports of damage right in this area right here. That. Right, so this is just off to the northeast of Rio Vista when the couplet was really clearly defined. We are getting reports of damage there. So it has loosened up a little bit. They still have that tornado warning out till 8 p.m. That tornado warning stretches all the way almost to the split, by the way, down across the southeast. Again, this was where I'm starting the mark there. That is where the rotation has been, and it's loosened up. So you go 15 miles headed towards the split. I don't know, at least in its current state, how much of a threat it'll be by then. But these things have continued to kind of die and reform, especially these storms that are, way ahead. This is really the last remaining big cell going on, and this supercell is the last one. So, McKenna, for at least in the time being, it doesn't have any competition now.
No, it's got all of that unstable air to itself.
Yeah, so they're going to drop the tornado warning for Johnson County obviously, as it's now starting to leave the county, as it's kind of lessened, but keep the one down in Hill County till 8 o'clock.
We've got Damien's shot off on the left there. He's got a good view of this towering cloud as it closes in on him. Again, that rotation starting to broaden out a bit, but it's still something to watch. We've seen this over the last few radar scans. We've seen it be a little bit more broad. We see your shot out there. We see the clouds. Looks like kind of that towering cumulus cloud that we're looking at out your view. Just give us an idea of everything. Do we have Damien with us?
Talking to you.
Okay, we'll get him back up here in just a second, but you can see that is his shot just off to the east of this storm that the rotation has started to broaden out on. He is just to the north of Itasca, so he's a couple of miles to the east of where this rotation was, moving into Hill County. Damien is he in Hill County? Is he crossed into Hill County? Looks like he's close, if not. So once again, that is Damien's shot on the left side of your screen. That rotation, that velocity scan south of Parker now, you can see has started to broaden out. We see that separation of the greens and the reds there. Still some strong gusty winds through Parker, but that rotation is broadening up. Damien, tell us what you're seeing out there. We see the great view of that kind of shelf cloud rolling in.
Yeah, absolutely, McKenna. So we're right here just north of Itasca, and yeah, we're looking directly at the storm right here. And I don't know if you could tell this on the camera, but I mean, first off, we're seeing lots of lightning. But the other thing is that you notice that green tint to the storm? That is almost textbook definition of a supercell thunderstorm producing large, massive, damaging hail. So, I mean, well, I don't remember what the largest hail report was, but this storm is absolutely 100% producing baseball-size hail, if not larger, here as it approaches us. So, once again, it looks like, for me, from what I'm tracking, is that it looks like the damaging hail is going to be just to the north of that line on the polygon of the tornado warning. So, once again, even if you're not in the tornado warning, hey, get out, get inside, take your tornado precautions, because once again, these storms, they start to wobble, especially whenever they start to anchor. So even though this storm, you may not be in the actual polygon of the storm, hey, the storm could have big impacts, including that baseball-sized hail.
Yeah, Damien mentioned that we did have those confirmed reports of hail upwards of baseball-sized. In fact, some even larger, 4 inches in diameter. That's softball-sized hail. We still do see some large hail with this in the core, upwards of tennis ball-sized. We were querying close to Cuba and Antioch. This runs on a bit of a delay, so it's likely a little bit farther south than it's showing now. But you can see that towering cloud out over where Damien is, that dark view. Fortunately, the rotation does look to have been broad. You can see the lightning from his shot, too. A lot of lightning with this. All of that pink that you see on the radar, that is all hail. So Parker, Cuba, Antioch, Grandview, Files Valley, a little bit just to the west of Bell Branch, we have hail through there. And we have consistent reports of tennis ball-sized hail and even larger. This really was just a large storm with a large updraft that is now moving out of Johnson County and tracking into Hill County. So we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that covers much of Hill County. And then on top of that, or within that, I should say, we have that tornado warning. It is starting to get some clean inflow, it looks like, Jeff. So we'll have to watch for maybe tightening rotation once again as it moves south over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Jeff was just mentioning how, it's still running into very unstable, warm and humid air. So it does still have some things to work with. Yeah, and it's all coming in from the southeast. So residents of Covington, you are under a tornado warning until 8 p.m. This thing is moving off to the southeast at about 25 or 30. I'm trying to pull up the latest warning. But again, that's Osceola at 7:38 and Mayfield by 7:44 as it continues to move to the southeast and being fed by these strong winds coming up towards it, feeding it some warm, moist air.
and it is just really doesn't want to quite give up the ghost yet. It looks like, McKenna. In fact, if you look in behind it, this is actually outflow stuff, but look at that couplet trying to form. I think that is mostly what's behind the storm, but it is a good indication just how impressive this updraft got, because the storm probably was getting, up 30, 40,000 feet up into the air, probably closer to 40, and really tall, so it could produce all this incredibly sized hail that has been going on. Now, what you see in this box here, by the way, is looking right into this rotation. This tornado warning has been in effect now for about the last 10 minutes or so. It goes to 8 o'clock, and we're not even at 7:30 yet. So we still have a warning to get through. Now, as you can see on the radar, not overly impressive in the way that we've got the red into the green. This is the area just above Covington we've been most concerned about. But that has kind of loosened up at the same time. Just off to the west, we've seen another couple again. I think this is more, if we change it over to reflectivity, probably would see it's probably more with the rear flank downdraft coming around out of these hail cores. See how it's powering this big hail core? This is going to, again, this has been the story here this evening, is that we see the inflow notch, and we see the right rear flank downdraft come around, and then this part right here, this part kind of moves off to the east and chokes off that inflow, and that's how we lose the rotation. That's how we lose the tornado. We haven't had anything really last very long. When you talk about, sometimes you get a long track tornado, it goes over an hour. Most of this stuff has been in the 15-minute range. This actually one that's going on right now has the longest life of any that we have tracked so far this evening. On a wide view, it's clear in mineral wells. I know there are efforts underway. There's search and rescue going on in mineral wells, which tell me we've got people under buildings, and you're clear. The cold front has come through there. I know you're still under a tornado watch, but they're getting ready to release the tornado watch under both Tarrant and Dallas counties, Hill, Kaufman as well. We're really down to this supercell. And unfortunately, as we thought the threat would certainly go into 7 and 8, we get this thing as we get to the end of the day, into the first of the evening, what we call the low-level jet. McKenna was just talking about this, and what it does, instead of a straight south wind, you've got this southeast wind, and usually that little change is enough to get rotation going, and that's what this storm, that's the environment of this storm. So that's why we continue to see these great inflow notches here. That's so obvious to see. This is where the rotation is, right here where my hand is, and we still see the rotation. So as long as we continue to see that means the storm is still building. It's still bringing in a huge updraft. So we're still getting large hail. This is the embryo. This is the birthing ground of really large hail. And as long as we've got that, we are going to consider large hail. For instance, look at this shot. Who is this? This is Damien. This is Damien showing some pretty good size hail falling on. Do you see those little streaks right there? Damien, what is the size of that hail falling on you right now?
Jeff, this is every bit of a golf ball, but it sounds like from the last couple of tings and pings, sounds like it's about to start getting a whole lot bigger. And one thing I also want to point out, as you look at the front of our shot, the winds have really picked up. In fact, we just had a hailstone hit our car so hard that the little sunglasses thing that you keep, like where you keep your sunglasses, it popped it open. That's how big the hail was that just hit our car. So you can see right here, we're seeing monster hail, and as the seconds go by, it sounds like the tings and pings are getting louder and louder. So it sounds like those hailstones are getting bigger than golf balls. Sounds like they're getting up to about tennis ball size hail for us right now.
It just looks like chaos out there. They're bouncing all over, too, just kind of in every direction. Look at that.
Yeah, they're just getting thrown out of that storm, McKenna, that he's looking into. And look at how much is just falling on him. So maybe we should tell the general manager we got into a little too close to the hail core.
Oh, my gosh. That dumped it. That spit it out right there.
Yeah.
Maybe a little downdraft.
Yeah, I think it's all falling on top of them from the storm. Jason McLaughlin has he put? Are we looking at storm damage?
Is this mineral wells for Jason? Let me take a look. Let me look.
We've been looking into this supercell.
Jason's in mineral wells.
Yeah. So can we take Jason's shot just real quick? I wanted to show you that he's going into mineral wells where they reported all sorts of damage. And then here's some example of it here at, I think that might be the back of some building, commercial building or a school. It's a commercial building. And you can see where the wind just ripped across the backside of that building and did some damage. You see a lot of debris there next to the building on the ground, indication of someone's gonna have to spend some money to repair that. Jason is over by mineral wells. We've had reports of people getting pulled out of collapsed buildings. And we are efforting more information out of that damaged area. Meanwhile, we're on this one storm cell that is still producing hail on Damien. Let's get back to that.
You've got a cracked windshield.
Yeah, we got a cracked windshield. DL, what are you seeing now? What direction are you heading right now?
Well, right now we are heading due west. Right now we're trying to get some shelter here from these hailstones, but as you can see, not only the hailstones creating, dangerous conditions by hitting the windshield of the vehicle, but as you can see here on the road, this is ice, folks. These are chunks of ice hitting the road, so whenever they get stationary, if you're moving a little too fast, if you're driving a little too fast, then guess what? It's basically like driving on black ice. That's exactly what we're seeing here.
Well, we're in and out of signal here. He's getting further from the station. Damon, we're starting to really see that car get a lot of damage. And, well, send us the bill. Go ahead on, show us the supercell, McKenna, if we can get back to you on the radar, because there's one supercell left here this evening. By the way, I've lost track, McKenna. When did we start? 3?
It was like 3. Yeah. So it's been 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours now. It was a whole big line coming down here, and now it's one supercell down here.
I'll give you the view from the last 4 hours. We can take a look.
Yeah, let's just show you. Because when it was a full line across, none of these could kind of break loose from the line. We couldn't get a supercell. We were still getting large hail, damaging winds, lots of lightning and tornado threats. But believe me, it would have been worse up in this region if any of these cells broke free. Then you could see it all of a sudden become like 2 cells. And so these broke free. And what happened? As soon as that happened, tornado warning after tornado warning. All of a sudden the hail was much larger. That's because the updrafts had the ability to get these big breaths coming out of the south and really get going. Now we are down to 1 supercell, and Damon Lotus just got into the hail core of it and banged up our vehicle. You can see in these bright colors here, this is where the hail core is. And ever since this was over in Parker County, and certainly as it crossed Johnson County, reports of 3, and yes, even 4-inch size hail. At least they were warning on 4. We've had reports of 3. We showed you one at 3 here earlier. Jason McLaughlin saw it just land right in front of him in the parking lot. So there's going to be a lot of hail damage. There's going to be a lot of roof repair here after tonight's storm went over Parker and Johnson County, and now this thing is in Hill County, where the tornado warning is still in effect. We're not seeing much of a clear indication of a tornado, of the rotation close to the ground that might be a tornado. That's the good news. The bad news, huge hail. This thing has
2 3/4. It's still baseball.
Yeah, 2 3/4. Still baseball size hail, McKenna just said. And that is because this is going to go on for a while, because that updraft has been up there now for about 2 hours. When it broke free and this updraft really grew and the large hail went on, that is the birthing ground for monster hail, and that has been going on so long that it's still up there. That really large hail is still above the ground, way up into the atmosphere. It's going to be coming down for the next 30 minutes, and that doesn't include what's getting made already. So we still, what McKenna circled for us is that bright pink color where there is large hail falling in that 2-inch, 3-inch range, and this is up between Itasca and Grandview, and this is right on 35. This is right where big semi trucks are running right into it. So we need to clear the highway. Everybody talk to each other there on those CDs and say, get off the road. This is monster hail that would come through your windshield if you came up from the south and ran right into it. It's moving right over 35. And in the red there, that's the tornado warning. Again, not a very clear signature right now of a possible tornado with this, but we are still seeing that threat. You can see where the cold front is. You see where this brighter orange and yellow, or I should say a yellowish orange, that's where temperatures are in the 70s. That's the other side of the front. This is where we're not worried anymore. This cold air has come in. I guess we'll have a nice day tomorrow, but this is where the 80-degree air is still at. We still have warm, moist air that this supercell is feeding off of because it's still ahead of the cold front. Till the cold front catches it, this thing's going to keep going. It's getting a little ragtag right now. You see it kind of stretch off to the west. Now we'll watch this thing over by Brazos Point right here. I mean, as soon as these southwest flanks can clear, they start trying to do rotation. Nothing there yet, but if the trends have been of late, we're really all afternoon and evening, that we continue to see as we look to the west of these lines, these storms producing another couplet. Right now, that couplet that we were so worried about, you can see how it's not there. The inflow notch is. That's because this big tower is still sucking in all this wind and producing this monster hail. So, man, there are a couple of shots to see here. Is that Damon in the heavy rain? Yeah, Damien's still in the very heavy rain. You look at that. Can you imagine? This is why you don't want to be ever driving in to the storms like this. This is just so tough to navigate. There they are out in the country. They've been already just had this monster hail fall on them, and you've got all this heavy rain they're trying to clear. So they're in it. Meanwhile, we've been looking at Jason Schott, who's been, now he's out roving around looking at this storm damage, trying to get a little bit closer where they've got some, looks like some first responders up in a neighborhood where there might be some homes damaged. He's trying to get there. The roads have been blocked for him trying to drive up to it. And now he's just trying to come up on it and see how bad it is, because this is where we've been getting reports of injury. So we'll keep you apprised of what Jason is running into here in this shot. Meanwhile, Damian Lotus is inside this storm, and this is just 50, 60 mile per hour winds, driving rain, lots of lightning.
Yeah.
Damian, are you still in some hail where you're at there?
Well, hey, Jeff, right now we are heading south here, just south of Covington right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just south of Covington. We're heading south right now. We are right now in the heaviest rain we have seen so far today. I mean, you can't even see past the hood of the car here from the windshield. So we're tracking heavy rainfall. And, I mean, this is the kind of blinding rainfall to where flooding concerns are going to be really bad. I don't know what the rain rates are right now, but this looks to me every bit of 3, 4, even 5 inches per hour with this little band that we are tracking. And not only are we tracking just the torrential rainfall and flooding, Jeff, But I mean, as you look at our stream and as you look at our camera, I mean, every once in a while you'll see the little waves there on the road from the rain, and that's directly indicative of just how strong the winds are blowing all this heavy torrential flooding rainfall here across this region. So we're south of Covington right now. We are heading south towards Hillsboro, and then we're going to try to jump back on I-35 and head up to the north.
Okay. All right. Be careful out there, Damien. Yeah, you can see the effect of that on the road. Now, again, we're trying to get closer to where we know there's been significant damage over by Mineral Wells, and Jason McLaughlin is getting a little bit closer there. Is that just debris all over?
So some of it, I thought I saw a hailstone just a couple of minutes ago, but some of that is definitely debris.
Yeah, I could be hail, just still hasn't melted. It was so large.
Yeah.
But you can see a lot of response here. A lot of people are there. That isn't first responder vehicles, but we are getting approached now by a police officer to kind of tell us where we can and can't go. We'll, of course, obey that. But we do have Jason there to start gathering information for us. We'll hear from him shortly, telling us what happened there. There was a tornado warning out for Mineral Wells. Wasn't on that McKenna, correct? It was on the east side of Mineral Wells.
It was
we'll check back with him, let him gather some information. Meanwhile, again, in the box here, the video that you're seeing is this supercell that's over by Hill County. This has just been a tremendous storm. This is at 5 o'clock, so McKenna wanted to just show you this, okay? This is Mineral Wells, and you can see the tornado warning. We think that was a tornado on the ground. We're finding out. But there's a lot of damage over on the east side of Mineral Wells, and we'll find out exactly here in a moment. Like I said,
pretty clear velocity signature there.
Yeah, I mean, right there. That looks.
That's where Jason is. He's in Walters Village. Jason is right there.
Okay. So they're at 5 o'clock. I think they got hit by a tornado. And I remember us talking about that, McKenna.
Yeah.
Remember I said the rotation was right on top of it? So that's what happens. That's what happens when you got a rotation right on top of you. Stuff starts breaking off your house. All right, let's get back to our single supercell and our tornado warning that's associated with it, okay? Not all clear on tornado threat as of yet. We just haven't seen a really clear rotation signature on it over the last 15 minutes or so. We got Damian Lotus driving in it, and he's been in the worst kind of weather you can imagine. He's been pummeled by large hail that damaged the vehicle. He has been in this incredible driving rain with 50, 60 mile per hour winds with the heavy rain. And that is the type of weather that's being produced by this guy right here. This is the last supercell going. Yes, we're keeping an eye again on the southern flank, this thing trying to get organized. This cell continues to produce a lot of rotation. So we'll keep an eye on that. But see where the tornado warning is, we're still seeing that inflow notch. We're still seeing a supercell taking in big breaths and getting super cooled water way up into the atmosphere that starts forming hail. And the higher it goes, the bigger the hail. The stronger that breath in, the bigger the updraft, the bigger the hail goes. So this has been going on for the last couple of hours. It's been marching down on both sides of 35, now headed towards the split in Carl's Corner. You know, if you're over on the 35 east side, not so much. You're in heavy rain, a lot of lightning, but you haven't seen the big hail like they've had from Grandview over to Itasca over to Hillsboro. This is a sampling of the hail core, and the storm is now kind of split a little bit. We've got two hail cores. We've got one off to the west that isn't as bad, but the bigger one is to the east, and that's the one right over 35, right over the interstate, and that's where we're seeing golf ball size hail. This thing is going to be dropping down the interstate here for a while and producing very large hail. We'll zoom in. Again, we're looking here at velocity, the reds and the greens. We always try to see where the red and the green are right next to each other. That's not what we're seeing.
So I know this tornado warning is still out. I think maybe soon we'll see a comment in the chat here about what they're seeing, what we're showing.
Looks like hail is up to 2.5 inches with this, so it's been fluctuating. It was down to about 1.25 inches. Now it's back to 2.5.
Yeah.
And then 60-mile-per-hour winds. They haven't provided an update on the tornado warning yet, but it is set to expire currently at 8.
Yeah, and here we are in 15 minutes from now. You know, get it back to reflectivity. I wanted to see what's just over there to the west of Lovelace there in near Itasca. It looks like that is a little bit of a notch trying to form over by Itasca. And, you know, like I said, you can tell by those deep purples, this thing is still taking a huge breath in. There's still tremendous updrafts in it. There's still monster hail. I mean, when you start seeing this color surrounded by purple, the only thing that can do that is really large hail. And that is just off to the east of Itasca and over by Files Valley and Bloom Grove. So you're seeing that hail that we've been talking about tonight, that 2 to 3 inch size hail that's been the plague of this storm, this supercell ever since it was over Parker County and marched all across Johnson County doing that. Man, there's going to be a lot of roofs. A lot of roofs have been damaged tonight with very large hail, a lot of vehicles as well. We know we've had tornado-like damage. Let's put it that way. We will get the reports on what happened. They'll do survey. The National Weather Service will survey this, and we'll start seeing it. I was saying, by the way, there was 2 hail cores. Here's the other one. Smaller hail here over by Rio Vista and
It's
Bloom.
Actually, surprisingly, Jeff, that's 2.5 inch hail. That's the report from that core that does look smaller. This is huge.
Yeah,
but this is 2.5 inches.
If that is 2.5 inches, I wonder what's that over there. By the way, look at McKenna. Look what's happening right here.
Here we go.
You know, it might not form a tornado, but I'll tell you, it's taking a big breath in, and doing so, we're still going to get the hail threat and the high wind threat and a lot of lightning. Even if it doesn't form a tornado threat, it's going to be a significant severe weather threat. Are they still the destructive kind, warnings that looks like that?
This one is destructive. This one goes till 8 for Hill. This one that includes the one in Blum.
Not okay.
That goes till 8:15. That's not destructive, although they did just say up to 2.5 inch hail. So
they might change that.
And they also just said it has a good hook evident, just as Jeff mentioned, and we'll be monitoring for tornado potential.
Oh my gosh, this thing won't give up. So, it's still ahead of the cold front.
Inflows too. I mean, we got this here.
Yeah. That is just so nasty looking. When we see those purples and the blacks, we just know it's big hail. So we might start to get into some range folding down here.
Yeah.
This bright green, but this might also be the rotation trying to form. But as McKenna zooms off to our west, you know, again, we're not seeing it yet. We're not seeing it yet, but you look at it in reflectivity, it's starting to take shape. We continue to have these tornado threats here with these storms. Again, we're just down to 1 cell now, but you can see it trying with an inflow notch, and now this one's all by itself now. We don't have anything to stop the thing from getting wound up from behind. You know, you get that rear flank downdraft, and again, you kind of got this going where you start seeing that massive circulation that suddenly you got a tornado. But this doesn't look like that in the moment, okay? In fact, I'm starting to see that tail kind of break apart a little bit, kind of get raced up. It's still ahead of the cold front, though. It's still feeding on some very warm, moist air, and it's still dropping some lower clouds. If you want, you can take Damien Lotus shot, and you can see the low clouds associated with. I'm going to show you some and in just a moment here, some tree damage. This is, again, Jason's shot. Let's take it full. And there's just a lot of tree damage showing tremendous winds. Now, he's walking. Look straight ahead. Do you see all that stuff laying on the ground? That is some parts of some buildings somewhere that have been ripped. And I'm seeing a lot of tilted telephone poles there, McKenna.
Yeah, and the tree branches that you see out ahead, bent. Okay, he's zooming in here.
Yeah,
Roofed
look at all that.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, so that might be where they had to pull someone out, because we got a report of that. I shouldn't say that until we get that confirmed, but there was a report, at least in the chat, that they were doing a search and rescue. So I'm wondering if that was a business and there were people in there working.
And you can see significant damage to the business. Looks like the roof has at least partially come down.
And there certainly is a lot of stuff under that roof that might have fallen. So thank you, Jason. He's doing a great job. He's on foot now. He couldn't drive into this area, and we're seeing all sorts of tree damage. Anyway, we're back to the radar. Let's show Damien Lotus's shot, because he's looking back into this storm now, and we're still seeing the lowering with it. Can you see it? That tells me rotation is still vibrant in this storm. It's still got these clear inflow notches. We're still getting this big lung of a storm taking in big breaths. And what it's breathing in is this really moist southeast wind. It's just filling its lungs up, and I know I just used an analogy there, but basically I think of these storms as lungs just stacked up to 40,000 feet, and one lung taking a big breath from the south and producing all this severe weather. There it is right here. This is just part of it that's over by Chalk Mountain, Walnut Springs, and Brazos Point, but as we get off a little bit more to the east of there, we see this massive cell, right? It goes all the way from Bloom to Itasca over into Italy in Ellis County. That's the tornado warning that's out for it. They've extended it looks like, McKenna, down further south still, and it might have more to do with the fact that it's holding its general structure and continues to be a threat. But we'll take a look here in velocity to see if it's gotten any more organized. What we're looking for is, here's that inflow, and here is the back side of it trying to get wrapped up. So about right here, is there any rotation trying to form? This would be somewhere to the south of Itasca, Mayfield, Loveless. And indeed, we're seeing some bright greens and some bright reds not quite together yet. So this is rotation above the storm. This is the lowest tilt. Why don't we go up just one level, McKenna, and see if we still see this structure, this mesostructure. Yeah, and look how much tighter it is above the ground.
Yeah.
So we went from what was a couple thousand feet to higher, and
we went from 1,900 feet to 3,000 feet.
Yeah, so we don't have to get too far off the ground, and we see this really good mesocyclone going, this rotation going. 4,400
feet.
At 4,400 feet above it. So it doesn't always translate down. That's the good news, because when it does, you got a tornado. But we are seeing still it trying. That's why they put out this latest tornado warning. This does include Hillsboro. This one goes to 8:15. We're sitting to 7:53. Still in Hill County. And as we zoom out, you can see it just extends further down to the south now, further down 35 past the split. And my guess is that they're going to keep that warning as long as it keeps that structure. It's got the rear flank, and it's got the inflow to the east, the rear flank down to the west of that. So it's right here. I'll put my hand. That's where the rotation is, right there. And they're watching it. And they're also watching this. I mean, they were mentioning this already. It still has a nice structure to it, still a clear hook, still a strong inflow into it. It's trying to wrap up and form a tornado. So we'll watch that one as well. Again, McKenna, why don't we zoom out just a little bit and tell everybody that's been watching this that across both Tarrant and Dallas County, it's all clear. And, you know, we could probably, as far as the way we are covering this, reflect that it's out of the metroplex. But let me show you some more damage. We told you we had heard over by Weathers Heights, we'd heard that there was damage by mineral wells off to the west. That's a lot of damage right there. Mm-hmm. That's significant roof damage to these businesses. And as he pans off to the left, it looks like a building partially came down there, or at least lost the wall that was on our side. I can't tell if that was a roof off another building. I think it is. Do you see it there, McKenna?
Yeah.
I think that came off of a building and it's just sitting on the ground. Wow. Well, we see tremendous damage to that building, catastrophic.
Yeah.
It lost its wall and it lost its roof and it collapsed.
And then you could see the roofs back behind too. That was a separate building.
Yeah.
A taller building too. Completely peeled the roof off of that as well.
So I'm telling you, if there was anyone working in there, they were digging them out.
Yeah.
Let's hope nobody was hurt.
You've seen, I mean, I've been watching Jason's shot out the corner of my eye, and the debris is just all over in the grass down as he walked out ahead of this. As you can imagine, it just got thrown from this, but we saw that evident rotation as it moved through mineral wells. And you can see so this crosses a street. That's where you can see additional damage past that police vehicle, the fire truck there. Significant damage all through mineral wells. This is where Jason is. Again, we saw that very clear rotation on the radar scans. This was several hours ago at this point, and major structural damage. He was walking a little bit earlier. It looked like some blankets that had been thrown across the street out ahead of him as he was walking over to this. So just significant storm damage in this area. Hopefully everyone is okay. We'll of course work to learn those details and bring you up to speed on all of that. But as is very clear with this, there is some significant storm damage from what we think was likely a tornado that touched down. This is near the Wolters Village. Is that right?
We were seeing the rotation around on top of it. We have a name now, McKenna. We know what this business is.
Parker Industrial Process Filtration Division. That's where Jason is. So that's the business name, Parker Industrial Process Filtration Division. That's where you're seeing all of this damage. You can see the damage to the power lines there. Trees twisted up the power lines. You can see first responders, the fire truck, the police vehicle that's out in front of this Parker building, and just significant roof damage. It looks like the building maybe takes up 2 streets because this is a different building. So Jeff, that may have been the roof that you were talking about.
I don't think that's a building. I think that's a roof.
On the other side of the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
I think you're right. Look at all that. That's tornado kind of stuff. What was the name of the business again?
This is the Parker Industrial Process Filtration Division.
Oh, God, can you imagine the hearts that just drop if they have family that work
Right.
there?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that.
Just complete destruction.
This was at 5 o'clock. I don't think the shift was over yet.
Oh, no. Most people are just starting to wrap up.
That's catastrophic. If you were in that building, there it is. There's the name of it.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, man, it's just so heartbreaking. We're going to end our coverage on CBS 11 here at 8 o'clock. We're going to continue on the stream with this supercell that's down from Italy in the split headed towards west now. But even this cell will soon be out of our coverage area. Our chasers on Hill County, we're going to stay on. As long as this thing is in Hill County, we're going to stay on. And we have both our chasers, Billy and Damien, are on this storm right there. So if you are in this area, you got loved ones in this area, join us on the stream because we are going to continue. That's CBS News Texas, where you can be watching McKenna's Eyes continue coverage on that storm there. Meanwhile, we'll stay on 11 until we get through Hillsboro. That makes sense.
Yeah, the Hill County storm. Hill County still in our viewing area.
Yep.
We get just south of there, and that gets out of our area. But we do still have that one supercell that we are keeping a close eye on. Damien's just out ahead of it. You have the inflow there. So this is where we're watching. That's where we have rotation. This is in Carl's Corner. There's where Damien is. He's just off to the west of this. Here you can see, do you want to take Damien's storm chaser off, Jeff? There we go. Okay, this is tightened right back up. You see that spin there. Here's the red, here's the green. That's going toward the radar, which is now to the north. The gate-to-gate shear, once again, at this point, it's broadened out. It's come back together. This has happened several times. This is 3 miles southwest of Carl's Corner. This is headed into Hillsboro and Winslow.
That's
There's
debris.
the rotation detector. That's a debris detector. Can we pick any of that up on the correlation coefficient, Jeff? Can
Yeah,
we
that's
see
what
any of the
that's
debris?
kind of what's triggered it.
Okay.
Is that there might be stuff getting thrown up in the air right now.
Pull up the correlation coefficient. Can we pick any of that up?
Let's try. Let's see if we can look at that. That's a pretty bright color.
Yeah.
So that could be debris.
Near Mayfield, Lovelace, if you are in this area, you need to be sheltering in place, sheltering in that lowest there. That is tight rotation. This is SS 579 East, I believe, County Road 4281.
Yeah, can you believe it? It's still riding right along State Highway 171.
It's headed into Hillsboro. Yeah, it's just ridden the highway, and it is headed right into Hillsboro right now. It's less than a mile from Hillsboro, I think, and Winslow too. This is southwest of Carl's Corner. There's our rotation, and it's tight rotation there. We're starting to get that low-level jet we've been talking about. It's headed southeast, tracking about 30 miles per hour, still has big hail and big winds. And then we have that gate-to-gate shear where you have that tight rotation. Radar site is now to our north, so the green is going toward the radar. This red is coming south away from the radar. There is that tight rotation, and it looks like it's only strengthening, Jeff.
It's going to cross right over the interstate on the north side of Hillsboro. This is a possible tornado moving over the old Dallas Highway right when it crosses 35. This is just south of the split.
So you can see some of those streets there. This is Craig Street through Hillsboro, and this is just north of Winslow. Some of those county roads, State Highway 22. There's Craig Street right where the rotation is, State Highway 171. And then SS 579, those are all those cross streets right where that rotation is. So if you are in this area, you need to be in that safe spot, lowest level of your house, that interior room with no exterior walls or windows. Make sure you are sheltering. We'll let you know when you're in the all clear. This is tracking across State Highway 22 and Old Brandon Road, headed south-southeast, moving at about 30 miles per hour. So that is moving just, I think, just east of the town of Hillsboro. So that'll be a spot to make sure you are in your safe spot to watch the next several minutes and the next several radar scans. But that is tight rotation right over SS 579 and Old Brandon Road, right near there, right near State Highway 22. You can see that inflow, likely under the influence at this point of that low-level jet as we start to cool. We have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that very clearly right near just south of Carl's Corner, where you've got that inflow, and then here's where we have that rotation coming right toward Hillsboro and Winslow. That heads toward Chat, Bynum, and Abbott. You are all in the line of that tornado warning and also the destructive severe thunderstorm warning tracking to the southeast. Large hail core still with this, very large hail core up near Mountain View. Still some significant and destructive hail in that area just to the north. And then that rotation that we've seen off and on. This is now one supercell that is just taking in everything. It's the only supercell going. We're talking an unstable, very warm, humid atmosphere as this tracks farther to the south. That gate-to-gate shear right there, the reds and those greens, you can see that tightened rotation right north of Hillsboro and Winslow. So that's something we will continue to watch very closely as this tracks through Hill County, tracking southeastward. This is southwest of Carl's Corner. This is west of Lake Non. And moving again most immediately into Hillsboro and Winslow.
I think it's multi-vorticity.
I can see that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Where Jeff has circled there near Mountain View, Lovelace. We do have a couple of spots. Yeah, you're right. Just right here, we've got some rotation.
And then up by Mountain View as well.
Right by Mountain View.
Yeah, so this thing, it got so powerful, it started to spin multi-vorticities. Again, this is a tornado warning out to 8:15 for Hill County, moving over just to the south of Hillsboro, to the north of Hillsboro by the split. It's going to cross right over the split right now, it looks like. And that is the tornado warned storm. We think that there's a couple of places there it's spinning inside this storm. that might be on the ground. It's hard to tell. We're pretty far from the radar side at this point, so we can't see right to the ground. As far as our chasers, we've got Damien right in there in location. Damien, can you talk to us? As he's gone south, we've been losing signal.
of metal wrapped around poles, just showing the force of the winds that tore through here. We believe this storm tracked southeast right through this industrial park. And if you pan this way, maybe if we walk together, we can walk together. We're trying to stay out of the way of first responders. They're working hard here. Thankfully, we don't know of any injuries, at least in this neck of the woods of Mineral Wells. But Jason, if you just show everybody that structure, that is the Ventomatic HVAC plant, and you can see clear through it. I mean, half of that plant is completely shredded by the storm. There's wood, there's debris, there's even power poles that are leaning. So definitely this is the direct path, I would imagine, of the storm. Now, I actually have one of the managers of Ventomatic here. I'm going to actually unhook my mic here so I can hear you. But Chris Anderly,
yes.
You have worked at Ventomatic how many years?
Oh gosh, what is it now? 8 years.
8 years. Okay, tell me, you actually were able to get everybody out an hour before the storm hit, right?
Yes. So they noticed that the storm was building and that it looked pretty bad. So they sent everybody home about an hour before the storm hit or so.
So there was nobody in there when that storm hit?
No one was in that building when the storm hit.
Man, that is such a good call by your higher ups.
Yes, absolutely. And so it's just a kind of a time that everybody's being thankful, surveying the damage, but everybody's just thankful that nobody was hurt.
I know, but what kind of plant is this? I understand it's an HVAC plant.
Yeah, so they manufacture fans, like your big barrel fans that you see at Tractor Supply and Home Depot. That's what they manufacture here.
Yeah, just looking at that damage, I mean, what is going through your mind as a Mineral Wells resident?
It's kind of more of kind of an awe over the damage that what nature does, and just what we need to do to start the recovery and get us all back up and running again.
Yeah, I know it kind of humbled you a little bit, Mother Nature.
Yeah.
We know that there's even more damage a little bit north of us.
Yes.
I've seen reports on social media of homes that have collapsed roofs.
Right on the other side of the trees over here.
Yeah. Do you know of anybody else? We have some reports of some injuries in this town from the communications people for Mineral Wells, so we don't know the extent of those injuries. Do you know anybody else who might have been affected by the storm?
No, not personally right now, no.
Okay. Well, my thoughts and prayers are with your community right now. I know that, homes and structures, they can be rebuilt, but lives can't. So we're glad that you all are okay. That's for sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, we're going to continue trying to learn more information as the night goes on. But when we got boots to the ground here, I mean, this just blew us away. Just the extent of the storm, just the structures that were completely destroyed by the storm. I mean, this is really, really ground zero. And we know that there's even more damage up the road. Of course, we're trying to play nice with the first responders, make sure we give them plenty of space. We know that there was, some possible search and rescues going on. So again, we're just trying to learn more. But definitely, the storm was a doozy here in Mineral Wells. And McKenna, I know you've been tracking it, as it goes down south, but it definitely did its damage here where I'm standing.
Are you north of Mineral Wells Highway? I imagine you're just north of the highway. Is that right?
Yes, I am specifically on Washington Avenue, a little bit north of Mineral Wells Highway. Yes, you are right.
Okay, so you truly are just right in the line. We had very tight circulation on our velocity scan. This was just after 5 o'clock this evening, right where Amelia is. I have this zoomed in on radar. This is in Walters Village, just east of Mineral Wells there. Fortunately, as you just heard, Chris, building there was able to get everyone out. He was weather aware. This is what we preach all severe weather season. He says they were able to get every employee out of that building, which is huge. This is that Parker Industrial Building that we were bringing you updates on just a little bit ago as Jason arrived, boots on the ground here. Now we've got Amelia out there and you can see the extent of the damage to this building. This is how destructive these winds and potentially this tornado was in the Wolters Village Mineral Wells area. Again, we had that very tight rotation. This was near Ram Boulevard, Lee Boulevard. You just heard Amelia there on Washington Road. So I see Washington Road right here on my radar scan, and this rotation moved. I really think this was likely a tornado that touched down in this area. Washington Road was right in that line of fire, and you see the damage and destruction that has been left behind. But once again, Amelia just talked to a manager of this building who says he was able to get everybody out. Amelia, did you have something else there?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know if my IFB and my mic was still live. But Jason, if you just walk with me, I want to show you also the debris and the mangled metal that we have seen. Look at that. I mean, I've seen mangled metal wrapped around poles. You can see the force of that sheet metal, and that probably blew off of that roof over there, if I were to be a guessing person right now. So that just goes to show the debris field that is all over this area. So just to kind of drive home your point, McKenna, this was a very, very powerful storm.
Amelia, are you seeing debris across the street and things like that? What is across the street? Anything?
There's just trees, a line of trees across the street, so not really seeing any debris across there, but I'm seeing debris all across this industrial field. I've seen a lot of downed trees. Actually, right to the west of me is a golf club, a golf field, so a lot of trees, a lot of downed power lines, so that's just kind of the extent of the damage. We know that there's some homes a little bit north of us, northwest of us. We haven't gotten eyes on that yet, but we know that neighborhoods are affected as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, our hearts are with them. Amelia, thank you for being boots on the ground there, bringing us that update. Great interview with Chris. Fortunately, his employees, everybody in there is safe, and that is great news to hear. If we take a look back at radar at this point, I'm going to give you a flashback to just after 5 o'clock this evening, where we had that very clear indication of rotation as it moved just east of Mineral Wells through the Wolters Village area. So if we go ahead and take that on radar, you will see there it is. This was just after 5 o'clock, 5:05 this evening. Here's where Amelia is. She's right here. Oh, I'm going to circle that. Amelia is right here. This rotation moved right over that area just after 5 o'clock this evening. Very tight gate-to-gate shear that you see here. When those reds and those greens are touching, that is strong indication that we do have some good rotation and some very strong winds in that. So fortunately, as you heard there, he mentioned they were watching the weather and the radar, and they had that thought to get their employees out before the storm hit, which again would have been during most people's end of shift as they start to head out the building. So that is great news to hear there. We'll of course work to bring you updates on any additional search efforts or cleanup efforts in the Mineral Wells and Wolters Village area as we get through the next couple of hours and the next couple of days. Here back on the radar, you will notice what we have is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is still in effect for Hill County. This goes until 9 o'clock this evening. Time right now is 8:34. This is tracking to the southeast through Hill County, so it's got this portion of Hill County left to clear. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. We've actually got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that cover Bosque County here for this cell that's just got some large hail within it. In fact, if I query that, you'll see that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:30 this evening. It looks like hail with that. Getting an update on that threat. So we've got hail $quarter to $half sized, and that is tracking southeast. And then we have this tornado warning. Or excuse me, not a tornado warning, excuse me, it is a severe thunderstorm warning. We have this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 9 o'clock for Hill County. But then you see this peach colored box that's flashing. That's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for Hill County, the northwestern portion of Navarro County, and the southwest portion of Ellis County. Ellis County, you are still dealing with some hail. So It's about out of the southwestern portion of Ellis County, but if you live in Italy, that is where we do have a little bit of a leftover hail core right near 35 in Milford, in fact, is where we have that hail core right through there. Italy, I'm sorry for those of you who live there, just got that update. It is Italy. I apologize for that. But it is now in Milford, that hail core. And then you can see some hail just south of Italy and west of Lone Cedar. Anywhere you see that pink, we are likely seeing some decent sized hail. We've seen large hail all evening, and that continues. So we do have 2 supercells at this point left over. We have this main large supercell. It's been ongoing for hours. And then we have this one here near Walnut Springs, headed toward Meridian. This is for Bosque County, which is just outside of our area, but Hill County is in our area. So is Navarro County, of course, and that is in effect until at least 9 o'clock. We'll see if they continue that warning beyond that point. Here's the track that's taken in the last 15 minutes. The latest track, we have hail upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter, so that is $half sized hail, which is below destructive. This destructive tag set to end at 9 o'clock. We'll see if they wrap that up early or if we think there's still some pretty large hail within that. There may be some large hail right here. That looks like a big hail core. That may be what the destructive tag is for. This is tracking to the southeast. It's got ping pong ball sized hail in this larger severe thunderstorm warning that now extends out of Hill and into McLennan and Limestone counties. And that is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. So we'll throw a tracker on that. You can see a lot of hail within this. So this is near Milford. And then we have hail near Chat and south of Hillsboro, where we have those bright reflectivity scans, those bright pinks, and you get into some of those gray and black colors. That's where we do have the larger hail. And then we do have some hail cores all within this. This is a tall updraft. And when you think about this, so this is working with unstable air as this moves farther south. It's just moving into warm, moist air. And then it's also getting the help from that low-level jet, which is transporting more moisture along a southeastward flow that happens as our sun sets. Just kind of a difference in the pressure gradient. So that's moving into unstable air. It's feeding off of that. And then you get these hailstones that the updraft is tall enough. It's been working for a long time, and it's only feeding itself and being fed by that warm, moist air. So it's getting taller and taller. This is a tall storm. It sustains those hailstones high up in that updraft. And this is a tall updraft at this point. So it's got hail of all sizes all throughout it. And as soon as that hail gets heavy enough that it can drop, it just falls right to the surface. And that's kind of why we're getting hailstones of different sizes within one supercell. This is an anvil cloud top that just kind of sits kind of out like my arm is. So this would be the far end, kind of the thinner end of that cloud, and then you get down into the updraft over here. And you get hailstones sustained all within that. And we do have some large hailstones that are moving southeast with this supercell that we're still dealing with, moving through Hill County, and again moving into McLennan County. But we do still have kind of this panhandle of Hill County. So Penelope, Hubbard, Malone, Barome, Mount Calm. You'll still want to make sure you are aware that this is headed your way. The severe thunderstorm warning that extends out of Hill County and into McLennan and Limestone, that does go until 9:30 this evening, whereas the destructive severe thunderstorm warning is currently set to expire at 9 o'clock, which is in 20 minutes from now. And then as we zoom out here, this side, this is a warning for Navarro County until 9:30. Also a severe thunderstorm warning, so we're talking hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter and some strong wind gusts too. There we go. They just dropped that destructive severe thunderstorm warning moving through Hill County. So the hail has dropped below 2.5 inches in diameter. That's what that means. We still have very strong, very destructive storms. We have hail that is over 1.5 inches in diameter. So we're talking $half-dollar sized hail, getting upwards of ping pong ball sized hail. And then we also have those strong gusty winds with this. We have winds up to 65 miles per hour. And ping pong ball sized hail at latest check, it looks like. Moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. So you want to still make sure you're away from the windows. Some of those, you want to be in a sturdy structure with any of this, but be away from the windows. Unlike a tornado warning, you don't need to take shelter quite like a tornado warning. You do need to be inside, and once again, you don't want to be close to the windows when you're talking winds gusting as high as they are. And you can see where those gusts are rushing down. This is right here. I've got a gust there as well, where I think those winds are likely getting really pretty strong. Picking up 40 there. So a lot of that through that area. Still some strong winds south of Hillsboro, right near Abbott. Those will eventually clear off into McLennan County, which is out of our area, but still some strong winds that are moving through Hill County with that hail upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter. So again, we'll watch that as it continues to track to the southeast, about 30 miles per hour. This is a warning for Hillsboro, Whitney, Bynum, Malone, Hubbard, Mount Calm, Aquila, Vaughn, Peoria, and then as we head northeast, Mertens, Blooming Grove, Dresden, Brushy Prairie, Navarro Mills, Dawson, Rodney, Curry, Richland, all in that warning. So those last towns I mentioned in Navarro County. And then Ellis County, you're about out of this. Italy, you're about out of this. This is just south of 35 in Italy. Zoom in there. You do still have some hail just south of Milford, but that's going to clear Ellis County here in the next couple of radar scans. And then this cell here in Bosque County, that's got some decent hail and some strong winds inside of it as well. In Bosque County, we've just got to get this one to clear Hill County, and really that's the storm that we've been dealing with for several hours at this point. Still hail ping pong ball sized and winds gusting as high as 65 miles per hour. So we're talking some strong winds with this. Something to take seriously, no doubt. And you see anywhere we have that pink coloring, those highest reflectivity values, that's where we do have some of that larger hail. So we're talking for frost just south of Hillsboro. The hail at this point right over Malone, Bynum, Chat, Abbott, and then over into Navarro County, Brush Prairie, Mertens in Hill County, and then just that far southwestern edge of Ellis County. It really is about out of Ellis County. I think 2 more radar scans and we'll be clearing Ellis County. As I zoom back out for our entire area, I want to give you a look at, so you'll notice the radar across the rest of the area, we're nice and clear. That's because the cold front has moved through. And so drier and much more stable air has filtered in behind. And then if I show, here's the tornado watch that's left. This is set to expire at 9 o'clock. Let's see if they've issued longer for this one. So this one goes till 10 o'clock for these far southern counties. But notice it's been cleared early from the metroplex counties, and that is because the cold front has moved through in those areas. And so more stable air is here. The threat for severe storms has ended for spots north of 20, essentially. And the cold front has now moved through Johnson County, but we still get into some of this more moist air, Hill County, where we've still got temperatures in the upper 70s and low 80s. They are dropping, though, as that cold front picks up the pace. And so now, at latest check, this hail has dropped to 1 inch in diameter. So it is still severe size, but now quarter-sized hail, down from ping pong ball-sized hail, with winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. So it is still something to take seriously, but this is a sign that we are starting to see some weakening from this storm. Good news on that front. This stretches from Hillsboro to Frost, and with each radar scan, we see additional signs of weakening, which is great news. We do still have some hail cores right through Frost in Navarro County, close to Dawson, close to Hubbard in Hill County, and then south of Hillsboro, just north of West. All spots to keep a close eye on as this continues its southeastward track. You see McLennan County is under that warning until 9:30. It is just now starting to move into McLennan County, still back through Hill County at this point, where we do have those hail cores here. We've got some hail here. And then that's the largest of the hail, it seems, just to the southwest of Frost. That's what we're left with at this point, right through that area in Navarro County. Again, quarter-sized hail with this, wind 60 miles per hour, still now moving eastward, looks like, at 25 miles per hour. It's dumped heavy rain in its path. I'll show you those rain totals, those radar indicated rain totals. You can see right where it started. Line didn't quite fill in to the northeast of us. Rain totals upwards of 3 inches in Ellis County. This storm has sat over that spot for quite some time, so it's maybe dumped some heavier rain there. Southwest Tarrant County, over 1.5 inches of rain. West of Decatur, 1.5 inches of rain. West of Bowie, where you see that yellow pocket there, upwards of 2 inches of rain. And then we did get some significant rain in North Dallas County too, almost 1 inch of rain. So that was a good soaker for a good portion of North Texas. And now still bringing some of those heavy rain rates to Hill County, Navarro County, and exiting Ellis County at this point. This is starting to leave Ellis County. Still an impact for Hill and Navarro counties, and we'll continue that southeastward track. There's that hail core there. So you see this southwest of Bynum. That's still a hail core, likely at least quarter-sized. It does look like that core is starting to come down. We're losing the daytime heating element of things, so that helps things. Of course, we had hail as large as baseball and softball sized at one point, but that has come down quite a bit. This is still large enough that it could do some damage to some vehicles, some dents, but it is starting to come down as it moves through Hill County. So that is a better sign for those folks who live in Hill County and who live in Navarro County. This one's just moving slow now. It really is. It's, it was at 30. I don't even know that this is moving at 25 at this point. This thing is moving slow at this point, but we do still have that hail core here. Let's sample this. Golf ball sized hail still with this. So that's still some big hail in Hill County, southwest of Bynum. And then this here, also Hill County, $half size, so about 1.5 inches in diameter, 1.25 inches. This hail core in Bosque County, egg-sized hail. There's the latest radar scan. It's now all but out of Ellis County. Now an impact for southern and southeastern Hill County, and the western about third of Navarro County. South of Frost, headed toward Dawson. Malone and Hubbard in Hill County. Again, that goes until 9:30 this evening as it makes its trek to the southeast. Looks like the hail size with this storm in Bosque County has actually started to increase a bit. Closer to golf ball sized hail. Sorry, Adrian, say that again. Okay, thank you. Storm over Bosque, yeah, looking at golf ball sized hail. So what I was talking about just a couple of minutes ago, we had some incredibly large hail. This was back closer to Crescent when this storm was farther to the north. We have our storm chaser, Jason McLaughlin. He was out in this. He had taken shelter at a gas station. And this is when we were talking hail, baseball sized, and he was sending reports back of hail closer to softball size. So take a listen to this.
Oh gosh, sorry, that was a big hailstone that just hit my car. And there goes the power as well. Power's out. That was a big hailstone. I haven't had a visual on one in front of me yet, but the one that just hit the back of me was, here comes some insane winds. Yeah, we're really getting some big time wind all of a sudden now too.
So that was earlier in Crescent. As the storm moved through there, that was some large hail. You can see some debris flying to really strong gusty winds just blowing the water around the parking lot. We were on air just as the power at this gas station went out. And you can just see the flag poles, just how they're bending. Those flags are just whipping. So some significant hail with these storms as they have moved through North Texas today. And at this point, that hail core that I am watching in southern Hill County, where you see that black, that is still some fairly large hail. This is just to the south of Bynum. It's still a large hail core as it moves through Hill County. And then that portion of the cell that is moving through Navarro County, still some decent sized hail there too. I'll get you down to street level for the center of that hail core. This is east of Abbott, County Road 312, FM 1242. We're getting to some back roads there near Cottonwood and Penelope. And then here near Pelham. This is in Navarro. And you can see some county and back roads in this area as well. Northwest 3290. FM 744, FM 709, State Highway 31 through Dawson. This is the larger of the hail cores right through here. Just east of Abbott. Again, going through some back roads. Of course, if you live in that area, you know exactly where we're talking. County Road 3112, HCR 3210, County Road 3208, 3212, 3214, FM 2114, Holy Road, Trilica Road, something like that. This is east of Abbott and just off to the west of, Penelope. A large supercell. It's been going for a long time. Let's play this back. It's been going for a long time. If we go back 8 hours, you'll see that as it began in Wichita Falls, that has been the case the last several days. They have all started in Wichita Falls. It's a triple point. It's close to the dry line, the area of low pressure, and the cold front that started to move in. That was the beginning of our tornado warnings in Clay County just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. Continue to track southeast. Had several tornado warnings, confirmed tornado warning through Montague County and into Wise County, and then continued to move to the southeast. That line starts to fill in there. And then it did reach Dallas County, but we didn't get much into Collin County, you'll notice. By this point, the bulk of that was from about Dallas County, a portion of Collin County, and then off to the west there. We had several severe warnings that continued along this. And then this supercell was able to break off of that line. And it's been going for a couple of hours at this point. Time now is 8:55. And we have seen the expiration of all of the tornado warnings. No more destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. But we are still left with this. A hail core for Hill County. The worst of that hail core is going to go kind of into the Hill County panhandle and into a portion of McLennan County. And then the worst of this hail core in Navarro County is headed toward Hubbard and Dawson, tracking to the southeast there. So if you do live in Hubbard, Dawson, and then downstream farther to the south and into Limestone County, you want to make sure that you are staying weather aware. You want to make sure that you're inside. We have a lot of lightning with this. I'll pull that up. 747 lightning strikes. It's going to be even more than that as I show this entire supercell. So from one supercell, we have 754 lightning strikes. This takes up 52 miles. This is one cell that covers 52 miles and several counties. Lots of hail, lots of lightning with this. Moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. There's the latest radar scan as it tracks through Navarro and Hill counties. This is now out of Ellis County. Ellis County, you are all clear. No stress for the rest of the evening. All clear in Ellis County. Does continue though into Limestone County, so make sure you have got that heads up there. You know what you're watching for. You're inside. Don't sit too close to a window. And then Hill County, there you go, 9:30, that warning expires. So we are making final preps here for our 10 o'clock newscast that comes up in an hour. I don't want to discount this severe thunderstorm warning that is moving through Hill and Navarro counties. Please make sure that you are taking proper precautions. You're inside. Don't sit too close to a window. Don't head outside until this has cleared for, you don't want to hear thunder for 30 minutes. Lightning can strike 15 to 20 miles outside that parent storm. You do not want to be outside in the lightning. You don't want to deal with this severe hail. This is significant hail. We still have hail upwards of ping pong ball sized in some of the cores of that. Some of these back roads at this point through southern Hill County, that panhandle area, and then a portion of western Navarro County. This is going to continue to track down to the southeast. This will move into Limestone County in about the next 20 to 30 minutes. That'll clear Hill County. Just make sure you're staying weather aware. We will bring you any additional updates as needed, but for now we are going to make those final preps for our 10 o'clock newscast on Channel 11. We'll give you a wrap up of all of this, and we've also got to talk you through what's to come the rest of this week. Fortunately, we're not dealing with severe weather threats as we get into tomorrow. We're much cooler now. That is the great news. We do have some days that we're keeping an eye on for heavy rain, though. That'll be as we head Thursday and into Friday. So I'm going to walk you through the timing of all of that. I'm going to go put that forecast together. I'll leave you with this. If you are in Hill County, the western sides of Navarro County, down into Limestone and portions of McLennan County, please make sure you are taking proper precautions as you do have a severe thunderstorm warning moving through your area. Winds upwards of 65 miles per hour and hail anywhere from quarter sized to ping pong ball sized in those hail cores. It's of course smaller hail on the outside, but we will continue to bring you updates on this supercell and what's happened today and what's to come the next several days coming up on CBS Texas at 11. Thank you for joining us at CBS Texas on Channel 11 at 10. There we go. Thank you for joining us here on the CBS Texas stream.
Now, 2 people died in this weekend storm. 69-year-old Kathleen Litsky in Springtown and 51-year-old Juan Madrid in Runaway Bay. The EF2 tornado killed Madrid. We spoke with his daughter, Jacqueline. She says